Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the rented carriage, Zio said, "It's hard to imagine that Mr. A actually refused this request." She frowned and said, "But among the Beyonders we know, it seems only Mr. A has the ability to complete this request. We should quickly tell Miss Audrey this news," Furs said. "I still can't believe that Miss Audrey would issue such a task." Zio said, "It seems Miss Audrey isn't as naive as she appears. Could this be a secret struggle within the noble circle, or a prelude to instigating war?" Furs also speculated, could it be that some big figures, represented by Earl Hall, hope the situation will become chaotic? The two looked at each other, feeling a little ridiculous. How could they, two small characters, possibly guess what these big figures were thinking? Returning to Viscount Glaine's residence by carriage, Audrey, who was waiting for news, felt a sense of frustration when she heard that Mr. A had refused the request. But soon, she made up her mind again. "I will initiate an emergency gathering of the Justice League." Zio, Furs, and Glaint looked at each other. There were already 4 initiators here. Only Initiator Hobert was absent. Hobert had a busy morning, winning both lawsuits, which was a good start for their team. During lunch, Hobert reviewed the recent defenses with Jessica and Raska, pointing out several mistakes they made during the arguments. The newcomer, Jessica, listened and took notes, forgetting to eat her meal. Raska also listened attentively and was glad that he made the right choice by joining Hobert's new team. For him, this was a good opportunity to increase his experience. Especially Hobert's approach of reviewing their performance was a rare learning opportunity that was hard to come by when working as an assistant to other lawyers. After lunch, Hobert asked Jessica and Raska to go back first, as he had to visit a client. Following the address given by Harvey Hayden, Hobert arrived at 1899 Nicola Row. Just as he got out of the carriage, he sensed something and looked at a delicate and spacious private carriage. The window was open, and he saw an old man and a middle-aged man sitting opposite each other inside. The middle-aged man had long hair and looked a bit greasy. He was the person in charge of the Tamara family that he saw when giving the Tamara family member a spirit medium consultation before. In front of the old man, the middle-aged man looked somewhat flattering, not even smoking a cigar. The battle had been over for so long that Hobert was no longer afraid of seeing people from the Tamara family. He remembered the old man's appearance and then looked at the sign for number 1899, Keen Machinery Firm. At this moment, the old man and the long-haired Alva in the carriage also seemed to sense something and looked at Hobert. However, Hobert was already looking at the Keen Machinery sign, so he did not attract their attention. The two didn't pay attention and continued on their way. This old man was one of the people sent by the Tamara family to investigate why the team clearing out the traitors was destroyed. He was responsible for the overt investigation, but after investigating for more than 10 days, he had not found any results. He could only accept Alva's statement in the report. The action team was killed by the lone royal family. Today was the old man's departure day, and Alva was preparing to personally send him to the train station. On the other side, Hobert entered the hall of the business house without panic and asked the front desk to see Mr. Digos, and asked the front desk to tell him that he was Hobert Jeffrey. He was already accustomed to the Nation of Disorders' attraction to Beyonders of the same sequence. Other Beyonders could not yet feel the connection between him and the Nation of Disorder, so he was so calm. The front desk was originally going to reject Hobert's request, but when she heard Hobert report his name, she knew that he might be a friend of Mr. Digos, so she asked Hobert to wait on the sofa for a while she went upstairs to report. However, this trip took half an hour. Half an hour later, the little girl came back panting. "Mr. Dyko invites you to meet at the steam water pump factory." Hobert followed the little girl and saw the huge factory area behind the business house. From the hall of the business house, Hobert could see that Digos' business was very large, but he did not expect it to be so large. These factories were all workshops for producing large machinery, such as steam cranes, steam textile machines, steam sugar presses, steam mining machines, steam machine tools, and even steam train heads. It took a full 10 minutes to reach the steam water pump factory. Entering through the small door of the factory, Hobbert saw more than a dozen steam water pumps being assembled in the wide factory building. Because Emperor Roselle had not popularized the concept of production line, the dozen or so steam engines were being assembled at the same time. Although it was time-consuming and labor-intensive, the scene was very spectacular. The entire workshop was filled with the sounds of clanging and shouting. Some parts were too large and required complex pulley structures or several people to lift them together to complete the installation. This was a labor scene that Hobert had never seen before. There was no assembly line speed, but it made people feel very simple. The steam water pump was the earliest use of steam machinery, mainly used to supply water to high places and to pump out accumulated water from mines. These machines were as big as carriages, and the big ones were as big as 2 train heads, which was really a behemoth. In front of a steam water pump that was about to be assembled, Hobert saw a gentleman in his 40s, not very tall, leaning on a crutch, smiling at him. "The last time I saw you, you were only 2 years old, smiling at me in your mother's arms." That smile melted people's hearts. Hobert stepped forward to say hello. "Hello, Mr. Digos." Digos leaned on his crutch and limped towards Hobert. "Officer Rex had instructed me not to take the initiative to find you." "How did you find me?" "I took a task with Mr. Harvey Hayden once." Hobert tried not to look at the other's leg. "He told me that I could find you here." "So it's that kid. I heard that he's doing well in the mercenary world." Digos smiled and pointed to his injured leg. "This was an injury I sustained in the southern continent. Fortunately, your father's timely support saved my life." He invited Hobert to sit down in the reception room in the workshop. The clanging sounds outside always attracted Hobert's attention. No man doesn't like machinery. Digos lifted his injured leg with his hand, found a more comfortable position to sit down. "What you see is the second-generation water pump. The first generation was a piston water pump, which was prone to leaks. What you see now is a centrifugal pump water pump. You may not have heard of the term centrifugal pump. This is a new invention that requires a higher speed of the steam engine. Of course, the efficiency of the second-generation water pump has also been greatly improved." Digos talked about some knowledge about steam engines, and Hobert felt that he also liked these big guys. After chatting for a few more words, Hobert said the purpose of this visit: "My adoptive father, Mr. Christian, told me a lot about Mr. Rex, who is my biological father." He spread his hands. "I once talked to Christian about this topic, but when I saw his sad expression, I couldn't bear to continue talking to him." "Of course, Commander Christian is unwilling to say," Digos said. "That was the darkest period of the 2 commanders." He sighed, as if he had fallen into memories. After a few minutes, he said, "We have made too many contributions in the southern continent, and Commander Rex and Commander Christian are both very good strategists. Under their layout, the situation in half of East Balam has been eased. Of course, this will be feared by the lone royal family. It is inevitable that they will be transferred back to Backlund on the grounds of promotion. In order to prevent accidents in Backlund, Commander Rex took the potion and became a demigod on the way back to Backlund. As Commander Rex expected, they were treated unfairly as soon as they were transferred back to Backlund. This was a demonstration by the lone royal family. Commander Rex, who had long been uninterested in continuing his service, took this opportunity to leave the army and began to explore some fourth epic ruins or monuments. Hobbert nodded, which was similar to his previous guess about Rex's whereabouts. "I don't know exactly which ruins Commander Rex explored." Digos patted his injured leg and said, "Because of my injured leg, I can no longer follow Commander Rex to adventure. I had to come back to take over my father's business. But I remember that in a conversation between Commander Rex and Commander Christian, he mentioned that he put the exploration notes in a place where only his descendants could get them." Hobbert was stunned. "Is there such a place? Why don't I know?" Digos smiled and said, "Young man, don't worry. Commander Rex has made many arrangements for you. When he made his will, I was by his side. He gave most of his property and knowledge to Commander Christian for safekeeping, and he made a simple plan for when to give you what. Digos sighed. These two commanders are really rare close friends. Hobbert nodded. Okay. Digos' implication was that he would not reveal too much information about Rex either. Hobbert had questions now because it was not yet time for him to know that information. So the two people's topic returned to the steam engine. Digos was surprised to find that Hobbert's understanding of mechanics was far beyond his imagination. In this era, knowledge of mechanics is still cutting-edge knowledge that can only be learned in universities, and it is generally not open to international students. In the AD era, there was a systematic description of mechanics in junior high school physics. Especially for Hobbert, who had seen internal combustion engines, the mechanical structure of steam engines was not too difficult to understand. In a blink of an eye, the two of them chatted for more than an hour. Although they still had some unfinished business, it was time for Hobbert to say goodbye. When leaving, Hobbert pointed to a water pump about the size of a locomotive outside and asked, "What is the approximate price of this model of water pump?" "About 800 pounds. Digos smiled and said, "If you trade with merchants from other countries, you may sell it for 1,300 to 1,500 pounds. And we will also add an anti-disassembly structure, welding the outer shell of the important structure and adding a mechanism inside. As long as there is a forced demolition, the important structure will be destroyed." Hobbert thought to himself, this structure is advanced, but can it prevent apprentices? This is the mystical world. The main thing is to be caught off guard. Since you know I'm here, come and chat with me often. Digos said, "Next time I'll take you to visit the new crane." Hobbert nodded and smiled. Okay. At this time, a water pump was assembled and started to test the machine. When steam hissed from the mechanical structure, and when the huge wheel buzzed, Hobbert deeply felt the charm of this era. On the way back, Hobbert roughly estimated that the cost of a locomotive-sized water pump was at most 200 or 300 pounds. What a profit! It could be sold for 800 pounds, and if it is exported, the price will double. Hobbert seemed to see the shadow of technological monopoly. In fact, the application of steam engines has been very popular throughout the northern continent, but Digos produces the most cutting-edge steam engines, which represent the most cutting-edge production level of the Lone Kingdom. These cutting-edge applications have obvious differences in mechanical structure compared with common steam engines on ships or trains. According to Hobbert's understanding, it is similar to the difference between second-generation fighters and fifth-generation fighters. Back at the office, Hobbert just got off the carriage and paid the fare. Before he could enter the door, a maid-dress girl came over and said, "Mr. Hobbert, I am Annie, Miss Audrey's maid. Miss Audrey has an urgent matter and requests your help. Please come with me to Viscount Glaint's residence." Hobbert was slightly stunned. After recalling, the girl in front of him was indeed Audrey's personal maid. So he got into the luxurious carriage with the Hall family crest and came to Viscount Glaint's residence. As soon as he entered the study, Hobbert saw the four people in the study breathe a sigh of relief together. Hobbert took off his windbreaker. "I heard Annie say that you have been waiting for me since morning." In an era without mobile phones or telephones, it is still quite inconvenient to find someone in Backlund. Audrey said, "Yes, I initiated an emergency meeting of the Justice League." Everyone took their seats around the desk according to their previous seats. Hobbert took a sip of tea and asked curiously, "What difficulties has our beautiful Miss Audrey encountered?" Audrey said, "I have a task to announce at the party, to assassinate Intis's ambassador to Lone, Backlund." Cough, cough, cough. Hobbert, who was thirsty and had been drinking water after sitting down, choked on the tea. When Audrey and others saw this scene, they found it both funny and disappointing. They found it funny because it was the first time they saw Hobbert lose his composure. They felt disappointed because even Hobbert was so surprised that he might not have a channel to complete this task. It's just that they were all wrong. What surprised Hobbert was actually, Mr. 8 did not accept the commission to assassinate Backlund. Suddenly, he recalled that at the Nighthawks team meeting last week, Thomas informed everyone that Hillman had secretly invited a Sequence 5 helper. Although the two senior members of the Aurora Order had escaped, they were also severely injured by 2 to 365. Hobbert knew the power of that glove. Even Sequence 5 spirits would be traumatized and difficult to recover for a while. Especially for the Beyonders of the Secret's supplicant pathway, a severely damaged spirit would be a greater blow to them. At that time, Hobbert was still wondering if that helper was Mr. A. Now it seems that it is indeed Mr. A. He is in a very bad state now, so he rejected this commission. Hobbert thought for a while, and then said, I have a channel to complete this task. First, Hobbert realized that the mission to assassinate the ambassador had to be completed, otherwise Klein might just kick the bucket. This would not only cause Hobbert to lose a future ally with great power, but also lose the important channel of the Tarot Club, which Hobbert was unwilling to see. Next was how to complete this task. Hobbert had imagined and deduced more than once that he would assassinate Bakerland himself. Without exception, the missions would end in failure, because many of his mystical items were not secrets to the Nighthawks. If he wanted to use those mystical items, he had to make sure that the Nighthawks would not leak his relevant information. Given that Bakerland was indeed a villain, there was a certain probability that the Nighthawks would not object to such an action. But according to Thomas's motherly personality, he would definitely ask clearly the source of this task, and who initiated the task to achieve what goal. This would make things more complicated. Since it was difficult for Hobbert to succeed on his own, he had to entrust this task again. For him, there were only two channels that could complete this task. One was the Mercenary Club, and the other was Christian. There was no need to think about the Mercenary Club channel, because it had a royal background, and it was estimated that they would ask even more clearly than Nighthawks. Then there was only Christian's channel. Christian himself would definitely not accept such a task, but Hobbert immediately thought of Christian's personal male servant, Mr. Doofus. Mr. Doofus was also a powerful Beyonder, possibly Sequence 6 or even Sequence 5. Speaking of which, this master and servant were quite strange. Hobbert felt that Christian was at most Sequence 5, which was in line with his current military rank. If he was a demigod, even if he was not reused, he would at least have the military rank and treatment of a lieutenant commander or general. And Doofus, such a strong person, was willing to pretend to be Christian's male servant, which was a bit strange. If he was really a Sequence 5, he would have the strength to establish his own Beyonder organization. Although it could be seen that Christian did not treat Doofus as a servant, but that was after all a Sequence 5 powerhouse, theoretically even difficult to accept the attire of a male servant. Hobbert did not continue to think deeply, but said to Audrey, I have a channel to complete this task. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Hobbert was as reliable as ever. But I have to ask that gentleman first to see if he is willing to take this task, Hobbert added. No problem, Audrey said. Will it take a long time? If it doesn't take too long, I can't continue to wait here. You go back first, Hobbert said. I don't know exactly how long it will take. After I have a definite answer, I will see you under the pretext of reporting the commission situation to you. Audrey nodded. Okay, but if it's too late, then I'll tell you tomorrow morning. No, I will let Susie, that golden retriever outside. I will let it walk outside from 9 to 10 o'clock. If you meet Susie at Earl Hall's mansion, you can write down the result and put it in the bag on its back. Hobbert nodded. No problem. He was about to get up when he suddenly remembered. How much reward are you planning to pay for this task? Audrey said, My budget is £5,000. Too little, Hobbert laughed. In my opinion, this task requires at least £10,000. Zio and Furs took a deep breath unconvincingly, and even Viscount Glaint, who had inherited the family property, was a little surprised. Audrey quickly made a decision. Okay. The three people as the audience all sighed, just agreed like this. Hobbert immediately got up. I'll go ask that powerhouse's intention. He put on his windbreaker, took his cane at the door, and when he came to the yard, he saw Susie jumping happily in the garden. Hobbert smiled, quickly went out to take a carriage, and came to Christian's workplace, the general staff headquarters of the Kingdom of Loon. After being notified, Hobbert entered a yard with a dark-colored office building. Whether it was the courtyard wall, the sentry post, or the building, they all gave people a very solid and difficult-to-surpass feeling. Coming to Christian's office, Hobbert explained his intention. I want to entrust Mr. Doofus with a somewhat difficult task. Doofus is not here, Christian said. He is in the suburbs. You can go directly to him talk. Hobbert immediately understood that Doofus was still at the excavation site of Jacob's team. Speaking of which, Hobbert had been so busy during this period that he had not had time to show his face, so he might as well go and see how the excavation progress was going. After saying goodbye to Christian, Hobbert rented a taxi carriage outside and went straight to the suburbs. It was not until dusk that Hobbert, who had been in the carriage for more than 2 hours, arrived at the excavation site of Jacob's team. After Jacob heard the report from his subordinates, he quickly greeted him personally. "Mr. Hobbert, the lawsuit you won for Darren's friend was really wonderful. I also knew from that time that driving a steamship while drunk is not drunk driving." Hobbert was stunned and immediately understood that Jacob had not read the newspaper for a long time. Otherwise, he would definitely compliment his performance in the work injury compensation case. After chatting for a few words, Jacob said again, "I was about to send you a letter. We will carry out the final excavation this Friday or Saturday. Please come and experience it then." Hobbert smiled. This was a polite remark. The implication was, you have to show your face, otherwise how can you participate in the bonus distribution then? He laughed. "I've been quite busy recently and have not had time to come over." "Well, you can see what I'm busy with by reading the newspaper," he promised. "I will definitely be at the scene during the final excavation." Then Hobbert said the purpose of his trip. "I'm here to find Mr. Doofus." "Where is he?" "Mr. Doofus is resting," Jacob said. "His tent is over here. Please come with me." Arriving at Doofus's tent, Jacob left very knowingly. Doofus was still the same, looking pale, with a cold expression and taciturn. Hobbert went straight to the point. "Mr. Doofus, I have a secret matter to discuss. Should we go outside the camp?" "No need." Doofus's pupils suddenly became deep, and he made a gesture of opening a door at the position of his chest. The tent suddenly became cold. Hobbert felt the spiritual fluctuations around him. He opened his spiritual vision and saw a phantom door on Doofus's body. A spirit that looked like a blown-up balloon came out of the door and quickly became as big as a normal person, slowly floating to the top of the tent. Seeing Doofus's ability just now, Hobbert was sure that he was a Sequence 5 gatekeeper. He was also a little puzzled. Did Christian have such great charm that she could make a Sequence 5 willing to disguise himself as his male servant? Or was there some unknown secret in it? Hobbert simply stopped thinking about this question and began to describe the mission to assassinate Bakerland. After listening, Doofus was silent for a few seconds before asking, "Is this assassination mission important to you?" Hobbert told the truth. "It concerns the life and death of a friend of mine." Doofus was silent for a few more seconds, then asked, "How much is the other party planning to pay?" £10,000. Doofus said in a voice that was impossible to discern whether he was happy or angry, "Slightly less." Then he said, "I'll take on this commission, but I have an additional condition." "Speak." Doofus said, "Help me find clues to the sequence for undying characteristics or the main materials of the death pathway. If the clues are true, I will let you choose a mystical item for my body or settle it with gold pounds." Hobbert was stunned, and the idea of strongest male servant appeared in his mind. Christian's personal male servant was preparing to be promoted to a demigod. How terrifying! Hobbert cleared his throat and said, "No problem." He remembered that there seemed to be a demigod from the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction in Backlund. He forgot the specific name, but Hobbert remembered that he was a merchant on the surface and seemed to be running a clothing factory. To Hobbert, that was a walking undying. However, that demigod was a byproduct of the artificial death plan. He wondered if taking his characteristic as a potion would be contaminated by the artificial death. Then Doofus began to ask for some detailed information about the mission. "Do you have more detailed information about the Sequence 5 assistant next to Bakerland?" "He is a Sequence 5 marionettist of the Seer pathway. As far as I know, he has been busy competing for a valuable piece of information these past few days and is rarely by Bakerland's side." "Can it be confirmed that Bakerland is a conspirer of the Hunter pathway?" "It can be confirmed." After asking a few questions, Doofus said, "I will observe Bakerland for 2 days first, and then act in at most 3 or 4 days." Hobert nodded. No problem. Doofus was not a talkative person. After the mission was explained, the two really had nothing to talk about. So Hobert talked like he was doing a stand-up comedy for a while, then got up to say goodbye. Leaving the tent, Hobert went to bid farewell to Jacob, who enthusiastically sent him out. In the dim light, Hobert saw something hanging in the center of the camp, so he asked about it. Jacob said, "Those are wild rabbits that Mr. Doofus caught from the ruins. Hanging them there is to attract the wild rabbits' companions to come and rescue them." Hobert was stunned. This is the first time I've heard that wild rabbits will rescue their companions. These rabbits are very intelligent, Jacob said, and they are very large. As long as you look at them, your spirit body is very likely to be injured. He whispered, Mr. Doofus said that these wild rabbits have been contaminated by the sealed items underground. They're actually monsters now, but there are no signs of them being out of control. Hobert nodded and looked at the wild rabbits hanging there, but it was too dark to see clearly. Then he belatedly realized that Doofus hadn't even mentioned this to me just now. How much does he hate socializing and chatting? The carriage that brought Hobert was still waiting outside the camp. It didn't matter to the coachman to wait a while. After all, it was charged by the hour. On the way back to Backlund, Hobert began to recall information about the Backlund artificial death faction's demigod. At this moment, there was a sudden neighing of horses in front, and the coachman seemed to have spent a lot of effort to control the carriage. Then he heard the coachman scolding. This gentleman, although this is the suburbs, you can't suddenly rush into the middle of the road." "Sorry, I was just distracted." Hobert in the carriage was stunned. It was Mr. Azac's voice. He opened the car door and looked forward. "Mr. Azac, it's really you. It's already dark. Let me give you a ride." "I didn't expect to meet you here again." Azac smiled slightly. "No need, I want to walk by myself." The coachman saw that Azac's attire didn't look like someone who lived in the countryside, so he said, "This gentleman, believe me, if you walk back to Backlund, you will have to walk until the second half of the night." Hobert thought, "That won't happen. It's estimated that he'll be back in a minute or two." Then Hobert seemed to think of something. "Mr. Azac, let's go together. We've met again. Don't you think it's a bit of a coincidence?" Azac took a deep look at Hobert and nodded slightly to get into the carriage. The carriage started moving again. In the carriage, Hobert smiled slightly. "Mr. Azac, you should be able to see that I am a person with magical abilities, and I can also feel your uniqueness." Azac nodded slowly. "You are right. As I said just now, according to some knowledge I know, if two people always meet by chance, it must mean something. Maybe you can give me some help. Maybe I can provide you with some clues." Azac frowned. "What can I help you with? Or what clues can you provide for me?" Hobert spread his hands. "I don't know either. This is only our third meeting after all." He smiled helplessly. "Fate is always unpredictable. Maybe we will know after a while why we always meet these days." This was Hobert's sincere thought. The two were beyonders of different pathways, and they shouldn't meet frequently due to the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. There must be some other reason that makes them meet frequently, but even Azac has not noticed that reason, let alone Hobert, as Sequence 7. Hobert said, "I think it is necessary for us to exchange contact addresses so that we can find each other in a short time if there is an emergency." Azac smiled slightly. "You seem to know a lot." Then he said, "Yes, if there is an emergency, you can write a letter and put it in the mailbox at 16 Wamboy Avenue, Hillstonboro." Hobert took out a pen and paper to write down the address, and wrote down the address of the law firm and gave it to Azac. After chatting for a few words, Azac got out of the car and left. The coachman wanted to persuade him again, but Hobert had to tell the coachman that this gentleman lived nearby. The coachman saw that the surrounding area was full of desolate mountains and ridges and couldn't help but shiver. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when I returned to Backlund. Arriving at the Hall Earl's mansion in the Empress Borough, Hobert got out of the car and soon saw Susie, who was taking a walk. In Earl Hall's villa, Audrey saw Hobert's letter and breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Fool's mission was finally entrusted. Based on Hobert's usual reliability, the strength of the Beyonder he found should be no problem. She read the short letter again. I didn't expect it to cost so much money to assassinate an ambassador. Also, the additional conditions proposed by the other party are a bit difficult. Audrey, the person who gave you the letter seems to know I can talk, Susie said suddenly. Audrey was a little surprised at first, then shook her head and smiled. Impossible. Mr. Hobbert has only been here twice. He couldn't possibly know that you had taken the potion. Theoretically, yes. Audrey felt a little dizzy. Heavens, Susie is starting to talk about theory. Susie's big mouth opened and closed. But according to my observation, when he was putting down the letter, he seemed to want to talk to me several times, but the words came to his lips and turned into some irrelevant words. Audrey frowned. Of course, she believed in Susie's observation ability, but it didn't make sense at all. Hobbert hadn't even met Susie a few times. Riding in the carriage to Blanca Street, Hobbert touched his rumbling stomach and thought to himself that it was a close call. Several times, he almost asked Susie to bring a message, reminding Audrey to pay attention to confidentiality. Hobbert recalled Susie's image and found that it was really a good seed for a daydream dog. In front of it, people always easily let down their guard. Back in a rented house, Zio was already resting. Furs was still reading a magazine, obviously waiting for Hobbert, and had even left him a dinner. Hobbert praised Furz's thoughtfulness while gobbling it down. After Hobbert finished eating, Furs came over to ask about the result. After learning that Hobbert had successfully entrusted the task, Furs also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she and Zio failed to entrust the task today, Audrey still gave them a commission fee of £500. This money made Furs and Zio feel ashamed, but Audrey insisted on giving it at the time, and they did take some risks. But after getting the money, they felt a little guilty. After all, they didn't complete Audrey's commission. Knowing that the matter had been entrusted, Furs could feel a little more at ease. Hobbert instructed, "Pay attention to confidentiality. Don't talk about this matter outside with Zio." "We know," Furs worried, "but I don't know about Mr. A." Hobbert smiled. These lunatics can't wait for Backlund to be more chaotic. Moreover, he is now trying to recover and has no time to care about this kind of thing. After the task of assassinating the ambassador was entrusted, all that was left was waiting. And life had to go on. On Wednesday morning, Hobbert appeared in court. Many reporters and citizens who learned the news rushed to the scene, wanting to see Hobbert's debating prowess. Who knew that the first thing the defendant did after being brought to court was to seek an out-of-court settlement with Hobbert? It turned out that after learning that the plaintiff's lawyer was Hobbert, the defendant had visited many law firms in the past week, but no lawyer was willing to defend him. Even great lawyer Hugo had lost. Ordinary lawyers knew they couldn't win against Hobbert, so they simply refused to avoid humiliating themselves, while the great lawyers cherished their feathers and were unwilling to appear in court. You know, due to the great influence of the workers' compensation case, great lawyer Hugo's business volume has plummeted. No one is willing to follow in Hugo's footsteps. Hobbert didn't expect that the case he had prepared for a week, and which was obviously a bit difficult, would be solved so easily. The reporters were also disappointed and made a wasted trip. Hobbert instructed Cody, who came with him, "Don't be careless. Your case is not so easy to solve." Cody smiled bitterly. "I know." Of course, he knew that he didn't have Hobbert's reputation and prestige. At 10 o'clock, the case Cody was responsible for opened. This case was also a bit difficult. After repeated back-and-forth negotiations between the two lawyers, a settlement plan was finally reached. During lunch, Hobbert routinely helped Cody summarize the mistakes and lessons of this round of defense, which also benefited Cody a lot. After accompanying the three subordinates to court one after another, Hobbert had a basic understanding of their abilities, and he knew what to do when assigning cases in the future. As soon as he returned to the firm, Jessica reported to Hobbert, "There is a special client who has been waiting here since morning. I don't know if I should accept her commission." Hobbert asked while taking off his windbreaker. "What's so special about her?" "Well, she's a street prostitute." "Jessica, I know you have some unique abilities, so you will never be reduced to this step," Hobbert said. "In my opinion, street prostitutes are like those workers and farmers who cannot protect their rights. It is a tragedy of this era. I hope you will not look at any client differently." Hobbert's obvious reproach made Jessica a little blush. I know, but afraid it will affect my reputation? Jessica didn't say anything, but she did think so. Hobert smiled. It will only affect my reputation if the lawsuit is lost. Then he became serious. Haven't you noticed? The clients who come to us basically regard us as their last hope. The hope of the bottom people of Backlund sounds good. Many years later, we may even be the hope of this era. Jessica looked at Hobert excitedly. Who doesn't want to leave their mark on an era? Please ask her to come to my office. Hobert smiled at Jessica, who was walking out. She was still too young and easily filled up by the leader's pie. The client's name was Emma, in her 20s, wearing the most fashionable dress in Backlund with light makeup and a charming look between her eyebrows. To avoid suspicion, Jessica also sat aside to listen. Hobert quickly made a judgment. Emma was a senior street prostitute, the kind who regarded street prostitution as a job, not a part-timer, nor a woman sold to the red light district by traffickers. The former would not dress so beautifully, and the latter would not have much personal freedom. After seeing Hobert, Emma smiled charmingly. If lawyer Hobert ever visits our small shop, I will definitely give you a discount. If they had the power to choose clients, of course they would be willing to choose young, handsome, and gentle gentlemen. Hobert smiled slightly. I don't have such needs for the time being. After chatting for a few words, under Hobert's guidance, Emma began to tell the story of the case. It turned out that recently there was a rogue named Wendell in the red light district who specialized in patronizing Emma's small shop, which was jointly run by several street prostitutes, and refused to pay after sex. Because such small shops couldn't afford thugs, many small shops had already been successful by him, and he had even threatened, "If you have the ability, go sue me." Emma said a colleague really sued him, but lost the case. Hobert asked, "Which lawyer did your colleague hire for the defense?" No lawyer was hired. Emma said, "The person who sued Wendell used to be a paralegal, but the law firm suddenly went bankrupt, so..." At this point, Emma made a "you should understand" expression. Hobert nodded. "What's the general defense plan?" "Although I went to grammar school for a few years, I'm unfamiliar with the law and don't understand any defense plans." Emma said, "I only know that she lost the case because the money from prostitution is illegal income and is not protected by law." She smiled. The judge's original words seemed to be that Wendell's behavior can only be morally sanctioned, but it is difficult to sanction it legally. When the judges come to our neighborhood to spend money, I haven't seen them say that this is an illegal transaction. Hobert pondered for a moment. "There is a problem with this defense direction," he said. "I'll take this case. I'll submit the materials to the court in a while. I believe Wendell will receive the summons no later than the day after tomorrow." Emma was stunned for a moment, then showed a grateful smile. "Thank you for taking this case. I didn't have any hope originally." After Emma left, Jessica reminded Hobert, according to relevant laws, prostitution money is indeed illegal income. It will be difficult to establish a case if the other party is accused of provoking trouble or debt issues. It doesn't seem appropriate to accuse them of stealing or robbing other people's property either. Hobert smiled and said, "I have said more than once that if a defense direction is difficult to achieve our goals, then try a different direction." He said, "Especially for you, you must be good at finding the other party's loopholes, as well as loopholes in laws and regulations. You participate in this case too. Learn and see more." Jessica nodded happily. "Okay." Time came to Friday. In the evening, the staff of the Intis Embassy in the Westboro of Backlund were busy coming in and out. Tonight is the most critical time to seize the manuscript of the great scientist Tirani von Helmesen. In order to show his frankness, Intis Republic Ambassador Bakerland, while instructing his assistant Rosigo to mobilize all forces to participate in the operation, held a dance. To show that he was busy with other things and had nothing to do with the manuscript snatching operation. He walked around the ballroom. Seeing that there were no omissions, he took advantage of the fact that the guests had not yet arrived and took his personal servant to the backyard. As soon as he arrived in the backyard, he felt that something was wrong. He looked around carefully. The first thing he saw was the respectful servant, then the military attaché on guard in the backyard, and several servants moving wine from the warehouse to the front. Bakerland shook his head. There were more than a dozen military attachés from the Intis Republic in the embassy, and they were all Beyonders. For Bakerland, this place was safe. Continuing forward, he came to a small, independent bungalow. He stood in front of the door, frowning. "Go ahead and open the door, idiot." The personal servant trembled, obviously in fright, and quickly stepped forward to open the door. Arriving in the small bungalow, that feeling of something being wrong appeared again. He frowned, then he smiled. If someone was really here to harm him, then they were really courting death. There was only a table and a cabinet in the small bungalow. He lit 3 candles on the table and then drew an abstract symbol of a throne in the middle. Then he took out extraordinary materials from the small cabinet, put them on the candles, and burned them, emitting wisps of illusory white smoke, exuding a peculiar fragrance. Just as Bakerland was about to lower his head to pray, suddenly a strange, cold voice in the room said, "I guessed right." He immediately became alert. At this time, 2 feet appeared not far in front of him at the table, followed by legs, all the way up, and a pale-faced, cold-looking man appeared. This man was, of course, Doofus, who had come to assassinate him. Bakerland took a step back and deliberately asked loudly, "How did you get in?" "It's useless." Doofus pointed to the top. "No one can hear the sound in this room, including the object you are praying to." At some point, the spirit that looked like a balloon had floated above the heads of the 2 people. Bakerland suddenly had the illusion that he was completely seen through. Impossible. He almost shouted, "Great King of War, Guardian of Intis, Master of Weather and Fog, Symbol of Chaos and Will." Sure enough, there was no response at all. Doofus smiled. "This is the honorific name of that former king of Intis, right? I knew that an angel would not be so easily killed by Roselle." He pointed to the balloon above his head. "This natural spirit is very special. It can cut off the connection with the spirit world within a certain range. Not only will the sound not reach the outside, but will also cut off all channels for your prayer to reach the prayer object." Bakerland did not hesitate and immediately retreated to escape from the door. Just as he was about to act, his personal servant suddenly had a dagger in his hand and stabbed forward at Bakerland's retreating body. Before this, he had no defense against his personal servant and was easily successful. The dagger pierced his lower back. At this moment, he reacted and kicked the servant away, only causing him minor injuries. And his servant suddenly flipped over in midair, avoiding the window and directly hitting the wall. Donk! The entire bungalow trembled, and the servant's brains burst. But the servant didn't seem to notice that his head was smashed and calmly got up, holding a dagger and posing an attack towards his master. He did not continue to escape. As a hunter, he knew that when a fierce beast was eyeing him, blindly escaping would only expose his most vulnerable side to the beast. At this time, he had to stare at the beast and look for opportunities to escape. After he was attacked by his servant and failed to kick the servant out of the window, he knew that if he continued to escape, he would only die faster. At this time, he had to stare at the beast and look for opportunities to escape. "Didn't you notice? Your servant has been dead for more than half an hour." Doofus, who usually didn't talk much, suddenly became a bit talkative. "These days, I have been observing you through the natural spirits of the embassy and also asked these natural spirits about your living habits. I discovered a very interesting phenomenon. You often appear in this small room at this time in the afternoon and don't allow anyone to disturb you. Unfortunately, there are no natural spirits in this small room, and I have no way to know the answer directly. What are you doing in here? I thought for several hours before I realized that Backlund is so far away from the Intis Republic. If there's urgent and confidential information that needs to be transmitted, how do you contact each other? Relatively speaking, the confidentiality of telegrams is too poor. The answer is almost obvious. You pray to the angel of the Intis Republic, report the situation here, or recite the angel's honorific name, and let him give you instructions." Bakerland stared coldly at Doofus, guessing which force had sent this assassin. Doofus said leisurely. After saying so much, you should understand, right? You're doomed to die today. Bakerland sneered. That's hard to say. Doofus revealed an icy smile. Do you think the dagger in your male servant's hand is an ordinary dagger? Bakerland was shocked and immediately reached out to check his wound. As soon as he moved, he realized that he had become stiff all over, starting from who knows when. His spirituality immediately made him realize that it was not his physical body that had a problem, but his spirit body that had been damaged. Looking at the dagger in the male servant's hand again, it was dark and shiny, making it terrifying. Doofus smiled and said, "You are still quite clever. If you had continued to escape just now, you would only have died faster." "Oh, right. I also replaced the materials you often burn." The replaced materials not only can't help you establish contact with the object of your prayer, but also accelerate the collapse of your spirit body. Bakerland was shocked and quickly continued to move towards the door, but his movements were already very stiff at this time, and it took him a long time to take only one step. "Are you wondering why I'm okay in the same room?" Doofus asked and answered himself, "Because I am an undead, and undead don't need to breathe." The male servant stepped forward again, and in Bakerland's unwilling gaze, easily slit the throat of this Intis ambassador. Bakerland felt the blood spurting from his neck, which was the rapid loss of life. Doofus stretched out his hand, and the male servant respectfully handed the dagger to Doofus. Then he fell to the ground and became a real corpse. After confirming that Bakerland was completely dead, Doofus reached out and grabbed Bakerland's spirituality, crushed it, and completely cut off the path for the military attaches to communicate with spirits. Then Doofus opened the illusory door on his body, grabbed a cloud-like spirit, and then stuffed the spirit in the shape of a rooftop balloon back into the illusory door. The bottom of the cloud-like spirit was a bloody mouth. Doofus glared at it, and the cloud immediately put away its countless fangs, and then opened its big mouth to devour Doofus. This cloud can be invisible and can pass through obstacles. Doofus was in its belly, leisurely commanding it to leave the embassy among the patrolling military attaches and busy servants. 2 hours later, 15, Minsk Street. Klein, who had just sent Ian away, had just sat down on the sofa and hadn't had time to review Ian's account of the whole thing when the doorbell rang, ding, ding, dong, dong again. "Who?" Klein's expression tightened instantly. He put his hands in his pockets, touching the tarot cards and the words of blasphemy, charm respectively. Then he looked at the windows and mirrors, but unfortunately he didn't find a shadow of the bodyguard miss. But he knew that the bodyguard miss must be in this room. Klein slowly walked to the door, using the clown's ability to foresee the scene he would see after opening the door. Under the crimson moon, a sheriff in a black and white checkered uniform with 3 V's on his epaulets was impatiently waiting at the door. It was Sheriff Fasin, whom Klein had met before. Klein quickly made a divination to confirm that this was the real Sheriff Fasin, but he immediately thought that the other party was also a seer and should be able to interfere with his divination. At this time, the doorbell rang again, and Klein had no choice but to pull the door open vigilantly. Sheriff Fasin outside said with a serious face, "The people above sent me to tell you to pay attention to safety tonight and tomorrow, and be careful of strangers." "Okay." Klein nodded solemnly. Sheriff Fasin touched his short hair and said, "There are also some arrangements. I will explain them to you in detail, and you make your own decision." Klein invited Sheriff Fasin into the room and closed the door smoothly. As the solid wooden door closed, Minsk Street under the crimson moon returned to a peaceful scene. But 2 or 3 minutes later, there seemed to be a quarrel inside the wooden door of 15, Minsk Street, but soon all the discordant sounds disappeared. More than 10 minutes later, Sheriff Fasin opened the door with some stiff movements. He avoided the light of the street lamps and quickly walked towards the Tussock River. If any unlucky person saw his face clearly, he would be scared out of his wits. Saturday morning, Blanca Street. When eating breakfast, Hobbert always looked out the window at the street outside. Just as breakfast was coming to an end, he finally heard the voice of the newsboy. "Extra! Extra! Intis ambassador to Lone, Bakerland, died in a fight with his male servant in the backyard last night. Zio and Furs looked at Hobbert with surprise in their eyes, and Hobbert had already gotten up. "Bring me a newspaper." After buying the newspaper, the three of them couldn't care about eating and squeezed together to read the contents of the newspaper. Unfortunately, there were few details about Bakerland's death. The reporter wrote, "The military attaches have closed the embassy." Surprisingly, the ambassador's assistant, Mr. Rossigo, has not appeared either. The entire embassy looks like a mess. The writer learned from the servants that Ambassador Bakerland often treated the servants rudely and barbarously, especially his male servant. It is reported that this is likely the cause of the conflict between the master and servant. The three people who knew that Bakerland was in beyonder being knew that the content of the newspaper was nonsense. Zio said incredulously, "Bakerland is dead." Furs asked in a low voice, "Did we succeed?" "It should be." Hobert put down the newspaper. "Even if an ordinary person launches a sneak attack, it is impossible to kill in beyonder of Sequence 6. He was sure that it must be Doofus's work, and it was done very cleanly, leaving no traces at the scene. Even the people at the Intis embassy didn't know which direction to investigate. This was in line with Doofus's low-key personality. Only lunatics like the Aurora Order would make the matter of killing Bakerland known to everyone. Hobert could almost imagine that Doofus must have acted after having full confidence, and all his actions must be calm and unhurried. When he took action, Rossigo was not at the embassy. Bakerland was not Doofus's opponent at all. A Sequence 5 had many ways to kill a Sequence 6 silently. Especially this kind of assassination, Bakerland was caught off guard, and may not even have had the opportunity to use his mystical items. Hobert also thought, since Rossigo has not appeared, it seems that the Sequence 5 gift package has been delivered to Klein's hands. At this time, Miss Audrey's maid came to deliver a letter again. Opening the envelope, it was a check for £10,000. Zio and Furs swallowed their saliva shamelessly after seeing the check. Hobert, put away the check. I'm not going to work today. I'm going to deliver the reward. Zio and Furs also wanted to go together to admire the strong man who killed Bakerland, but they also knew that it was impossible. After finishing the remaining breakfast, Hobert took a taxi carriage to the suburbs. Yesterday, Jacob had already sent someone to send a letter to Hobert, and today the final excavation of the ruins will be carried out. Of course, Hobert, who wants to get a share of the pie, must be present. At around 10 o'clock, Hobert arrived at the camp and was directly led to the ruins by the person waiting at the entrance of the camp. Coming to the noble courtyard in the ruins again, the entrance to the huge underground structure was already surrounded by people. They were chatting while smoking cigarettes or pipes, and the overall atmosphere was relatively cheerful. Mr. Doofus was out of place among them. He was unwilling to chat with others, and others did not dare to chat with him. After Hobert arrived, Doofus whispered, "There is a sealed artifact of the death pathway with a very high level sealed underground." Hobert was stunned and immediately retorted, "How high is the level?" Doofus said lightly, "At least a grade 1 sealed artifact." Hobert's first reaction was that Jacob's team had struck it rich this time. On the way from the camp to the ruins, Hobert learned from the person who led him that the underground structure was composed of many rooms, each containing some antiques. These antiques might have been very ordinary things more than 1,000 years ago, but because they are well preserved, they have become very good antiques today. Although the value is not very high, the quantity is large. Doofus ordered Jacob to replace some modern objects while moving out those antiques. Hearing this, Hobert understood that the entire underground structure might have been designed to seal a certain sealed artifact, and Doofus should have squeezed the sealed artifact's range of activity little by replacing the objects in the room. Until now, only 2 rooms remained unopened. Theoretically, the sealed artifact must be in these 2 rooms. It was precisely because there were too many rooms that it took more than a month to excavate. The antiques that were moved out were stored in the camp, and it is said that they have filled several tents. They will be sold together after the excavation is completely over, so as not to let people know that there are few things dug out here. The workers who work here have not returned home for more than a month, and they are not allowed to leave even if they are sick. After these things are sold, at least 7 or 8 members of Jacob's team will be able to become real rich people in Backlund. Christian, who provided protection, can also get a considerable amount of cash. And now, a Grade 1 sealed artifact can be dug up, which is something whose specific value is difficult to estimate. If sold, it would be at least a price of £100,000. However, Hobbert estimates that the likely scenario is that, after negotiation, Christian will take this Grade 1 sealed artifact as a bonus for providing protection for this operation. It is no exaggeration to say that with this level of sealed artifact, the prototype of a Beyonder family is established. The reason why there are so many adventurers and mercenaries in this era is because this is a legitimate way for ordinary people to get rich quickly. In Backlund, if it is not a family that originally had property or whose ancestors were nobles, the best result of an ordinary person's lifelong business is to leave some savings for future generations. Most people may not be able to leave any savings in their entire business life, so there are many people who go bankrupt. Only very few people seize the opportunity and completely change their own and their descendants' destiny. That's why everyone is so enthusiastic about adventure, because the probability of getting rich in this way is greater, but the probability of losing their lives is also greater. Just as Hobbert's thoughts were tumbling, Doofus said again, "Remember Chief Rex's reminder. If you feel danger, close your eyes immediately. Don't open them even if you die." Hobbert nodded repeatedly, and then he suddenly thought, could Mr. Azac be attracted by this sealed artifact? The two encounters were both because Hobbert could come into contact with that sealed artifact. It's very possible. At this time, Jacob gave an inspiring speech and made a promise that after the last 2 rooms were excavated, everyone would be paid 3 times their salary this week. For a time, cheers and applause resounded throughout the ruins deep under the soil, and how the members of their team share the bonus should have been decided before this. At the end of the speech, Jacob emphasized discipline. Only a small number of people went down, and most of them waited here to prepare to transport the antiques out. Moreover, after going down, all actions will be arranged by Mr. Doofus. After the speech, Doofus went down first, followed by Hobert and Jacob and others. Coming to the underground part of the noble courtyard again, Hobert saw that there were already many signs of human activity in the corridor, and there was no longer the last time's desolation and gloom. The underground passage is very long. Hobert simply counted. There are at least dozens of rooms in one passage, and there are 8 such passages. That is to say, there are at least 500 or 600 rooms. No wonder it took more than a month to move the things inside. Even if there is only 1 chamber pot in 1 room, if you want to fill them with urine, cough cough, if you want to collect them, it will take a lot of effort. Finally, they came to the last 2 rooms. When there was still a distance, Doofus raised his hand. "You wait here." He stepped forward alone, took a defensive posture, and slowly pushed open one of the doors. The doors of these rooms are all stone doors. Under normal circumstances, it takes 2 or 3 people to push them open together, but Doofus opened the door with 1 hand. First, he opened a small crack, and he looked inside vigilantly. Then he completely opened it, moved the things inside out. Jacob was prepared. After hearing Doofus's order, he waved his hand, and immediately 7 or 8 people stepped forward to move things, and another 7 or 8 people carried some bottles and cans and put them back into the room. After a busy time, everyone re-distanced themselves from the last door. The sealed artifact must be in the last room. Doofus perked up and slowly pushed open the stone door and looked inside. "Huh?" Jacob quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Doofus said with a cold face, "It's not in here either." Jacob opened his mouth. "That's strange. We've checked all the other rooms." Doofus and Hobbert didn't say anything. They thought of the same thing. The sealed artifact should have some kind of living characteristic. After a little thought, Doofus said, "Replace the things in the last room. Let the people above come down and open all the doors." Logically speaking, he has already set up a small trap in each of the other rooms. As long as the sealed artifact enters those rooms, he should be able to detect it. Just as Doofus thought of this, in the depths of the underground corridor, there were suddenly many red lights. Many people screamed in pain after seeing these red lights, or knelt on the ground, or lay on the ground. These screams were particularly alarming in the dim underground, and their painful expressions and body movements were even more frightening. Hobbert only glanced at it and quickly looked away. Even so, he still felt frightened. Jacob shouted, "Lower your head, don't look around. You ungrateful fools. Those are the eyes of wild rabbits." Doofus said, "They may know where that thing is." He walked forward quickly with a cold face. "Even if I can't find that thing today, I will eliminate these wild rabbits." When passing by Hobbert, he did not forget to remind, "You stay here." Hobbert nodded. "Okay." Jacob and others knew that the eyes of these wild rabbits were all beyonder materials. Before, the wild rabbits were fighting on their own, and it was difficult to catch them. Now that they are gathered together, Jacob and others are of course unwilling to miss this opportunity to harvest materials. So most of the members of the mercenary team followed Doofus to chase the wild rabbits. At this time, Hobert realized that staying here seemed more dangerous. Around Hobert, only 2 mercenary team members remained, both Sequence 9 and not skilled in combat. Knowing they would struggle to catch the hare and might become a burden, the 2 simply didn't pursue. The remaining 20-odd people were commoners hired by Jacob, with over a dozen replacing items in the last room under the command of the 2 mercenary members. Several lay on the ground, commoners who had met the rabbit's gaze, now ignored by everyone. While directing the crowd, the 2 mercenary members discussed the marvels of the sealed artifact, careful to avoid the term sealed artifact in front of the commoners, using that thing instead. Hobert found such concealment pointless. Without memory cleansing, the common laborers would piece together the existence of a high-level sealed artifact from their whispers once the excavation concluded. Especially when Jacob sold a large quantity of antiques in Backlund, people would immediately realize a vast treasure was buried here. Some might even return after Jacob's dig and Christian's protection ended, hoping to find treasures Jacob's team missed. Just then, Hobert heard a stone door open behind him, which struck him as odd, as there was no stone door behind him. As he turned to investigate, his intuition stopped him. "Don't look. Looking will be fatal." Immediately, immense pressure and dread washed over him, sending shivers down his spine. "Close your eyes." But it was too late. Hobert saw cold, clear light flowing from behind him. The 2 mercenary team members opposite him widened their eyes, unable to react before collapsing. Hobert, unable to watch the others, quickly shut his eyes and sought cover, guided by memory. He stumbled twice into the wall in his haste, tearing his clothes, but this was no time to worry. The constant thud of bodies falling reminded him of the approaching danger. Some commoners, heeding Hobert's warning, closed their eyes. "What's happening? What's happening? Why has the breathing stopped around me?" Hobert yelled, "Close your eyes and run." Thud, thud. Hobert heard slow, heavy footsteps behind him. He quickened his pace, using the wall for guidance, hearing someone behind him shout, "Who's there? Who's there? Who's beside me? Why are you so furry?" A scream sent shivers down Hobert's spine. The subsequent sounds crashed against Hobert's nerves. "Help! It's right behind me. It's coming to get me. It's coming to get me." Then came the sounds of bodies falling, the voices fading. Extreme fear gripped Hobert's heart. Fortunately, his resistance to mental attacks had increased since becoming a barbarian. Despite his trembling hands and legs, he pressed on. With the last scream, all sound ceased, save for the slow, heavy thud, thud of footsteps. The footsteps were slow, as if the creature had trouble moving. Hobert, hurrying away, finally found turn. As he entered the next passage, the footsteps faded. Just as Hobert caught his breath, the thud, thud returned, clear as before, right in front of him. He was shocked. Did it have teleportation? Or was this an illusion, tempting him to open his eyes? Remembering Rex's warning, Hobert used psychological cue on himself. Open your eyes only after escaping. Then came the question of which way to go, forward or back. Logically, with the heavy footsteps ahead, he should turn back. But what if that was a trick? What if its goal was to make him turn around? Thud thud. Grew closer. Hobbert's breathing became heavy. He simply hid on the side of the underground passage, ready to react if it attacked. Thud. Just as Hobbert decided to wait and see, the sound stopped not far ahead. Hobbert's intuition told him it was standing there, motionless. What the F***CK? Hobbert cursed inwardly. What is this sealed artifact? This is inhumane. After a few seconds of eerie silence, Hobbert felt immense pressure from his spirituality. He couldn't hold out much longer. Hobbert's mind raced. The sealed artifact hadn't attacked him in all this time, suggesting it wasn't very alive. Hobbert realized that the other's cries of, "It's coming to get me," were likely illusions born of extreme fear. Keep moving forward, Hobbert resolved, touching the stone wall as he moved forward. Most people would turn back, but the risk of turning back was as great as going forward, while forward had only two outcomes, passing by or running into it. Back might offer escape, but it was more likely to lead to new, unknown dangers. So Hobbert chose forward, where the outcomes were known, and in the world of the extraordinary, the unknown often meant danger. He could feel a powerful presence right in front of him, watching him. Hobbert suddenly laughed, bolstering his courage. 1 step, 2 steps, safely passing the powerful presence, the unsettling gaze vanishing. Hobbert exhaled. Sure enough, as long as he kept his eyes closed, it wouldn't attack. As he thought this, Hobbert turned another corner, unconsciously quickening his pace. He hadn't gone far when he tripped over something. Strange, the passage was empty before. He bent down and touched it. Immediately, cold sweat poured down him. It was a skeleton. There was no skeleton in the passage before. Hobbert belatedly realized that he had turned a corner after passing the sealed artifact. How could he turn again so quickly? The only answer was that Hobbert had entered an open stone door. The only open stone door was likely in the room with the sealed artifact. Thinking this, Hobbert's legs turned to jelly. But misfortunes never come singly. Hobbert's intuition felt the gaze and pressure from behind again. The sealed artifact was turning back, returning to the stone chamber. Get out of here! With that thought, Hobbert got up and tried to avoid it. But as he stepped out, he tripped over something hard and fell forward. However, as a sequence 7, Hobbert twisted his body and immediately stood, avoiding the fall. But because of this turn, his hand left the wall, causing him to lose all sense of direction. Quickly moving to the right to find the wall again, Hobbert suddenly touched a layer of hard feathers. The moment Hobbert touched the feather, he felt a spiritual impact, as if he saw a towering, pale stone pillar. Just a stone pillar had brought such a huge impact to Hobbert's spirit. Hobbert quickly withdrew his hand, realizing that the owner of the feather was of a higher level than the unseen thing outside. But it seemed to be dormant, or rather, it seemed to be dead. So Hobbert touched it, and only his spirit was impacted, instead of turning into a pool of collapsed flesh and blood. But now is not the time to consider these things. Hobbert crouched down and reached in the opposite direction of the feather's owner. When he touched the skull on the ground again, Hobbert felt a sense of familiarity. Using the position of the skull, Hobbert found the stone wall again, and holding onto the wall, he hurried out. He brushed past the creature or sealed object that made the dull footsteps again. Before long, Hobbert heard the sound of the stone door closing behind him. The fear that lingered in his heart disappeared, and Hobbert almost collapsed to the ground. He struggled to walk forward step by step, and the sense of crisis from his spirituality gradually disappeared. For the sake of safety, Hobbert walked forward for another 10 minutes before confirming that he was out of danger. Slumping to the ground to rest, Hobbert felt like he had watched horror movies for a whole day. The fear even made him unwilling to recall the experience just now. Now he could open his eyes. In fact, he could have opened his eyes earlier, but for the sake of safety, Hobbert had kept his eyes tightly closed. Hobbert's eyes gradually adapted to the dark corridor. This was an unfamiliar place, but the underground structure was not complicated. Hobert estimated that he could find a familiar path after turning a few corners. Only then did Hobert belatedly realize why he hadn't used the teleportation statue just now. If he had held the teleportation statue in his hand, he could have had a general understanding of the surrounding things. But then Hobert thought that it was because the repressive force of the sealed object was too strong. Fear filled his entire mind, leaving him with no energy to think about these things. This was a real mental attack, or rather, a negative state. Fortunately, his ability to resist mental pressure was good. Ordinary people could easily collapse under such mental pressure. When the heart is full of fear, only one thought remains: run. Nothing else would be thought of. Hobert also thought that maybe his spirituality had prevented him from using the teleportation statue. Perhaps using this sealed object would bring disastrous consequences? After all, he had used the psychological spoon, which showed that although he was embarrassed at the time and eager to escape, he still had basic rationality. Thinking of the stone door that might have teleportation ability, or the sealed object with teleportation ability, Hobert increasingly felt that it should be his spirituality that prevented him from using the idea of the teleportation statue. As for the reason, Hobert certainly didn't know now, and could only temporarily ignore the problem. After resting for a while, Hobert felt much better and continued to get up and walk forward. As he expected, after turning 2 corners, he found the road he had taken when entering the underground structure. After walking for another 10 minutes, he returned to the noble courtyard in the ruins. There were still many people outside. They didn't know what had happened inside, and were still chatting and laughing while smoking. The 2 mercenary team members who stayed outside saw that Hobert's expression was not right, and quickly surrounded him and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Hobert found a stone pier to sit down on. "I'll talk about it later. Give me a cigarette." In the Common Era, he had a habit of smoking, but he stopped smoking after transmigrating. He had already planned to quit completely, but now he urgently needed a cigarette to calm down. After taking only 2 puffs, there was movement again at the entrance of the underground structure. Doofus took the lead and came out. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hobert sitting on the stone pier smoking. Jacob followed behind, his face paler than Doofus, his eyes were dull, and he was carrying a huge wild rabbit in his hand. The people behind Jacob looked like they had lost their souls one by one. At this time, someone asked, "Where are the others?" "They're all dead." Jacob trembled, but he still didn't let go of the wild rabbit in his hand. "They're all dead." "All dead? How did they die?" No matter how chaotic the surroundings were, Doofus's panicked expression quickly disappeared and became expressionless again. He was a little flustered just now because he was worried about Hobbert's safety. Seeing that Hobert was fine, he made an opening gesture on himself while saying, "That may be a grade 0 sealed artifact." Hobert opened his mouth, marveling at his good fortune to be able to walk around in front of this level of sealed item and still be alive and kicking. Praise. Who should he praise? While thinking wildly, Hobert felt something. He opened his spiritual vision and saw Doofus pulling a skeleton with a pair of wings out of that illusory door. The pair of wings was composed of dense, small bones, which looked quite artistic. The skeleton flew up and circled over everyone's heads. Hobbert's eyelids immediately became heavy. Doofus put one hand on Hobbert's shoulder, and the strong sleepiness disappeared. The people around were still asking, still questioning, and still panicking, falling down one after another. Hobbert opened his mouth, but still did not speak to stop him. A grade 0 sealed artifact was enough for Doofus to start a massacre. Rather than worrying about the people who fell down, Hobbert might as well worry about his own safety. Who knew if Doofus would simply kill him to silence him in order to embezzle the sealed artifact? At this time, Doofus explained coldly, "It's also unreasonable for them to all die. This flying spirit can rewrite everyone's memories in their dreams. Well, let me think it could be disguised as them having internal strife over wealth. So many people died." Hobbert, who was already considering whether to beg for mercy, breathed a sigh of relief, so he wouldn't have to die. Doofus began to get busy. He walked around in the noble courtyard and even the ruins. Before long, Corpses lined up and came out from underground. Hobbert, who was quietly watching the show, understood that Doofus's distance to control the corpses was limited. He walked around to appear directly above the corpses, so that those corpses were within his controllable range. The corpses that came out from underground included ordinary people and Beyonders. Each corpse held its own Beyonder characteristics. Doofus first manipulated the corpses to block the entrance to the underground, and then he borrowed the power of the underworld and did a seal in the field of mysticism. Unless a demigod comes to check it out in person, it is difficult to find this entrance, Doofus said confidently. And if the outside world doesn't know that there's a grade 0 sealed artifact here, it is impossible for a demigod to come to this excavated ruin when they have nothing to do. Then Doofus acted like a director, designing the standing positions of Jacob's team members, letting the corpses kill themselves again with sharp weapons, and cutting wounds on Jacob and others to disguise the traces of fighting. When everything was designed, the skeleton with wings appeared again and flew around in the sky above everyone. Everyone sat up one after another. There had just been a fierce firefight. They were too tired, so they lay on the ground to rest. Riding in the carriage back to Backlund, Hobert looked at the sun in the sky, feeling a sense of unreality about everything that had happened underground. Currently, he and Doofus are the only ones who know that there's a grade 0 sealed artifact inside, and it was not until now that Hobert was sure that Doofus had no intention of killing him to silence him. In addition to telling him to keep it secret, Doofus also said that he would tell Christian about the sealed artifact. This made Hobert speculate again about Christian and Doofus. What did they experience together to establish such a solid relationship? That's a grade 0 sealed artifact. With such a thing, it would be no problem to establish a mysterious organization with the inheritance of hundreds or thousands of years. Doofus can withstand such temptation. Hobert has thought about this question 3 times, but he still can't figure it out. However, he guessed that Doofus's actions were nothing more than based on 2 starting points. First, he has his own persistence, where he knows that his ability is limited and he cannot seal that sealed artifact. Second, he has higher ideals. Hobert is biased towards the former. Doofus has always looked like he is indifferent to fame and fortune. He didn't have much reaction when he got the 10,000-pound check just now. In addition, the fact proves that Doofus did not find a sealing method, and he has no confidence in sealing at present. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much effort on disguise. It would be better to just take the sealed artifact away. The second situation is not impossible, because Doofus has a higher ideal than a grade 0 sealed artifact, so he doesn't care about such external things at all. Hobert shook his head and stopped thinking about this issue. Then he thought of another thing. Should he tell Mr. Azac about this? Hobert is also greedy for that grade 0 sealed artifact, but he also knows that it will be difficult for him to take charge of this sealed artifact in the short term. Of course, the most important thing is that Hobert has something to ask of Mr. Azac. These days, when Hobert has free time, he has been planning the second bribe to the Fool. His plan is to take this opportunity to offer a blasphemy card to the Fool. In order to prevent Klein from failing to save Little Son in the future because he took the Black Emperor card or leading to the change of ownership of the Sefirah Castle. In Backlund, Hobert only knew about the Red Priest card in the hands of Medici and the others. When he first thought about this issue, Hobert just thought about it and gave up the plan. Because according to Hobbert's analysis, later Medici's evil spirit possessed Ince Zangwill, and she had not been able to completely control Ince. However, later Medici completely turned a gatekeeper into his own puppet. So Hobert probably guessed that at this time, Medici's evil spirit should have about sequence 4 strength. He, a sequence 7, is looking for death if he goes to a sequence 4 to extort the Red Priest card. Even if he can use the power of the Nation of Disorder to scare Medici, Hobert is also afraid of attracting George III again. He has brushed shoulders with this king twice, because he is only sequence 7, so he only brushed shoulders with him. If he uses the power of the Nation of Disorder too frequently in Backlund, it will attract the attention of George III sooner or later. So Hobert just thought about it and decided to give up. But after meeting Mr. Azac, Hobert had a new idea. He could ask Mr. Azac to hold Medici down, and he would search for the Red Priest card. Mr. Azac is not only higher in position than the current Medici, but he is also the nemesis of ghost-like creatures. It is estimated that the three of Medici would have trembling legs just seeing Azac. The only thing to be careful about may be to beware of Adam's gaze. After all, Adam rubbed Medici and the other three into an evil spirit. Later, during Insa's long journey to send 0-08 to Adam, Medici's evil spirit played a role in making it have to go to the southern continent to seek exorcism help. Maybe the current Medici is also in Adam's story. However, just taking a card from Medici's hand does not affect Adam's story, and Adam should not take action. After having this plan, Hobert was considering how to get Mr. Azac to help. Hobert even thought about directly telling Azac about his life experience. But how to package this information has become a problem again. After all, he is just a Sequence 7, and it is dangerous to know too much. Then the clue to this Grade 0 sealed artifact can be completely used as a reward for asking Azac to take action. It's just that this deal is a bit uneconomical. A Grade 0 sealed artifact is exchanged for a blasphemy card. Thinking of this, Hobert shook his head. No. He entered that stone room. If you think about it carefully, there are actually two sealed artifacts in that stone room. One is the owner of the feather, and the other is a sealed artifact that has a certain degree of activity and kills whoever looks at it. It is very likely that Doofus misjudged. Those are two Grade 1 sealed artifacts, or one Grade 0 and one Grade 1 sealed artifact, or a combination of one Grade 1 and a special existence. Hobert is more inclined to believe that there's a Grade 1 sealed artifact and a special existence in the stone room. That special existence of the death pathway may be very important to Azac, so it attracted Azac to appear around the ruins. You can negotiate with Azac that they both have the opportunity to choose the spoils obtained from this exploration. With Azac's character, you don't have to worry about him killing people to silence them. Hobert believes that as long as he participates in the action, he should be able to get one of the sealed artifacts. Having made up his mind, Hobert plans to go to Azac next week to start his plan to seize the blasphemy card. With these plans, Hobert looked at the sun in the sky again. He felt like he had a psychological shadow about the ancient ruins. At this time, he suddenly thought of the Harvest Church and Bishop Utravski. Although that church is not big, it gives people the feeling that it can not only smooth the wounds of the soul, but also relax the whole person's spirit. Hobert decided to visit Bishop Utravski when he has time recently. After all, he has not finished reading the Bible of Life. Back on Blanca Street, Hobert changed his clothes and lay on the bed, not wanting to get up. The long-term high mental tension today made him very tired. He fell asleep after lying down and had some messy dreams. After resting for a night, Hobert felt that his spirituality had been well restored and his mental state was very good. He then used his own way of praying to himself to send the beyonder characteristics of prisoner from the nation of disorder to the real world. It has been 2 or 3 weeks since he attended the mercenary club party. He plans to start turning the beyonder characteristics in his hand into cash today. After thinking for a long time, he decided to sell the beyonder characteristics of prisoner, lunatic, and werewolf in 3 times respectively. These beyonder characteristics came from Elliot's sacrifice before. At that time, he sacrificed a copy of the werewolf beyonder characteristics, and Hobert used the power of the nation of disorder to shatter this beyonder characteristics, so he had the above 3 main materials. It was still morning when he arrived at the mercenary club. Hobert first went to the information wall on the 3rd floor to take a look. No one has completed the task of finding the mastermind behind the thief that Simon Vincent released. Although Hobert has clues in his hand, he is not interested in this task. Hobert was not interested in any of the other tasks, so he asked the waiter to release the task of finding and capturing Hillman in the mercenary club. As for the task of finding Heyman, because he has clues in his hand, he plans to do it himself. Hobert had already prepared the detailed information about Hillman that he had obtained from the Nighthawks team. After giving the information to the waiter, Hobert went to look at other information on the information wall. Among the publicly available information, Hobert found a very valuable piece of information. He remembered that the first time he came to the mercenary club, he saw people forming teams to rob the Intis Republic of gold in its colonial plundered lands. Now, the sequel to this operation has arrived. Although many people died, they were very successful. However, even though they had exhausted all means, they could not take away all the gold there. After the Intis reinforcements arrived in the colony, more than 100,000 pounds of gold were protected by them. The Intis Republic knew that the location of their hidden gold had been exposed, and fearing that other forces would also covet it, they simply transported the batch of gold, along with a large amount of silver and gems, back to the Intis Republic. The wealth that the team of mercenaries had seized was enough for them to live the life of a wealthy man for the rest of their lives. So they simply sent people to monitor when the Intis Republic ship would set sail and which route it would take. They published this information, hoping that their colleagues would also have a chance to make a fortune. However, they also warned their colleagues not to take risks if they were not strong enough, because the escort for this batch of goods was a commodore of the Intis Republic, a very famous powerhouse in West Balam. Hobert estimated that the information the other party wanted to reveal was that he was a Sequence 5. At the same time, he believed that the other party was likely to possess at least a Grade 2 sealed artifact. This level of opponent was already difficult to deal with, and it would be even more difficult to deal with at sea. First of all, you had to have a ship, experienced sailors, and enough strong people in the action team. Hobert was about to look at the next piece of information when he suddenly thought that he could sell this news to the hangman. Of course, not to let the hangman rob this batch of gold, which would be like asking him to die. He could let the hangman resell this news, with the hangman earning an information fee and Hobert earning an information intermediary fee. So Hobert noted the details in this information before he started to look at the next piece of information. Looking at each item one by one, the other information was not very important to Hobert. Soon it was lunchtime. Hobert went to the restaurant for a meal and met an acquaintance in the restaurant, the masked man who gave Zio the task. It's just that he wasn't wearing a mask today. He was in his 30s, and his appearance looked very ordinary, the kind that would be difficult to find again if thrown into a crowd. After Hobert accompanied Zio to meet the masked man at Mr. A's party, he specifically inquired about it. The masked man was called Byron, but no one knew which department Byron was an officer in. They both came to participate in the party, and, at the same time, they didn't know anyone else, so the two of them chatted idly. After the party started, the two of them entered the underground theater together and sat together. The party here was still the same as before. First, there was the team formation session. Someone recruited teammates to rob the Intis Republic ship loaded with gold. Someone recruited teammates to explore a newly discovered deserted island. Someone recruited teammates to complete an assassination mission in the Fainapotter Kingdom. And someone recruited teammates to find the treasure of an ancient Beyonder family. Although many people were recruiting teammates, there were no major operations during this period. Then came the trading session, which started from the front row in order of selling or buying. Because there were no major operations recently, there was nothing good to sell. However, there were still Beyonder characteristic transactions. Hobert, who had participated in other Beyonder gatherings, realized at this time that only the Mercenary Club openly bought and sold Beyonder characteristics. In other gatherings, the transactions of Beyonder characteristics were generally carried out behind the scenes. Hobert only thought of this question today. Why is the transaction volume of Beyonder characteristics so large at the Mercenary Club's gatherings? Just when it was almost Hobert's turn, he took out the wooden box containing the main material of Prisoner in advance. Before he could shout, Byron next to him asked, "Are you selling an Beyonder characteristic again?" Hobert nodded. Anyway, he would have to shout it out in a while. There was nothing to hide. The other party didn't ask what path the Beyonder characteristic was from, and directly whispered, "I want it." Hobert was stunned before saying, "Prisoner, 290 pounds. I sold it for 300 pounds last time, then 300 pounds. After the party, we will trade in the lounge." Hobert nodded and put the wooden box away again. More than half an hour later, the party ended, and Hobert and Byron agreed to come to a small lounge. After Byron inspected the goods, he paid the money very happily. Hobert counted it again and confirmed that it was correct. Byron smiled and said, "If you have any Beyonder characteristics to sell in the future, you can contact me directly, especially when you're in a hurry for money. You can cash it out without waiting for the party." Hobert asked, "Don't ask about the origin of the Beyonder characteristics? Don't ask. Do you accept Beyonder characteristics from any path?" "I accept them all." Byron took out paper and pen and wrote an address. "If you have Beyonder characteristics to sell, send a letter to this address." The content of the letter is "The goods have arrived. After I receive the letter, I will come to the Mercenary Club for transaction at 9 to 10 o'clock the next morning. If I don't arrive at 10 o'clock, it means there is something temporary, and the transaction will be carried out at the same time the next day." Hobert put away the address and asked, "What do you do with these Beyonder characteristics after you collect them? Do you make them all into magical items? Used to preserve value. Used to plunder the gold of the southern continent." Byron smiled and said, "Beyonder characteristics are more valuable than gold. No matter whether the currency depreciates or not, it will not depreciate. At the same time, it also has strategic significance. For example, the Beyonder characteristics of the prisoner path, we will let the Rose School use a lot of gold every year to exchange for the Beyonder characteristics of related paths in our hands. Then we will continue to crack down on the Rose School, seize new Beyonder characteristics, and then let them exchange them with gold." Hobert didn't expect this kind of operation. "What if they don't exchange?" "Then increase the crackdown," Byron said, "until the main material of prisoner soars at this time. As long as we are a little cheaper than the market price, it will be snapped up by the local Beyonder people." Hobert finally knew why some evil Beyonder organizations are always very poor. When it comes to playing with people, you still have to look at the gentlemen of the Lone Kingdom. He asked again, "We also have to lose Beyonder people to crack down on the Rose School. How to make up for this loophole?" "This is the benefit of official Beyonder people," Byron said. "Most of the time, we can calmly recover the Beyonder characteristics." Hobert nodded. That is to say, he completely regarded the low-sequence military Beyonder people without backing and background as cannon fodder. The southern continent does not have small towns. Elliot brewed tea and brought it to the living room for the guests. These guests were all residents of a non-existent town, and they were all here to inquire about the recovery of Elliot's sister, Moira. In this town, every family has a crazy relative. Elliot told them about the greatness of the Creator, and at the end of his description, he said, "This is an opportunity to save the entire town and the entire family." However, he was met with silence from the guests, who all possessed some knowledge of mysticism and held a cautious attitude towards the Creator, whom they had never heard of. Elliot smiled and finished his tea. "It's noon, so I won't keep you for lunch." He was already used to this attitude, knowing that these family members were still watching. After seeing off the guests, Moira, who was cleaning up the teacups, said, "Little Elliot, Elder Calvin has already come to you twice. You can't stay at home anymore." "But," Elliot looked at his sister. I know. Moira smiled and said, "I know you want to stay at home and spend more time with me. I'm already well, and we'll have plenty of time to be together in the future. But the family's opportunity for external assignment is only this once." Elliot said, "If I go to the copper mine, I might not be able to come home for 2 or 3 months. Moira smiled and said, "Usually, I can tell the relatives about the greatness of the Creator at home. If I miss you, I can come and see you, my silly brother." Forsaken Land, City of Silver. Derrick, who had already passed the instructor's assessment, couldn't hide his joy. Starting tomorrow, he would begin patrolling in and around City of Silver. These places were all within the safe zone. During patrols, he wouldn't encounter overly powerful monsters. In fact, most of the monsters were ordinary monsters, and killing them wouldn't yield mystical materials. However, each patrol would earn Derrick a certain amount of merit. Merit could be exchanged for extraordinary materials, Beyonder potions, Beyonder weapons, sealed items, potion formulas for the giant and dragon pathways, and more. Food, daily necessities, and some mystical materials or unsequenced magic potion formulas could also be bought on the black market. Merit could be seen as City of Silver's legal currency. Derrick planned to accumulate some merit, first pay off Mr. Emperor's debt, and then buy a weapon from the black market. After passing the second round of assessment, he could go to patrol further places, earning more merit with each patrol, and even ask teammates for help to harvest some extraordinary materials. While planning for the future, Derrick returned to his room. Prepare for the gathering. Derrick heard that supreme voice in his ear. He took a deep breath, calmed his mood, and began counting heartbeats. However, Derrick still couldn't hide his excitement, and his heart beat too fast. This time, he counted over 1,000 beats before the gray mist covered his vision. Derrick reappeared in the giant palace. The new tarot gathering was about to begin. There's a new member. The others also looked at the new member. Justice Audrey greeted everyone as usual, but kept sizing up the new member in the black robe sitting at the lower seat. Hanged Man. Alger then began to guess the new member's identity. Was he from a special region, or did he possess special abilities? Emperor Hobert smiled and thought, Mr. Fool's all the count is online. Mr. Fool, Klein seemed calm, but was trying hard to adapt to the state of having two perspectives at once. After Audrey finished greeting, Klein leaned back in his chair and said, This is the new member, Mr. World. Hello. The very polite Audrey was the first to greet the new member. Alger and Derrick followed closely behind. When it came to Hobbert's turn, he greeted him and then smiled mischievously. You look familiar. A person from Lone? Have we met somewhere before? Audrey curiously sized up Mr. World, then turned her head to size up Mr. Emperor. Unless it was a new member developed by the Emperor, there would be a very small probability of meeting an acquaintance at the tarot gathering, right? Alger didn't react much. He guessed that this might be the Emperor trying to get information. Derrick was a little envious. How nice to be able to meet someone you know at the tarot gathering. Klein scratched his head behind the gray mist. It can't be such a coincidence that the person he randomly created looks so much like an acquaintance of the Emperor. He manipulated World to say to Emperor, You must have mistaken me for someone else. I don't remember meeting you anywhere. Although the gray mist covers your face, I recognized you at a glance. Hobbert continued, You don't have to pay back the money you owe me. So, you dare to acknowledge me now. At this time, Klein behind the gray mist had already used his spiritual vision to discover that Hobert was lying. He was immediately a little dumbfounded. What a sly dog. To joke with a new member like that. Aren't you afraid that the new member will quit the tarot gathering? Klein manipulated World to say, You really have mistaken me for someone else. It's over. It's over. The aloof persona has already collapsed. All right, you two, Audrey said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. Let's start the gathering. She had already understood that the Emperor was joking, but she didn't understand why the Emperor, who always seemed so serious, would suddenly joke with the new member. Perhaps they really knew each other? Ha! To encounter a creditor at such a secret tarot gathering. Mr. World is really unlucky. Alger couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, watching the new member being embarrassed. Derrick hesitated whether to advise Mr. World to pay back the money. After all, owing debts and not paying them back was still a very bad thing to do. At this time, the Fool said to Justice, The two candidates you suggested are still under consideration. I'll give you a simple task, which you will entrust to them in your name. This is part of the assessment. As soon as these words came out, the farce from just now was considered over. Audrey thought, it should be this strict. So, the Fool handed the task of finding Leonard to Audrey. Then, Alger once again offered 6 pages of diary to Mr. Fool. After Mr. Fool finished this week's reading time, he said to Justice, Miss Justice, you did a great job. You solved Bakerland in less than a week. Audrey raised her chin slightly, feeling a little proud. She quickly warned herself, Audrey, don't be proud. This matter was completed so smoothly thanks to Mr. Hobbert. At the same time, she saw the surprised expression of the hangman and World asking, Did you send someone to kill Bakerland? This made Audrey feel a burst of comfort in her heart. and she couldn't help but raise her chin again. As for the Emperor not being surprised, Audrey wasn't surprised by that. After her investigation, she felt she was close to identifying the Emperor's identity. The Emperor was also in Backlund, so he definitely knew about Bakerland's murder. Bakerland's matter had come to an end, which made Alger sigh at the growing power of the Tarot Club. An ambassador was killed just like that. Then the world used a hoarse voice to initiate a new transaction. I want to obtain the true rhizomes of the Miss Treant, at least 60 milliliters of the corresponding sap, as well as the medullary crystals of the Elven Spring and all the spinal fluid of the evil pattern Black Panther. Who can provide these, or have corresponding clues? What do you want me to exchange for them? Hobbert immediately realized the wonderful use of the alt account. If Mr. Fool were to seek these Sequence 7 materials, he would be suspected by the members of the Tarot Club. Using an alt account to seek them was reasonable. Hobbert thought that if the creator found it inconvenient to come forward in the future, he could also register an alt account. Hobbert had channels to obtain all these materials, but he didn't plan to participate in the transaction. In his opinion, reselling extraordinary materials was too slow to make money and involved certain risks, which wasn't worth it. Derrick indicated that he could obtain the true rhizomes and sap of the Miss Treant, and he hoped to get a weapon suitable for him. But I'll have to wait a while before I can get these materials, Derrick said. He needed to complete the second round of assessment before he could join the farther patrol team and encounter the Miss Treant. Audrey and Alger also agreed to help Mr. World look out for relevant clues. Then Alger said to the Emperor, "When I went ashore a few days ago, I heard a clue about a sealed artifact with traveling abilities. I'll help you inquire about it this week." Hobbert smiled. "Finally, there's news. If the transaction is completed, I'll pay you a commission." He said, "Also, I have information here that can be sold for a high price. You can also look for buyers at sea. How about we split the profits?" Alger was stunned. "I must confirm its value. A ship full of gold and jewels." Hobbert smiled. "To be honest, if I had the ability to travel now, I'd want to cooperate with you to rob this ship of treasure." "Such news is indeed very valuable," Alger said, "provided that not many people know about this news." Hobbert recalled the information. No one at sea should know about it yet, but it will be hard to say in a week or two because, as far as I know, some people have already started recruiting teammates in Backlund, preparing to make a big splash at sea. When this group of people goes to sea, I don't think it will be long before this news is no longer so secret. Alger considered it. "We can cooperate to sell this news, but the method of distributing the profits must be changed. I want 70% of the profits, because I will be taking a great risk." "All right then." Hobbert looked reluctant, but this was already higher than he had expected. He originally just wanted to earn a commission. Audrey joined the topic and asked, "Mr. Hangman, don't you plan to use this news to rob that ship of wealth? That's an adventure on the sea. It's exciting just thinking about it, but the premise is that those riches are some illegal income." Before Alger could say anything, Hobbert smiled. "Adventure isn't about courting death. As far as I know, there should be a Sequence 5 powerhouse escorting the ship, and he most likely possesses a Grade 2 sealed artifact." Audrey covered her mouth. "So strong?" "Yes. The riches on the ship are gold and jewels plundered by the Intis Republic from its colonies. If you have the ability, you can rob them to your heart's content. There is no such thing as illegal or illegal on the sea." Hobbert thought that if Audrey were to be the captain, she would have to consider whether it was legal or illegal to rob a loaf of bread, and the entire crew would probably starve to death. Alger asked, "What is the value of the riches on the ship?" "At least 100,000 pounds of gold." Hobbert said, "There are also a lot of silver and many jewels. The specific value is at least 200,000 pounds or more." Alger was somewhat surprised. No wonder there is a Sequence 5 powerhouse escorting it. Then he said, "Generally speaking, the sailing information of this kind of ship should be confidential." Hobbert smiled. "Just like I knew before that the Lone Kingdom didn't plan to retaliate against the Azac Empire, I happen to have a channel to know this news." Alger asked again, "What is the specific route, and when did it depart from which port?" "They plan to take the western route, and they departed from Caesarea port about 10 days ago. When Roselle opened up the New World, he found two relatively safe routes in the Berserk Sea. One was the western route through mid-seashore, and the other was the eastern route through Tiana Isle and the Rorstad Archipelago. There was also a route through the Gargas Archipelago and the White Whale Sea, which could also reach the southern continent, but it had a detour through the Sonia Sea, which was a longer voyage and was known as the Sonia Route, basically the exclusive route of the northernmost Fasin Empire. Alger roughly estimated where the other party's ship was. At least we have to sell this news to the 7 admirals. Oh no, one of the 6 admirals. Ordinary pirates won't go courting death. He paused and then said, "It's hard to say how much this news can sell for specifically, but I think this news can sell for at least 2,000 pounds. If the robbery process goes smoothly, you might even get double or double the reward." Hobbert nodded. "You decide on the specific operation." He then said to Audrey, "If it's convenient, please give me the 400 pounds you owe, and the hangman owes 1,400. Hobbert spread his hands. "You've also heard that I found a clue to a sealed artifact with travel abilities, and I need to raise funds as soon as possible." Audrey and Alger both agreed to clear their debts by offering sacrifices to Mr. Fool after the gathering. Derrick quickly said, "Sorry, Mr. Emperor, I just passed the assessment and have a way to earn merits. I may have to wait until the next gathering to pay you the previous reward." "It's okay, don't be too anxious." Hobbert smiled. "Congratulations, little son. Congratulations on passing the assessment." "Thank you." Derrick was very moved. Mr. Emperor was the third person to congratulate him. The first two were the instructor and a good friend. The instructor's congratulations were a bit perfunctory, and the friend's congratulations seemed a bit bitter. Only Mr. Emperor's congratulations were from the bottom of his heart. After collecting the debts, Hobbert said to the head of the long table, "Mr. Fool, I digested half of the potion by bribing you before. Please forgive my rashness. I hope to bribe you again." Alger had wanted to ask if the Emperor's bribe had been successful for a while, but he was afraid that Mr. Fool would think he was questioning his status, so he never dared to ask. Since it was successful, that means Mr. Fool is truly a god. Thinking of this, Alger shook his head and smiled wryly. Wasn't this obvious? Audrey smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Emperor. I didn't expect there to be a channel for quickly digesting potions." "Yes, I didn't expect the effect to be so good either," Hobbert said with a smile. Derrick was also happy for the Emperor. "The Emperor is really amazing. He knows so much." Klein deliberately made the world show a surprised expression to fit the persona of a new member. Then he used the image of the fool and said, "Currently, I don't need any sacrifices. The sacrifices I need are not something you can come into contact with at your level." Hobbert thought to himself, I'll sacrifice a main ingredient of a magician and see if you want it." He thought so in his heart, but said with a smile, "Mr. Fool, please forgive my offense. I may be able to collect something that you will be interested in soon. If that thing can impress you, I will sacrifice it to you to complete the bribery process. If not, I will continue to collect things that you might be interested in." Klein nodded. Okay. To be honest, he didn't even know what he wanted. It was just because he was afraid that the Emperor's sacrifice would be too low level and Mr. Fool would treat it as a treasure. So he said that the things he needed were not something the Emperor could come into contact with. Since the Emperor is so confident, he can take a look at what good things the Emperor can collect first and then decide whether to let him sacrifice to himself. Anyway, the final interpretation right is in the hands of the fool. Audrey smiled and said, "I'm really looking forward to it." She still remembered that last time when the Emperor bribed Mr. Fool, they heard a lot of advanced knowledge, which can be said to have broadened their horizons. Audrey was looking forward to the Emperor's second bribe, so that she, as a spectator, could gain a lot of new advanced knowledge. At this time, she recalled the Emperor's very useful magical item. "Mr. Emperor, may I ask where you bought that spectator pathway magical item? You know, I've been looking for clues about the psychology alchemists." Hobert said, "That was given to me by my elder." Klein and Alger were very envious. At the same time, they both thought in unison, The Emperor really comes from a Beyonder family. Klein also thought, and it is a Beyonder family with a certain foundation. Otherwise, such a high-quality product with such small negative effects could not be given to the younger generation so generously. Audrey asked again, "May I ask again, does your elder have any more spectator pathway magical items? You want to buy it?" Hobbert smiled and said, "There is no need. Take this psychological spoon as an example. You're already sequence 8 now. After you advance again, you will gain the Beyonder power of hypnosis. When you advance to sequence 6, you will have all the abilities of the psychological spoon. Finding clues about the psychology alchemists, you should be able to advance to sequence 7 soon. At that time, your own Beyonder abilities will highly overlap with the abilities of the psychological spoon. So, an important principle for purchasing magical items is to obtain abilities that you do not have now or in the future." After hearing what Hobert said, Audrey immediately understood this point. "I understand. Thank you for your reminder." Hobert smiled. "But if you need it, you can rent this psychological spoon again." He said, "It is impossible for businesses like renting magical items to appear in other gatherings. But the Tarot Club is different. With the witness of Mr. Fool, we don't have to worry about other members defaulting on renting our magical items." Everyone's eyes lit up. The Emperor is indeed very business-minded. However, Klein and Alger smiled helplessly. They didn't have any impressive magical items in their hands. The gathering entered the final information exchange session. After everyone spoke one by one, Klein ended this Tarot Club meeting. The Berserk Sea on the Blue Avenger. Alger returned to the captain's cabin. First recalled the information mentioned by the Emperor that could be sold for a high price, and then he sacrificed the 1,400 pounds of cash he gave to the Emperor to the Fool. Then he thought about who to sell this information to. He could contact 3 sea generals, of course, not directly with these 3 powerhouses, but he knew the people they had arranged on the Rorstad archipelago to collect information. He didn't plan to report to the Storm Church for the time being. That way, he could only accumulate certain merits and not get too many benefits. Because unless the Storm Church is desperately poor, they would rob the ships escorted by commodores of other countries, which is likely to trigger a series of diplomatic events, which would outweigh the gains for the higher-ups. In the end, he decided to sell this information to Hell Admiral Ludwell. First of all, Hell Admiral has the ability to plunder the Golden Ship, and secondly, Hell Admiral's liaison officer, Esther, knows that Alger has a background in the Storm Church. Of course, Esther doesn't know that Alger is a member of the Storm Church, but only thinks he is an outer member of the Storm Church. Alger deliberately revealed this information to Esther. At that time, Alger wanted to make a deal with Esther. Doing so would prevent Esther from backstabbing him. For the same reason, this transaction can also prevent Esther from backstabbing him. But even so, this transaction still has huge risks. But Alger also thought that even if this information could only be sold for 2,000 pounds, it could greatly alleviate his current financial pressure. Alger, who was preparing to advance secretly, had a common problem with other wild Beyonders: no money. After hesitating for more than half a minute, Alger made up his mind. Do it. Even if Esther wants to go back on his word, I have the sapphire staff, so it's easy to escape from him. So Alger removed the sundries on the table and replanned the route on the sea chart. The Forsaken Land of the Gods, City of Silver. Derrick returned to his room and stayed for a while. I still owe Mr. Emperor a debt. The main material for my Prayer of Light has not yet been settled, and now I have promised Mr. World to help him obtain the real roots and sap of the Mist Tree Man. Merits are not enough at all. No, I have to think of other ways, Derrick thought. I heard that helping to make daily necessities in the workshop can also get some merits. I can go there and see. Derrick felt that he had to take action immediately. He thought, I didn't expect that being in debt could make me so motivated. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, Derrick, who was originally planning to rest for an afternoon, tidied up his clothes and went out again. Backlund, 192 Blanca Street. Hobbert obtained a total of 1,800 pounds of debt from Alger and Audrey through the method of obtaining a gift. In addition to the prisoner beyonder characteristics that he had just dealt with yesterday, Hobbert's total savings are now close to £7,000. Hobbert deposited another £2,000 in the bank, so he still has close to £200 in cash, as well as income from the Nighthawks and law firms, which is enough for his daily expenses. Then, according to the previous plan, Hobbert went to the Harvest Church to visit Bishop Utravski. Rose Street, the Harvest Church remains as it was, with candles lit and the tall, imposing bishop sitting in the front row. Otherwise, there were few worshippers. Upon entering the church, Hobbert smiled and said, "Father, yesterday I suddenly remembered that I hadn't finished reading the Holy Book of Life, and I just experienced something very terrible and wanted to find a place to unburden my heart. So I thought of this place and came here. The Great Earth Mother will not reject anyone in need of help," Bishop Utravski said in a calm tone. "Come." He pushed the Holy Book of Life in front of Hobbert. Hobbert sat next to Utravski and buried his head in reading. The church returned to silence, and everything seemed very harmonious. Unconsciously, Hobbert read for more than an hour, and he felt the fear remaining in his spiritual body was disappearing little by little. This made him think that the Bible in the Orthodox Church, which seems to describe stories about gods and saints, should have the effect of making the spirit and spiritual body more peaceful. There should be some occult operations in it, just like spiritual realm anecdotes. Even chapters written in loan language can make people feel uneasy. Just as Hobbert was about to discuss the contents of the Holy Book of Life with Utravski, the wall next to the two suddenly became illusory. Then a handsome young man in his late 20s walked out of the illusion. He had black hair and red eyes, and his hair was combed back diagonally, with a bit of dashingness in his seriousness. Hobbert was stunned. "Isn't this the vampire Emlyn White?" Then he almost laughed, never expecting to witness Emlyn's arrest. Emlyn was also a little dazed when he saw Utravski and Hobbert, and then he smiled politely. "Sorry, I got lost and came to the wrong place." Hobbert smiled and said, No, we didn't come to the wrong place. It must be the Earth Mother who brought you to us." Emlyn also recognized Hobbert. "I remember you. You were—" Then he realized, "What Earth Mother?" Hobbert pointed to the emblem of life in the church. Emlyn was shocked when he saw the emblem and turned to leave. Utravski got up and stopped Emlyn. "Your coming here must be the guidance of the Earth Mother. Praise the Mother. Believe in the Mother. Go to your great—" Emlyn originally wanted to say, "Go to your Earth Mother," but when he saw Utravski's instantly terrifying face, he immediately changed his words. Great big head." Hobbert watched the show with his arms folded. What a sensible vampire. Emlyn was agile and wanted to bypass Utravski to leave the church. But Utravski had already swung his iron fan-like palm, which was accurate and ruthless, hitting Emlyn's face directly and knocking him to the ground. Emlyn sat on the ground for a full 2 seconds. Hobbert believed that he was completely stunned. Vampires have always been known for their agility and strong self-healing abilities. Emlyn may have received this kind of iron fan-like slap for the first time in his life. After the young vampire reacted, he immediately transformed into a group of bats emitting black mist, flying over Utravski's head. Utravski then exuded the light of dawn, grabbed 2 bats, and the black mist on the bats disappeared, and the shape of the bats turned into ankles. The giant bishop grabbed the ankles, swung them up, and slammed the group of bats to the ground. The bats turned back into Emlyn the moment they touched the ground. This time, Emlyn hit the ground solidly. Even if he wasn't knocked unconscious, he was completely stunned. Utravski pinched the back of Emlyn's neck, like carrying a chick, and took Emlyn to the backyard of the church. Emlyn reacted when he was about to leave the church and shouted at Hobbert, "If you can save me, I will repay you handsomely." Hobbert smiled and said, "Sorry, I can't beat this priest." In Emlyn's unwilling shouts, he was locked in the dungeon. Utravski returned and explained, "It is the responsibility of every bishop to convert these vampires." Hobbert smiled and said, "I know." He got up to say goodbye. "Thank you, the Holy Book of Life, for letting me unburden my heart. It's getting late. I have to leave." Utravski said, It is the Great Mother who makes your heart peaceful, of course, provided that you are willing to open your heart to the Earth Mother. Hobbert smiled, just picked up his cane, and then seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, by the way, a gentleman has come to Backlund who can solve your troubles. I think the Earth Mother will definitely guide him here. Of course, I will also play a negligible role in this. He didn't plan to do anything, because even if he didn't do anything, Klein would come by himself after a while. Praise the Mother, Utravski said, and thank you for your help. You may be followed when you go back, but as long as you act normal enough, you won't arouse the other party's vigilance. Hobbert was stunned. Who would follow me? The companions of those we killed before, Utravski said. They have been watching the church recently, as if they have discovered something. Hobbert recalled the person in charge of the Tamara family in Backlund that he had seen on Nicola Street before. There was also a strange old man beside him at the time, and the fat man with long hair looked very respectful to the old man. Hobbert guessed that the old man might have been sent by the Tamara family to investigate the annihilation of the previous team. Thank you for your reminder, Hobbert said, and then he thought that the other party might have found some clues, but they must not have found him yet, so he had to act like nothing had happened. If he is promoted to Sequence 6 in the near future, he can also organize people for a counterkill. After leaving the church, Hobbert radiated his spirituality, but did not notice that he was being watched. He got into a rental carriage and still didn't notice being followed. But Hobbert believed Utravski's judgment that the other party might have used some magical item or sealed artifact to conceal their malice. In the carriage, Hobbert diverged his thoughts, wondering what kind of clues the other party would get. It is estimated that after careful investigation of dreams or psychological aspects, they sorted out all the strangers who came to Rose Street on the afternoon when the judge and his team had an accident. Then they will be able to find clues by tracking and investigating these strangers. Hobbert realized that he was just one of the strangers at the time, and he would be followed, but he would not attract too much attention. All the way back to Blanca Street, Hobbert did not feel that he was being followed. He returned to his bedroom, prayed to himself, and then entered the Nation of Disorder and used true vision to observe his surroundings. Sure enough, he found 3 or 4 young people staring at the gate of number 192 on the street. After Hobbert became a Sequence 7, the true vision of the Nation of Disorder could extend beyond a dozen meters. He had thought before that such a wide field of vision would be very useful for counter-surveillance. Hobbert sat on the Iron Throne, remembering the faces of those young people. To escape the surveillance of a Sequence 7's spiritual alertness, they must have used magical items or some mystical method. Then he began to think about how to deal with the opponent's surveillance. He estimated that the other party would continue to monitor him for a few days, and, since so many people had come, should he take the initiative to counterattack? After thinking about it, Hobbert dismissed the idea. If the other party didn't focus their main surveillance on him, he would have to ask people everywhere to complete the counterattack. Hobbert estimated that his ranking for selecting spoils would be difficult to be at the top. The key is that it would be tantamount to admitting it without being forced to. If he wasn't in danger, it would be better to wait until he became a Sequence 6, put on a mask, and launch a counterattack. This could divert the opponent's attention and also harvest some spoils. Having made up his mind, Hobbert prepared to pay attention to the situation outside tonight. If the other party didn't launch any action, it would mean that they only listed him as an ordinary surveillance target. If the other party launched any action, then he wouldn't panic either and could use the Creator to repel them. With the Black Emperor card, Hobbert had many more options in the Nation of Disorder. Even if he couldn't cause much damage to the opponent, he could scare them away. After observing the surrounding situation, Hobbert left the Nation of Disorder and came to the first floor. At this time, Furs had returned and was cooking in the kitchen. Hobbert rolled up his sleeves to help. Today, Furs was preparing a seafood soup and a stewed mutton. With the 10 pounds of meal expenses provided by the sheriff who kicked the door before, Hobbert and their diet had improved a lot. They had meat almost every meal and could eat seafood every day. Hobbert helped cook the seafood and peel it for Furs to use. Furs was marinating the mutton. While she was cutting a piece of fresh mutton into small pieces, she hesitated and said, "Hobert, I have something I need your help with, but please don't tell Zio." Hobert nodded. "Speak." I have felt the connection between potion, spirit, and spiritual body through this period of apprenticeship in the back kitchen, and I am already a trick master. According to my previous idea, I shouldn't hear the whispers of the blood moon anymore. Now Furs completely trusted Hobert and would no longer use a friend of mine to describe what happened to her. She said, "But what I didn't expect is that whenever the blood moon appears, I can still hear that maddening whisper, and it's getting worse and worse recently. To be honest, I don't know if I can survive the next blood moon." Hobert considered it. He now had the ability to temporarily alleviate these symptoms for Furs with the Nation of Disorder. But in that case, Furs might miss the opportunity to join the Tarot Club. Of course, he could also alleviate the symptoms for Furs first, and then recommend Furs to Mr. Fool in the future. But if that were the case, it would feel a bit extraneous. After considering it for a few seconds, Hobert decided to follow the original trajectory. "Do you remember what I said before, that your encounter actually contains an opportunity to change your destiny?" The main reason was that the Nation of Disorder could not pull people in like the Sefirah castle. It could only reduce Furs' symptoms, but it could not completely isolate Mr. Door's voice like the Sefirah castle. Furs recalled slightly and nodded. "I didn't just say that casually, but I know what the Abraham family's curse represents. Let me tell you more clearly." Hobert said, "The whispers you hear in your ear are from a high sequence of your pathway, a stronger powerhouse than ordinary high sequence. Some hidden existences, such as those interested in that powerhouse, would be very happy to study those whispers. In this process, you can be rescued and also get the opportunity to improve yourself." Hobert smiled and said, "Frankly speaking, I can help you alleviate the symptoms, but that might make you miss a huge opportunity." Furs stopped grabbing the wrong mutton. "Hidden existence, then I... "Don't worry," Hobert comforted. "Hidden existences are not completely equated with evil gods. I also know that there's a hidden existence who likes to help out-of-control Beyonders regain their sanity. But this doesn't mean you can easily trust some hidden existences. I'm just saying that some hidden existences don't represent evil gods. For example, those that have been verified, or those whose honorific names have been recited once without causing disaster or madness." Furs first thought of the honorific name of the Fool that she saw in a book from Viscount Glaint. Zio had recited it once, and was still alive and kicking. Hobert said, "Sometimes it's okay to be bolder with the object of your request for help, but at the same time, you still have to ensure sufficient vigilance in this regard. Well, I will also pay close attention to your situation during the blood moon. If you really need help, I will take action." With Hobert's guarantee, Furs breathed a long sigh of relief. She decided to go back and look for the honorific name of the Fool and use it when she couldn't hold on anymore. As soon as the two of them finished this topic, Zio came in from outside, smiling. "The masked man's mission is finally over. Today I must have a big meal and a glass of wine to celebrate." Furs glanced at her friend. "Having a big meal is no problem, but you can't drink." Hobert was stunned. Why? She once drank alcohol in a bar, and as a result, she advised the drunkards to quit drinking one by one, those who were unwilling to quit. Zio quickly interrupted her friend. "Haha, okay, then I won't drink." At night, Hobert got up to monitor the outside twice. In the second half of the night, all the young people monitoring outside left, and they didn't appear one after another until the morning. It can be seen that the Tamara family has not regarded Hobert as the main target for the time being. Southern continent, Siberian, in the mountainous area of the middle reaches of the Hodis River. Elliot's carriage was traveling on a somewhat muddy mountain road. Some sections of the road were very steep, with the rushing Hodis River on one side and steep mountains on the other. The road was very narrow, only allowing one carriage to pass. Many times, Elliot's carriage had to give way to carriages loaded with copper or in spacious places. The things these carriages were carrying were too heavy, and the brakes didn't have much effect at all. It was normal for 1 or 2 coachmen to die every month. But whenever the mine went outside to recruit coachmen, these Sefirah people would still sharpen their heads and enter the copper mine to work, because there were not many ways to earn a salary in Sefirah. In the night, Elliot finally arrived at the few wooden houses built by the copper mine. This place has been taken over by the Balk family, and Elliot, as the director of the copper mine, was actually a bit late. Moreover, there was a sequence 6 among the people who came in the early stage, and everyone had long had a lot of opinions about this Master Elliot. Although the few Beyonders sent by the Balk family had some opinions about the late Elliot, they were outwardly very welcoming to Elliot. After a welcome banquet that evening, the next morning, the family members who had arrived earlier took Elliot to visit the copper mine. The Azac Empire's colonists had been mining this copper mine for 7 or 8 years, and the residential facilities were relatively complete. There were places for managers like Elliot to live, places for local foremen and coachmen to live, and shacks for slaves and horses. While visiting, the group chatted, and Elliot found that these family members had vaguely gathered around the Sequence 6 Zachary, showing enthusiasm but not much respect for Elliot, the actual leader. Elliot certainly knew that he had the opportunity to get this position because he was a loyal believer of the Creator in the family's other copper mine and a forest farm. Both were managed by a Sequence 6. Elliot was only a Sequence 7, and so far, he had not made any significant contributions to the family. I have to find a chance to regain power, Elliot thought. After visiting the residents and carriages, the group arrived at the entrance of the copper mine. Elliot saw at the entrance of the mine, there was an old-looking steam engine, seemingly struggling to turn the reel and working hard, each movement making a chee-chee-chee sound. On the other side of the steam engine, hundreds of slaves were squatting there, and local foremen with brown skin were patrolling back and forth with whips, maintaining the order of the slaves. When the foremen saw Elliot and others, they immediately showed flattering smiles. Elliot asked, "Are these slaves waiting for their shift?" "No," Zachary replied. "There was a small-scale water inrush in the mine yesterday. Before the pump drains the water from the mine, it's useless for them to go down." Another Beyonder following behind said, "This pump was left by the Azac people. It is said that when it was transported here, it was an old guy that had been used for more than 20 years. The piston often leaks. It is estimated that it will take another day and night to pump." Another Beyonder said to Elliot, "Mine manager, can you apply to the council to replace it with a new pump?" Others also said, "Yes, if it is a new pump, it is estimated that the dozen or so slaves would not have drowned yesterday. Now slaves are getting more and more expensive. These are all costs on the copper mine. It is best to buy a pump produced in Lynn. I heard in Crowlier City that the quality of Lewin pumps is the best. I've also heard that if there's a Lewin pump, the output of the copper mine will be at least doubled." Elliot nodded. "I'll think of a way." How could he not hear that they were giving him a problem? Zachary then smoothed things over. "You guys give up on this idea. I've also heard of Lewin pumps, but they're all hot commodities in their colonies, and you can't buy them anywhere else in the southern continent. Even if you want to buy it, you have to go through the Azac Empire, and I don't know how much the premium will be." Everyone looked at Elliot with a smile. Elliot didn't say anything, just watched the steam engine running, as if to avoid embarrassment. The Hobbert team was busier than previously imagined. Now they have to hold court twice a day on average, and the 4 of them simply can't handle it. So Hobert asked Barton for 2 more people in an office. Tuesday was another busy day. He was originally going to send a letter to Mr. Azac this afternoon, but because of the arrival of the newcomers, it was necessary to redefine the scope of work. Hobert really couldn't get away, so he had to wait until tomorrow. Close to getting off work, Hobert heard the prayers from the nation of disorder. Needless to say, it must be Elliot. Other people who know the name of Creator generally do not pray to the Creator. Coming to the washroom, Hobert entered the nation of disorder, and sure enough, Elliot was praying. Spreading his spirituality to the star representing Elliot, he immediately heard Elliot's voice. "Great Creator, I am making a daily report to you. I was arranged by the council to manage a copper mine." After briefly talking about the situation of the copper mine, he finally said, "There's a small matter that needs to beg for your help. The facilities here are too dilapidated. especially the pump is so old that it is out of shape. I wonder if there are any relevant channels among your devotees to buy a pump produced in the kingdom of Lewin. In Eliot's cognition, a big man like Creator would of course have many devotees. Hobbert, sitting on the Iron Throne, had the urge to cover his face. "Friend, my devotees is you." Hobbert also thought that he really had a channel for the pump. Didn't Mr. Digos make the most advanced pump in the world? However, the Creator certainly couldn't be interested in such a trivial matter. He didn't reply to Eliot immediately, but after get off work, he returned to the rental house on Blanca Street, and he prayed to himself, "Respected Creator, I have a channel to buy Lewin pumps, and it is the most advanced centrifugal pump. The price of one is about 1,200 pounds, about 320 ounces of gold. 320 ounces is about 9 kilograms. Then Hobbert entered the nation of disorder, put a mosaic on the picture of his prayer, and threw it into Eliot's star. This is a kind of use of small account. Mr. Fool said it is good. Eliot was having dinner when suddenly the Creator on the Iron Throne appeared in his mind first. The Creator was more majestic and oppressive than before. It was like the description of the Black Emperor in the family records. While being oppressed and unable to breathe, Eliot was also a little excited. The great Creator has become more powerful. Then he saw a man whose appearance and figure could not be seen praying, "Great Creator, I have." After the picture ended, the scene in Eliot's mind disappeared, and he saw the dining table in front of him, as well as other members of the family. Eliot's first thought was, Creator really has other devotees. 320 ounces of gold is not expensive for Eliot, because they are usually gold or in the copper mine. It is not easy for them to get 1,200 pounds of Lewin currency. Maybe 1,000 ounces of gold may not be able to exchange for 1,200 pounds of paper money. But gold is just inventory piled up in the warehouse for them. Eliot looked at the people on the dining table and smiled. "I'll let you see the power of the great Creator. Such a large transaction must be reported to the top." Eliot was summoned by the patriarch when he left non-existent town. The way to report to the top is to pray to the patriarch. After the night was quiet, Eliot prepared a simple altar in his own room, and then recited the honorable name, the mentor of authority and chaos, the protector of the Balk family, the ruler of the Hodis River Basin, the embodiment of distortion, the great Lawrence Balk. Eliot burned the relevant occult herbs to establish a channel to the object of prayer. The flame of the candle suddenly became huge, and Eliot saw a tall figure in the fire. He bowed humbly and said, "Respectable Patriarch, I have reached the Hodis copper mine. Although it is operating normally, the equipment used is very old. May I use the channel of the Creator devotee to purchase a latest-style water pump produced by the Lone Kingdom?" The tall figure in the candlelight seemed to be thinking. After a few seconds, Patriarch Lawrence said, "Buy two. Tomorrow you will build an altar and use extraordinary materials to establish a channel with me. I will give you a sealed artifact, and you will take this opportunity to complete the second round of bribery." Eliot bowed again. "Thank you for your concern." On Wednesday afternoon, Hobbert finally had time to visit Mr. Digos on Niccolo Street. This time, Mr. Digos took Hobbert to visit the crane. Hobbert did not expect that the tall crane on the dock existed in this era. Although it was not as flexible as Hobbert remembered, it could lift about 10 tons of cargo at a time, which greatly saved manpower and improved efficiency. When Hobbert was about to leave, he said his purpose. "A friend of mine wants to buy 2 new-style water pumps. I just thought that I know a steam tycoon, so I came to consult for my friend." Digos smiled and said, "It's a good thing to introduce business to me, but the other party must have a registered company in the Lone Kingdom. Don't worry, I can give him the price of a general distributor." "Okay, I will tell him." Hobbert asked again, "Will it be very troublesome to ship to other countries?" "Of course it's very troublesome. It costs a lot of money to get customs clearance, and the tax rate is very high." Digos asked, "Is your friend a foreign businessman?" "No, I'm just curious, so I asked." Hobbert smiled. "What model of water pump does he need?" "Just the one we saw that day, the one that is about the size of a locomotive, which can be used in mines. Digos nodded. SL-550, there are still parts in the warehouse, and it can be produced immediately after the order is placed. Hobbert said, "Okay, I will tell my friend." In the carriage of the taxi on the way back, Hobbert was a little embarrassed. It would be very difficult to transport it abroad, and it would be even more difficult to transport it to the southern continent. It seems that I have to use Creator Express to help transport it. Hobbert smiled in his heart. The members of the Tarot Club only know that Fool Express is easy to use, but they don't know that there is also Creator Express in this world. Hobbert's only worry is that the gap in his sacrificial gate is too small to grab a locomotive-sized water pump. A large water pump must weigh at least several tons. It is still unknown whether the Creator can grab such a large weight of objects that do not contain Beyonder materials. Hobbert decided to do an experiment first, find a heavy object to grab and try, and then think of other methods if it doesn't work. But I have to find a way to drive away the people who are tailing from the Tamara family. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble if they see the image of the Creator. Soon Hobert had an idea. Tomorrow he can go to the steam church to seek the help of Machinery Hive Mind, so that the Tamara family will not dare to follow him recently. The reason for asking Machinery Hive Mind for help instead of the more familiar Nighthawks is because Nighthawks did participate in the previous actions against the Tamara family. If Hobert has contact with the Nighthawks, he can also scare the other party away, but it is likely to make the other party pay more attention to him. But what Hobert didn't expect was that plans could not keep up with changes. That night, Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder to routinely observe the situation outside, but found that the four people outside were fighting. But it can be seen that they all seemed to have concerns, and they did not fight each other, but rather seemed to be testing each other. Could it be that someone bought a dinner that didn't suit everyone's taste, so they fought? Hobert shook his head with a smile, and then he realized that he might have made a preconceived mistake. The four people outside were not in the same group. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Last night he thought that if the Tamara family sent four people to monitor him, it should be a prelude to some action against him. Otherwise, they would not send four people just to tail him. If these four people are two groups, or even three groups, it makes sense. They are all routinely tailing. As for who sent the other tailing people, Hobert also had some guesses. The Fanapotter ambassador or Arnold's people. When he accidentally killed the Fanapotter spy before, Hobert guessed that they might send someone to tail him. So he asked Zio and Furs to continue living on Blanca Street for a while. Recently, Hobert and the other two have been paying attention to the situation on the street, but they have not noticed anyone tailing them. Now that I think about it, the other party must have used some method to deceive the spirituality of the three of them, so that they did not notice anyone tailing them. Then Hobert realized that this was an opportunity to get rid of all the eyes. He quickly returned to the Nation of Disorder, first opened the window and looked at it. They were all hiding in the dark, and they did not make too much noise during the fight, so they could not see or hear their fight from upstairs. Hobert jumped down from upstairs and walked quickly to the opposite alley according to the position seen in the true sight. The four people who were testing each other in the alley noticed this change. They separated into two groups with great tacit understanding, backed against different walls, and were ready to leave at any time. Hobert said, "I don't know where you Beyonders came from, but you are so stupid that people can't stand it. This is Backlund. If you have any conflicts, go to the suburbs to solve them. Don't cause trouble for others." The four were stunned. "Don't get out of here." Hobert said, "I'm telling you, I know Captain of Cancer of the Machinery Hive Mind. Be careful, I report you." The four seemed to have discussed it, and stood there for a full 1 or 2 seconds before walking quickly out of the alley and leaving in two different directions. Hobert pursed his lips and smiled, saying to himself, "One of my words just now was right. These four people are indeed very stupid." Among the four people who left, two of them repeatedly confirmed that they were not being followed before entering a residential house on Rose Street. In the living room of the house, a middle-aged man in his 30s asked, "Why did you come back so early today?" "Some accidents happened," one of the young men who was tailing said, "but I think I can basically rule out the lawyer's suspicion." That middle-aged man in his 30s had a pair of large ears, which looked a bit comical. He was a young man whom the Tamara family had focused on cultivating in recent decades, and he was already a Sequence 5 at just over 30 years old. His name was Bennett Tamara, and he was also the person in charge of a secret investigation into the disappearance of the entire team in Backlund. The two subordinates who were tailing spoke one after another, recounting their experiences just now. In fact, they had discovered yesterday that someone seemed to be watching them. Tonight, they finally confirmed it. Their first reaction was that this was a helper brought by Hobert, and they had been exposed. But what happened next completely changed their view. Bennett asked, "That lawyer said he wanted to report you?" "Yes," one subordinate said. "In other words, the other two people were also tailing us." "That's what we think." Bennett pinched his chin and thought, "Who could have sent them?" "We checked yesterday. That lawyer is a well-known lawyer who has just offended many dignitaries." "Could it be someone they sent?" "That's possible." Bennett then said, "Are you sure he said he was going to report you to Machinery Hive Mind rather than Nighthawks?" "Sure," Bennett said. "It seems we can rule him out. Since he is a well-known lawyer, he will be watched by many eyes, making it difficult to carry out some actions secretly." Most importantly, Bennett analyzed that the Nighthawks must have also participated in the operation to destroy the Tamara family team. So the suspect they were looking for must have a close connection with the Nighthawks. However, out of caution, Bennett still instructed, "Take some time to investigate the lawyer's beliefs." But this investigation was not important, and he added, "Today we discovered another stranger who appeared on Rose Street on the day of the incident. Follow him tomorrow." The other two people who were tailing took a carriage to the West Borough. The experienced coachman circled around a building several times, and after confirming that no one was following them, he sent the two into a luxurious villa. The owner of the villa was a Backlund merchant who often did business in the Fainapotter Kingdom. Because he often relied on the Fainapotter government, he would often provide some convenience to the people of the Fainapotter embassy under the communication of his business partners in the Fainapotter Kingdom. Today, the Fainapotter ambassador happened to be a guest at the villa, so he personally listened to the reports of the two subordinates in a reception room. After listening to the course of events, Ambassador Tim said, "I see. You don't need to follow Hobbert anymore." According to the clues Tim had previously obtained, Hobbert was a member of the mercenary club and had access to bounty channels for two cultists. And for a long time recently, Hobbert had not shown any abnormalities, and it could be completely determined that he did not know that the third person who died in the textile factory at that time was a Fainapotter merchant, or rather, an intelligence officer. However, after Ambassador Tim returned to the banquet, he suddenly thought that a detail was very wrong. According to the intelligence, Hobbert seemed to be closer to the Nighthawks, but why would he go to the mechanical hive mind to report them? Also, as a wild Beyonder, shouldn't he try to avoid being affected by the battles of other Beyonders? Why did he take the initiative to come forward? Ambassador Tim realized that this matter could not be concluded, and he had to find an opportunity to test this young lawyer. "Ambassador," the villa owner's words brought Tim back to his senses. Should we enjoy some violin or piano pieces?" the villa owner asked politely. Tim smiled and stood up and said, "It is a pleasant thing to digest the food in your stomach with music. The ambassador's taste always leaves us far behind." Hobbert overlooked one thing. Although the four people who were tailing him were very stupid, the people behind them were all shrewd. His seemingly very wise move, so far it actually left some flaws. However, neither Bennett nor Tim took a Sequence 7 too seriously, so they did not pay too much attention to this matter after they had some doubts. Anyway, Hobbert is still very safe now. After using True Sight to confirm that no one was tailing him, Hobbert immediately took a carriage to the freight train station in the suburbs. Watching the coachman drive the carriage away, Hobbert climbed into the train station. Grav was a guard at the freight train station. The freight train station stopped operating to the public after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, there would still be trains departing or arriving, but no more business would be accepted. There were several large cargo warehouses in the train station, as well as many tracks and idle or spare trains and carriages. The entire train station was very large. In order to prevent some thief from sneaking in at night, in addition to the fixed guards at the cargo warehouses, there would also be guards like Grav who would patrol around the train station every hour at night. Grav smoked a seemingly old pipe, carried an oil lamp, and tightened his obviously ill-fitting coat. The nights in Backlund in late autumn were already a bit cold, especially in the second half of the night when it was foggy. After a patrol, his hair would be full of dew. If he didn't wipe it off quickly, he would easily get sick. Today, he patrolled as usual, following his usual route. Suddenly, Grav saw a light in front of him. He knocked the ash off his pipe on a nearby carriage. "You little brats, don't let me catch you." Many homeless children would climb into the carriages of the train station to spend the night in order to avoid the police and the cold. Generally, Grav would turn a blind eye, but if someone was making a fire in the carriage, he would have to stop them. Whoa. Grav had just taken 2 steps forward when suddenly an evil wind blew through the air. The lamp in his hand was almost blown away, and the surrounding carriages were also blown, making a creaking sound. "That's really weird," Grav said. He hesitated whether to continue forward. Whoa. Another gust of evil wind blew from the front. While Grav tightened his coat, he saw a discarded small train head slowly rising in the midst of the gale. Grav opened his mouth wide, thinking he had seen it wrong. He rubbed his eyes and raised his lamp. The small train head had risen to more than one person's height, but it suddenly stopped there, as if it couldn't fly up, and slowly fell again. Whoa. Another gust of wind, and the small train head slowly rose again, this time rising even higher, until it stopped at about 30 feet, more than 9 meters, and then slowly fell again. At this time, Grav seemed to realize something. He raised his lamp and looked into the air. He couldn't see anything in the dark night sky, but he always felt that something terrifying was lying in the air. That terrifying thing, it seemed to want to devour the small train head in front of him. Suddenly, the oppressive feeling disappeared, and the firelight in front also disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The small train head lay there quietly, and the surrounding carriages remained motionless. Grav stood there until his legs were stiff before muttering, "That's really evil." Saying this, he backed away, not daring to turn his back to the small train head. He didn't dare to come out to patrol again tonight. The next day, rumors of hauntings spread from the freight train station in the suburbs. Late at night, Hobbert, after exiting the train station, walked 2 or 3 blocks before hailing a cab. He had just tried using the power of the Nation of Disorder to grab the small train head, but found it impossible. According to his estimation, the small train head should be slightly heavier than the water pump, which is why he used it for the experiment. If he held the Black Emperor card, the small train head could be lifted a little, but only a little. During the 3rd experiment, Hobert, while holding the Black Emperor card, twisted the weight of the small train head and managed to grab it near the Gate of Sacrifice, but couldn't lift it over the last few meters no matter what. With these 3 experiments, Hobert believed that he could complete this operation after becoming Sequence 6. Looking at the streets outside, which were starting to get foggy, Hobert decided that as soon as he completely digested the Briber potion, he would immediately drink the Baron of Corruption potion. After becoming Sequence 6, Hobert planned to digest the potion in Backlund first. If that didn't work, he would go to the southern continent and, with the help of the Burke family, find a territory to try acting. In addition, Hobert had already used the Nation of Disorder to shatter the Beyonder characteristics of the Baron of Corruption. He didn't plan to consume too many Beyonder characteristics. The reason was simple. With the Order Wood and Disorder Stone in hand, his strength in the Black Emperor pathway was already very strong, and there was no need to consume more Beyonder characteristics. Consuming more Beyonder characteristics would put too much burden on his spirit, and he would have to spend energy to redigest the excess potion, which would not be worth the effort. By him, late at night, in a narrow alley, Alger, wearing a hood and constantly holding a crystal scepter in his pocket, entered the depths of the alley with high alert. "I heard you were looking for me." A hoarse voice sounded from the darkness deep in the alley. It was Byron, the intelligence officer of the Admiral Hell. "Yes, I have a message to sell you," Alger said coldly. "A message?" Have you reported to your master? Alger sneered. I believe that after hearing this message, you will immediately report to your master. No, your owner. Byron snorted coldly in the dark. Speak. There's a ship full of gold, silver, and jewels, secretly setting sail from the southern continent. Be specific. Alger didn't fall for it. It is said that the valuables on the ship are worth more than 200,000 pounds. Tell me what price you can give me first. 1,000 pounds. Too little. I want 10% of your harvest. Byron sneered. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Alger also sneered. I have other channels to sell it. Even if I report it to the Storm Church, they won't give me only 1,000 pounds as a reward. Byron snorted coldly. Is the news accurate? Absolutely accurate. Go to the bar ahead for a drink, and I'll give you an answer later. Alger knew that the other party was going to report to the Admiral Hell, so he nodded and came to the bar. Although it was late at night, there were still many reveling pirates and thugs in the bar, chatting loudly, and their voices could be heard on the next street. But there were also many such bars and such loud voices on the next street. These two bar streets seemed to be more lively than the vegetable market. Alger ordered a glass of local Blue Mountain Island fruit wine and waited for about half an hour before a young man dressed as a local politely invited Alger back to the previous alley. Byron was still hiding in the darkness, but his tone was much kinder. Alger, you're in luck. The captain is willing to give you a 3,000-pound reward. Alger reluctantly said, Okay, just consider it as me doing you a favor. If it were someone else, I wouldn't sell this information for such a low price. He noticed that two people had come behind him. Besides increasing his vigilance, he didn't make any excessive moves. It's been a long time. How about I treat you to a meal? I'll also cover your accommodation. If you want girls, just ask, Byron said with a smile. But please don't leave the room I prepared for you. I know the rules, Alger also said with a smile. There's no need to explain it so clearly with such a disgusting tone. By confining Alger, on the one hand, they were afraid that the news was wrong, and on the other hand, they wanted to prevent this kid from selling the same news to others. Thursday, Backlon, Blanca Street. Hobbert, who had returned late last night, didn't get up until after 8 in the morning. After eating the breakfast furs left behind, Hobert came to the Nation of Disorder again and used true vision to make sure no one was tailing him. Then he put on his windbreaker, picked up his cane, hailed a carriage, and first went to the lone Kingdom Army Staff headquarters to tell Christian that he knew a demigod of the death pathway with good character and wanted to take that demigod to explore the ruins. Hobert completely trusted Christian, so he decided to give him a heads-up in advance. Sure enough, Christian just told him to pay attention to safety. He didn't even ask about the ownership of the sealed items, leaving it entirely to Hobert to handle. Then Hobert found another cab and, after an hour's drive, arrived at 16 Wambwa Avenue in the Hillston Borough. Wambwa Avenue is a major avenue on the edge of the entire city of Backlund. There are many self-built villas here, which are concentrated in an area where wealthy people who are almost at the millionaire stage, but still a little short of it, live. However, 16 Wambwa Avenue is special. It can be seen from a distance that this villa has been abandoned for a long time, and the vegetation is about to swallow the entire courtyard. After a brief inquiry, Hobert learned that this villa was very evil. People who lived in it easily died inexplicably. No one dared to live there a long time ago, and priests of the Evernight goddess had come to exorcise demons, but still no one dared to buy it. In other words, this is a haunted house. Living here would be in line with the identity of a descendant of death. As for the priests of the Evernight goddess, they were probably the Nighthawks. Even if there was something evil inside, it had been dealt with before. But it's hard to say now. After all, Mr. Azac used this place as one of his strongholds. It would be a shame if no ghost stories happened, given his identity. Hobert wrote in advance the general exploration process of the ruins, as well as his guess that it was attracting Mr. Azac, and according to Mr. Azac's instructions, put it in the mailbox at 16 Wambwa Avenue. He didn't intend to explore this villa. In the mystical world, you have to listen to advice. If you're told to put it in the mailbox, just put it in the mailbox. Then Hobert took a cab again to leave, preparing to return to the law firm to wait for news. Who knew that just a dozen minutes after the carriage left, the space next to Hobert suddenly became illusory. Just as he was surprised, Azac walked out of the illusion. "Take me to that ruin." Hobert smiled. The last time they met, the two of them had admitted their extraordinary identities to each other. So Azac was no longer hiding his Beyonder powers at all. Hobert said, "Of course, but I hope I can also get some Beyonder items from the ruins." Although it was hurtful to talk about conditions right away, it was reasonable to say some things at the beginning. After all, in Azac's eyes, it was only their third meeting. If there was no profit motive, Azac would instead suspect Hobert's purpose. "I'm only interested in the hard feathers you mentioned," Azac said. "Everything else can be given to you." Azac grabbed Hobert's shoulder. "Recall the location of the ruins in your mind." "Wait a moment." Hobert took out a 2 soldi banknote and placed it on the carriage seat, then said to the coachman, "I want to get off. Otherwise, the taxi driver would definitely think he had seen a ghost." A perfectly fine passenger just disappeared. After hearing Hobert's voice, the coachman immediately stopped the carriage by the side of the street. He waited for a long time, but the passenger didn't get out. Sir. He came to the back to take a look, but the carriage was empty. Fortunately, there was a 2 soldi fare in the carriage, which made him think that he hadn't noticed when the passenger got off, and he didn't think otherwise. At this time, the coachman's passenger, Mr. Hobert, was being held by Azac's shoulder, traveling in the spirit world. In the spirit world, there were gorgeous colored mists and all kinds of spirit world creatures. What made Hobert feel most novel was that his feet were not on the ground. He and Azac were in midair. To be precise, the spirit world does not have the concept of ground. There's no concept of up, down, left, and right here, and even no concept of distance. Although they seemed to be standing still, Hobert knew that if they left the spirit world at this time, they would have long been far away from the position when they entered the spirit world. Before entering the spirit world, Azac told Hobert not to look directly at the creatures of the spirit world. Hobert lowered his head slightly, only using the corner of his eye to observe everything around him. Suddenly, Hobert saw an ancient black coffin in a cloud of black mist. It stood there, seemingly noticing Hobert. Although there were no eyes on the coffin, Hobert realized that the other party was staring at him. Hobert withdrew his gaze, not daring to look directly at the other party. At this moment, everything around seemed to be splashed with oil paint and began to become abstract and unreal. These abstract and unreal colors gradually solidified, and Hobert saw them turn into trees and rocks, weeds and mounds. At this time, they were already on a hillside outside Bakerland, from where they could see the camp at the foot of the mountain. That was the camp of Jacob's mercenary group. At this time, they had already transported away the valuable antiques, but there were still more than a dozen people finishing up. They first filled in the entrance to the ruins and then dismantled the camp. Azac asked, "Is it here?" "Yes." Hobert said, "Probably directly below." Then Hobert felt a blur in front of his eyes, and his vision was quickly covered by darkness. They had already arrived in the ruins. Hobert smiled wryly. Do these big shots like to be lazy so much? They'd rather walk the spirit world than take the right path. Hobert had prepared in advance, turned on the flashlight, and led the way. Yes, at this moment in Backlund, there were already flashlights. The reason why it was called a flashlight instead of a flashlight was because the shape of the flashlight was a bit like a table lamp carried in the hand. Its main structure was a large battery, in the middle was a round light that shone forward, and on top was a handle. The overall structure was a rectangle, so it couldn't be called a flashlight tube. Now, there is no civilian version of the flashlight. Hobert bought the military version from the Mercenary Club. It is very heavy and can be used not only for lighting, but also as a weapon. At least it is better than a brick. For Hobert, this high-tech product has 2 flaws. The first flaw is that he has to change the light bulb frequently. Light bulbs have also been invented, but the quality is very poor. Most light bulbs can only work for hundreds of hours, so they have to be changed frequently. The second flaw is that it costs money because light bulbs are not only of poor quality, but also very expensive. However, Hobert still bought one when he saw the flashlight. No, 1 unit. Because the flashlight provides a much better field of vision in the dark than an oil lamp, and it is windproof, rainproof, and can also be used for self-defense. It has many more uses than an oil lamp. Of course, Hobbert thought that after he became a high sequence, his body would undergo qualitative changes, and he would be able to see things clearly in the dark without lamps. That is another story. Carrying the flashlight he bought on impulse, Hobbert came to the noble courtyard in the ruins and pointed out the entrance to the underground structure to Azac. This seal is very exquisite. Azac smiled, and as he spoke, he raised his hand and lightly tapped to break the seal that Doofus had spent a lot of effort to create. Then the two lifted the stone slab, Azac in front and Hobbert behind, and entered the underground structure of the ruins. Azac instructed, "When I tell you to close your eyes later, close them immediately." The terrifying memory that made Hobbert feel terrified was awakened again. He swallowed. Okay. After walking along the underground corridor for more than 20 minutes, Azac suddenly stopped and said, "I know what's going on. This door hides itself most of the time and is constantly changing its position." Saying this, he took out a small dagger, cut his finger, squeezed out 1 or 2 drops of blood, and smeared it evenly on the stone wall. The stone wall immediately became illusory, and the shape of a door appeared, emitting a light that made people feel cold all over. Azac said, "Close your eyes." Hobbert immediately closed his eyes, and the feeling of fear and oppression that swept through his body reappeared. But the huge sense of oppression only lasted for 10 seconds, and Mr. Azac said, "Okay, you can open your eyes now." That's it. Although he had doubts in his heart, Hobbert still trusted Mr. Azac. He opened his eyes and first saw a bizarre door in front of him. Standing inside the door was a creature more than 1 person tall, with the head of a dog and the body of a human. It closed its eyes tightly. Its body was covered with black hair, and the expression on its face was very kind and reassuring. Just seeing this face can calm people's minds. This image is very similar to the image of the Egyptian god Anubis in Hobbert's memory. "This is the black hound spirit beast," Azac explained. "Seeing it reminds me of some knowledge. It is said to be the guardian of the ancient death god, and its heart is one of the main materials for Sequence 3 of the death pathway. But the state of this black hound spirit beast is very strange. First of all, it has the beyonder characteristics of the complete Sequence 3 ferryman in its body, and it is already dead. Well, or rather, no one can completely kill it because it is already dead." Azac paused and then said, "But I can use the power of the underworld to extract the beyonder characteristics from it. It will no longer have terrifying power, only retaining the state of not rotting in this state of death and moving slowly and freely. But my spirituality tells me that if I borrow a large amount of power from the underworld here, it will cause very terrible consequences." Hobbert asked, "Is this a zombie or an undead?" "A different state. It will not rot until the end of time." Azac said, "I suspect it has been blessed by the ancient death god." Azac waved his hand again, as if dismissing a servant, and the black hound spirit beast with its eyes tightly closed moved away from the doorway. Hobbert saw the scene inside the door. The stone chamber was much larger than he had imagined, with a giant bird lying inside. His spirituality immediately made him realize that this giant bird was unusual. Although it had its eyes tightly closed and no signs of life, it still impacted Hobbert's spirit. However, this impact was not enough to collapse Hobbert's spiritual body and astral body. Its appearance was somewhat in line with Hobbert's feeling of a phoenix, but instead of gorgeous and colorful feathers, it was covered in seemingly pale, flame-like feathers. Then Hobbert noticed that the gorgeous, illusory colors at the door had turned gray and white after entering the stone chamber. Even the light from the flashlight seemed to be covered with a thin layer of black gauze, turning gray and white. Sadness. Hobbert felt the sadness brought by death. Finally, Hobbert's heart was shocked. Yes, shocked. How could there be such a wonderful creature in the world? Azac strode forward and placed his hand on the giant bird's corpse. He closed his eyes and felt for more than 10 seconds, then pinched his forehead in pain and said, I remember a lot of things. Azac opened his eyes. This is the corpse of the ancient death god. Well, more precisely, it is the indestructible part of her corpse. This is not a complete mythical creature form, so we will not die immediately after seeing it, but will only be impacted. Hobbert's sense of shock still existed. Why is her corpse here? I remembered one thing, during the Four Emperors' War. Azac smiled. You can think that I saw irrelevant literature. No, I know that was what you experienced, Hobert said in his heart. Azac continued. In the early stage of the Four Emperors' War, the Knight Emperor and the Underworld Emperor each gained advantages. So the Knight Emperor turned his attention to the Underworld Emperor. For this reason, he found the corpse of Greg Race, who had inextricable connections with the Underworld, and wanted to use it to design a trap for the Underworld Emperor. Unfortunately, before the Underworld Emperor stepped into the trap, the Knight Emperor had fallen. The Underworld Emperor once secretly sent people to look for it, but they never found Griggrace's corpse. I didn't expect that the Trunsoist family hid the corpse here. Hobert finally understood why his spirituality prevented him from using the teleportation statue when exploring the ruins before, because the ancient death god not only accommodated the uniqueness of the death pathway, but also accommodated some of the Beyonder characteristics of the door pathway. Therefore, the door of this stone chamber was not overlapping with a certain stone chamber as Doofus guessed, but could randomly appear anywhere in the underground structure. It is estimated that the entire stone chamber was a space created by the ancient death god, using the Beyonder power of the door pathway. As for why the stone chamber had been circling in this underground structure, Hobert didn't understand. He guessed that this underground structure should be some kind of seal design for the stone chamber. In a previous exploration, if Hobert had used the teleportation statue, it was very likely that he would always be teleported into the stone chamber or to the entrance of the stone chamber. Hobert asked, Can the ancient death god be resurrected by this corpse? Azac shook his head. No, but this is a symbol of the ancient death god's immortality. As long as the corpse exists, she still has the possibility of resurrection. Even if a new death god appears, she still has the possibility of resurrection. Then can't this corpse be destroyed? No, even gods can't destroy it. Azac said, Just like that blackhound spirit beast, it is already dead. How can you kill it again? Hobert was silent, and for the first time he felt the great shock brought by this mysterious world. Before, he always felt that he knew everything about this mysterious world, but it was not until today that he realized that he only knew it, but did not have this kind of cognition and knowledge. Only by seeing the most mysterious and high-end parts of this world can one have one's own cognition. The two stood in front of Griggrace's corpse for a long time before they went to check the other structures of the stone chamber. There were 3 corpses in the stone chamber, all in a skeletal state. The clothes of one of the corpses had rotted, but the skeleton was still quite well preserved. This should be related to the environment here, or being next to the corpse of the ancient death god. Of the 3 corpses, only one corpse had Beyonder characteristics emitting a cold brilliance. In addition, not far from the corpse, there were 2 black iron-like cylinders, one of which also had 2 notebooks or books. Hobert immediately realized that something was wrong. The corpse of the ancient death god only attracted 1 Beyonder of the death pathway. It also attracted 2 ordinary people. Azac shook his head. No, for more than 1,000 years, it should have attracted many Beyonders of the death pathway, but some can restrain their curiosity and desire, while others cannot. Those who fantasized about studying the corpse of the ancient death god died here, while those who could restrain themselves picked up their Beyonder characteristics. And the corpse with Beyonder characteristics has relatively undamaged clothes. He should have died here in the recent decades, or even 10 years, and his Beyonder characteristics have not been picked up. Hobert nodded and looked at the 2 black, iron-like cylinders again. He remembered that when he entered this room before, he was tripped by something hard, probably one of these 2 cylinders. Azac glanced at it and said, You can take these 2 cylinders back to make 2 weapons. Well, this is part of the stone pillar that the ancient death god often stepped on. At first, it was just a stone, but later, Under the influence of divinity, it already had the characteristics of steel. I believe that the weapons made with them can have the ability to harm the enemy's soul. Good stuff, good stuff. Hobbert smiled and said, "Thank you for your generosity." Azac picked up the notebook on the cylinder. He opened it and glanced at it, then looked at Hobbert and asked, "Is your father called Rex?" Hobbert was stunned. "How do you know?" Azac smiled and handed the notebook in his hand to Hobbert. "This is the notebook your father left for you." Hobbert suddenly thought that he had learned from Mr. Digos that Rex had placed a notebook in a place that only his descendants could get. He never dreamed that it would be here. Hobbert took the notebook and, by the light, saw a few lines of dragon flying and phoenix dancing sentences written on the title page of the notebook. "The stick from the Zeradal family said that my descendants will come here and loot this place, so I left the notebook here." Below this sentence is another handwriting. "I am the stick from the Zeradal family. Little friend, I have not touched anything here. I will leave it all to you as a meeting gift from my uncle." Hobbert thought, "Then I, Grandpa, will accept it." Then he thought that Rex actually had contact with members of the Zeradal family, and it seemed that they had a good relationship. These people are so dangerous. No, Hobbert found that he thought the people of the Zeradal family were dangerous, which was a bit preconceived. Klein would think they're dangerous and hostile to them. But for the Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway, there can be a good relationship. Now is not the time to examine the notes closely. Hobbert only glanced at the title page before closing the notebook again. "I heard from my elders before that my father placed some information about our family in a place only I could access. I didn't expect it to be here." Azac smiled and said, "Sometimes fate is so wonderful." Putting the notebook back where it was, Hobbert began to search the skeleton's body. The skeleton carried a small bag, which contained another notebook, a map, and some paper money, surprisingly gold pounds. It seemed that the other party had not been dead for long, because these gold pounds had not yet turned yellow. In addition, there were several charms in the bag, but after such a long time, they no longer had effects. Hobbert also found a classical pocket watch on the skeleton. Originally, Hobbert thought it was an ordinary pocket watch, but just as he was about to put it back on the skeleton, he felt the extraordinary nature of the pocket watch. He felt that his spirituality seemed to be absorbed by the pocket watch. Hobbert injected spirituality into the pocket watch and found that he could use a new skill, steal. It can steal Beyonder abilities. It can steal other people's ideals and dreams. It can steal other people's thoughts. This is a mystical item at the Sequence 5 level of the Error pathway. Hobbert also put the pocket watch aside. Although it was difficult for him to grasp the negative effects of his pocket watch with his current sequence, in terms of ability, this thing was definitely as good as the healing fork. Continuing the search, Hobbert also found a ring. After putting on the ring, Hobbert felt that his brain became particularly agile and lively. He possessed amazing calculation abilities and precise control abilities. Taking off the ring, Hobbert sighed inwardly. To be able to carry two magical items on his body shows that this Death Pathway Beyonder lived a good life before his death. In addition, the other party should have a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, so this harvest is really not small. Finally, Hobbert searched the shirt worn inside the other party's coat and found that there was a small pocket sewn inside the shirt, which contained only a thin card. Hobbert felt something. He took out the card, and sure enough, he saw an image of Roselle with no life in his eyes. This is a blasphemy card, an unopened blasphemy card. Hobbert, who had experience touching the Black Emperor card, could confirm that this was a genuine blasphemy card. Even Azac, who was dazed beside the ancient death's corpse, couldn't help but glance over here. But after seeing that it was an ordinary card, he continued to look at the ancient death's corpse. A blasphemy card, a pocket watch with the Beyonder power of the Error pathway, a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, and a ring that may have the Sequence 8 ability of the Wheel of Fortune pathway. It was really the right decision to ask Azac to help explore this time. Even if only 2 of these 4 items can be taken, it is still a great harvest. Plus the notebook and black iron pillars that Azac has already promised him. It's a huge profit. Azac was still dazed in front of the ancient death's corpse, and Hobbert stood aside, quietly waiting. About half an hour later, Azac seemed to suddenly come back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I've kept you waiting." "It's nothing. I have plenty of time today." Hobbert pointed to the things he had just searched out. "You choose first." Azac smiled and said, "Your father and uncle left everything here for you. How can I compete with you? Put them away. They are all yours." "How can I be so embarrassed?" Hobbert said, while his hands honestly put the things he had searched out into the prepared small bag. Then he repeated his old trick, took off his trench coat, and wrapped the 2 black iron pillars. The 2 pieces of black iron were heavier than expected, and the trench coat made a slight groan, as if it would be crushed at any time. It was only because Hobbert was very strong now that he could move them away at all. Azac looked at the ancient death's corpse again, and then said to Hobbert, "Thank you for bringing me here. This reminds me of many things, although those memories are more like dreams. I also want to thank you for your generosity, which has allowed me to gain a lot." Hobbert said, "You can seal this place again, so as not to be discovered by others." Azac nodded. "That makes sense." He also planned to study it again when he had time in the future. As they spoke, the 2 left the stone chamber, and the illusory door disappeared. Back in the noble courtyard in the ruins, Azac resealed it, and then took Hobbert through the spirit world back to Backlund. But strangely, the coffin and the black mist appeared again on their way back, this time closer to the 2, but it seemed to be afraid of Azac, so it could only stare from the side. Since it was a coffin, Hobbert estimated that it was a spirit of the death pathway, possibly attracted by the descendants of death or the blasphemy card. Hobbert didn't care. Back in Backlund, the 2 appeared in a deserted alley. Azac said, "If you need anything in the future, you can put the letter in the mailbox at 16 Wambwa Avenue, where I have arranged a spirit to forward the letters to me." Hobbert agreed, and saw Azac step into the illusion and re-enter the spirit world. He could feel that after this action, Azac's trust in him had increased a lot. Carrying the simple bag made of trench coat, Hobbert walked out of the alley. He found that he was actually near the law firm. Hobbert sighed. Mr. Azac is really considerate. Without having to find a rental carriage, Hobbert simply walked back to Blanca Street. Because Azac took Hobbert through the spirit world back and forth, saving time and effort after going back and forth and staying in the ruins for so long, it was not even noon yet. This made Hobbert even more eager to get a magical item with the travel ability. It was too convenient. Before he went to the ruins, it would take 4 or 5 hours to take a carriage back and forth. Back in his room, Hobbert put the harvest on the table, and the more he looked at it, the happier he became. Then he set up the altar and sacrificed to himself, sacrificing the harvested things except for notebooks, gold pounds, etc., to the nation of disorder. Hobbert sat on the iron throne and rearranged the harvest in front of him one by one. First, starting with the 2 cylinders of black iron, Hobbert put his hand on them, and with the blessing of the nation of disorder, he immediately felt the black iron constantly depriving the surrounding life breath. As Mr. Azac said, if it is made into a weapon, it must have the characteristic of hurting the opponent's spiritual body. But who should I ask to make the weapon? Ask a cancer for help? But it's not easy to explain to him where such good materials came from. And Hobbert doesn't want these things to be known by official beyonders. Hobbert thought of Jessica's friend. She seemed to be an artisan. He could entrust her to make a handy weapon for himself. Then, Hobbert picked up the blasphemy card again. Bernadette. Hobbert chanted the incantation. The card in his hand immediately radiated a bright light, and Roselle's image became three-dimensional. T/N. Every incantation is just Bernadette. Roselle was wearing clothes with southern continent characteristics, sitting on a pale stone chair, holding a golden bird with southern continent carving characteristics. He was lifeless and exuded a necromantic aura. It really is the death card. Hobbert smiled. The ever-changing Roselle. I wonder what image he has on the Demoness card. Then Hobbert examined the contents of the blasphemy card. Sequence 9. Corpse Collector. The Beyonders of this sequence possess certain corpse characteristics. They appear quite gloomy and have a low body temperature, thus avoiding attacks from mindless undead. At the same time, They have also gained improvements in physical fitness, able to withstand the erosion of decay, cold, and death aura. They naturally possess spiritual vision, can directly see some evil spirits, and understand the characteristics and weaknesses of many undead creatures. Main materials: dried adult black spotted frog, spiritual dust of resentful spirits. Supplementary materials: 80 milliliters of pure water, 1 black cadaverous flower, 1 dried corpse worm, 12 grams of dragon blood grass powder. Hobbert smacked his lips. This potion looked disgusting. Looking down the list, Hobbert stopped at Sequence 4. Sequence 4, Undying. Main materials: scarlet eyes of the Skull Lord, spiritual crystal of the gray curled moth. Supplementary materials: 20 grams of bone powder of the Skull Lord, a pair of antennae of the gray curled moth, 1 undead tricolor flower, 30 milliliters of zombie brain fluid. Ritual: become a dead person. Hobbert opened his mouth. He had heard of becoming a poet, becoming a philosopher, but this was the first time he saw the requirement to become a dead person. Is this a path to suicide? Become a dead person? But then he thought, it might mean a dead person in the sense of mysticism. In this world full of extraordinary powers, there are 2 definitions of a dead person. One is death in the ordinary sense, which is the loss of all life signs. The other is a dead person in the mystical sense. The spirit world spontaneously accepts someone's spirit body. The spirit bodies of normal people have countless connections with the spirit world, but these spirit bodies ultimately belong to the real world. When they lose their life signs, their spirit bodies will be accepted by the spirit world and become a part of the spirit world. That is to say, as long as the spirit body of a beyonder of the death pathway is accepted by the spirit world, this ritual should be able to be completed. Hobert recalled Doofus's state. He had always been pale, taciturn, and rarely had emotional fluctuations. He stood there motionless and really looked like a dead person. Then Hobert thought that Doofus was looking for the main material of undying, which meant that he already had the potion formula for undying. Before, Hobert had always thought that Doofus's corpse-like state was because he was a beyonder of the death pathway. Now it seems that he was preparing for the ritual in advance. He also thought that the qualitative change at the undying level seemed to be an exchange of the importance of the spirit body and the physical body. For ordinary people in the real world, of course, the physical body is important. If the physical body loses its life signs, the person dies. People also see each other's physical bodies, not their spirit bodies. Although both are equally important, it seems that the spirit body is an appendage of the physical body. After becoming undying, the beyonder's physical body is in a state of neither alive nor dead, and the spirit body becomes the more important part, and the physical body seems to become an appendage. Then Hobert thought of the former chief of City of Silver, so he continued to look down. Sequence 3, Ferryman. Main materials: heart of the black dog spirit beast, a complete withered broad-winged wax cicada. Supplementary materials: ritual: build a mausoleum, drink the potion in the mausoleum, open the space of the mausoleum to the underworld or the spirit world, and walk out of the mausoleum and return to the human world in the constant scouring and baptism of the underworld. Hobert nodded. Sure enough, he had to build a mausoleum, but the former chief obviously did not withstand the scouring of the underworld and did not complete the process of walking out of the mausoleum himself. There should be some skills in this, but the former chief had no channel to obtain these skills and could only try it himself at risk. It seems that the former chief was also affected by the artificial death, and the reason for the failure was quite complicated. As for the spirit world, marked in the ritual, it is not difficult to understand. After all, the underworld is an area opened up by the ancient death god from the spirit world. The underworld symbolizes the realm of death, and its baptism and scouring should be a transformation of the spirit body and the physical body, while the spirit world is slightly different. In addition to a large number of undead, there are also many spirit world creatures living in the spirit world. Its scouring should also allow the ferryman to possess some of the power or characteristics of the spirit world creatures. Then Hobert thought that the ritual of undying was to become a dead person, and the ritual of ferryman was to build a mausoleum. This seems to be the process of a funeral. First die, then send it to the mausoleum. I don't know if it needs a grand funeral. If it does, this is also a very expensive sequence. Thinking of this, Hobbert smiled knowingly and continued to look down. After reading the entire contents of the blasphemy card, he put it next to the Black Emperor card. The greatest effect of this blasphemy card on Hobbert is that he knows the potion formula of the complete sequence of the death pathway. From today onwards, the great creator has another complete sequence of potion formulas. As for the other effects of this card, they completely overlap with the Black Emperor card. Relatively speaking, Hobbert is more willing to appear as the Black Emperor. Next Monday, Hobbert plans to dedicate it to the Fool, complete the second bribe, and be promoted as soon as possible. As for the Red Priest card, if there's a chance, he will extort it from Medici. If there is no chance, he will wait and try to avoid getting involved with Adam's story. Hobbert waved to the extraordinary characteristic again. Holding the extraordinary characteristic, he used the position of Nation of Disorder to determine that this was a beyonder characteristic of Sequence 5, Gatekeeper, which could be sold for a lot of money. Putting the beyonder characteristic on the stone platform over there, Hobbert held the ring in his hand again. Similarly, using the high position of Nation of Disorder, Hobbert felt the negative effects of the ring. After wearing it, the wearer's brain will be in a state of high-speed operation and can only think about one thing, and it is easy to ignore information other than the thing being thought about. Long-term, wearing will increase the burden on the brain and cause a certain degree of damage. The negative effects are not significant, but it is not suitable for use in combat. In combat, you must maintain a high degree of vigilance, and it is dangerous to easily ignore information. It is very suitable for thinking about problems and making plans. Finally, there is the classic pocket watch. Hobert held it in his hand and also knew its negative effects. From the moment it is worn, it begins to steal the wearer's spirituality. Wearing it for more than 10 minutes, it will begin to steal the wearer's vitality. Wearing it for more than 20 minutes, it will begin to steal the wearer's luck. After being away from it for half an hour, the time will start to accumulate again. Hobert pinched his chin. Compared with the healing fork, the negative effects are quite large. If you don't want to cause damage, it is best to control the wearing time within 10 minutes each time. Thinking of this, Hobert summoned the power of order to wrap the pocket watch and tried to seal it. Although Hobert's control over the Nation of Disorder is still very limited, as long as it is a sealed item or magical item below the level of a demigod, his seal can basically greatly reduce the negative effects. This pocket watch has certain living characteristics, so after being wrapped in the power of order, it immediately showed obvious tremors. After being ravaged by the power of order, Hobert held the pocket watch in his hand again, and the negative effects were indeed greatly reduced. There will be no negative effects within 2 hours of wearing it. During this period, it will steal the spirituality of people around the wearer, including the spirituality of the wearer's opponents. After wearing it for more than 2 hours, it will begin to steal the wearer's vitality and luck, and there is a certain probability of stealing the vitality and luck of the wearer's opponents. Take it off for an hour, and then reaccumulate the wearing time. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. He put the pocket watch on the stone platform over there. He doesn't plan to wear it usually, and plans to use it as his trump card. Hobert looked at the colorful beyonder characteristics on the stone platform, as well as the sealed items and magical items, and suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. His current accumulation is already as much as a small beyonder organization, and the title of Evil God is gradually becoming a reality. Just as Hobert was about to leave the Nation of Disorder, he realized that the star representing Elliot suddenly lit up. It seems that the matter of purchasing the water pump has been finalized. Spreading his spirituality to the star belonging to Elliot, Hobert heard the other party's prayer. Great Creator, the Patriarch hopes to purchase 2 new water pumps at once, and gave me a sealed item that seems to be of a high level, hoping that I can use it to complete the second bribe. Hobert pondered for a while. He would accept Elliot's bribe without hesitation, and he could earn more from 2 water pumps. but he would have to wait until he became the Baron of Corruption. He's not far from that step, so he can agree first, but he still has to use the alt account. Hobert left the Nation of Disorder and then prayed to himself, "Great Creator, please ask your devotee to prepare the gold. I will place the order now." The production cycle is about a week to 10 days. After the water pump is assembled, we will trade. Then Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder again, first using the image and tone of the Creator to reply to Elliot. Okay. At the same time, he put mosaics on the picture of his prayer and threw it into Elliot's star. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert thought that he had to set up a company, which was so troublesome. At this time, he thought of the missing devotee, Upton. Didn't this kid want to be a businessman? Give him a chance. However, the Creator can't say this, alas. He has to use the small account again. Hobert left the Nation of Disorder again somewhat helplessly and prayed to himself, "Great Creator, please help me contact Upton. I have something to entrust to him. The reward is part of the main material of the briber. Meet at 16 Wambwa Avenue at 10 p.m. 2 days later." After the prayer, Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder again, and the protruding part of the Iron Throne was almost worn smooth because he went in and out. After putting mosaics on his prayer just now, Hobert threw it into the star representing Upton. At this time, the star representing Elliot lit up. It was Elliot's thanks. Hobert listened to it once, and in order to maintain the identity of the Creator, he did not reply again. The pool returned to its former calm. Hobert complained, "My operation just now seems like a very large company, but the manager is myself, the employees are myself, and the huge company is supported by me alone." He shook his head with a smile and left the Nation of Disorder. Lone Kingdom, Desi County, Conant City. This is the most famous tourist city in the world, with beautiful beaches, pleasant sea breeze, cheap subtropical fruits, and seafood. There are unique hotels everywhere, restaurants with unique flavors, and bars with different decoration styles. Of course, there's also a special product here, the gangs. Because most of the shops here are service industries, the gangs have the space to collect protection fees. They also have their own bars, their own industries, and the establishment of gangs is also to protect their own interests because the efficiency of the local government is very poor, and many times it is impossible to solve their problems and realize their demands through formal channels. Also, because these gangs have their own industries in the local area, they never extort tourists, they just make money from tourists, but sometimes they rip them off. It is precisely because of their professional ethics that they have never damaged the image of this city, and the tourism industry here has always been very prosperous. In the private room of the Coast Bar, several gang members of the Coast Gang were sitting around their boss, praising the boss's power and celebrating the victory yesterday. In a gang conflict yesterday, their boss Upton once again used his terrifying power to drive away more than a dozen members of the Black Fish Gang, once again defending the interests of the Coast Gang. Now, this most prosperous coastal street is basically their world. The rise of the Coast Gang has been in the past month. Before that, they were unknown, just a small gang running a bar. Just a month ago, a gang raided the Coast Bar. Mr. Upton, who was traveling from Backlund, happened to pass by, drove away the raiding gang, and protected the Coast Bar. Their former boss, who was dying from the beating, handed over the Coast Gang to Upton and died. From that moment on, Upton led them to fight back against other gangs, bribe local officials, and in just 1 month, the Coast Gang became one of the largest gangs in Conant City. While the atmosphere was warm, their boss Upton suddenly froze, then seemed a little scared, and then seemed relieved. In short, the expression on the boss's face was very complicated. Upton, who originally liked to wear shirts, black pants, and dress like a young master, is now wearing local silk clothes, which looks like a gangster. Everyone in the room didn't dare to breathe. After a minute or two, Upton said, "I'm going back to Backlund." No matter how everyone cried and tried to persuade him to stay, Boss Upton seemed to have made up his mind to go. He said, "I'm not going to die. Why are you crying like this? I'll be back in a while." Backlund, Blanca Street. Hobert opened Rex's notes and flipped through them. After reading a few pages, Hobert discovered that it roughly recorded Rex's movements after returning to Backlund. The main content is the record of the 7 ancient ruins he discovered in Backlund, 4 of which had already fallen into the hands of the lone royal family. Rex discovered that the royal family seemed to be making some modifications to those 4 ruins. In Rex's notes, there were many speculations about the actions of the lone royal family, guessing sometimes that they were building a royal shelter, and sometimes suspecting that it was a ritual requirement for a certain sequence of the justiciar pathway. Hobert, of course, knew that these modifications were likely to turn the ruins into mausoleums, or that the ruins were originally mausoleums left by Solomon. It seems that Rex didn't know about the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual. Well, even for Beyonders of the High Sequence, the apotheosis ritual is an unattainable piece of information. The key is the lack of access channels. The Orthodox gods' churches unanimously and vigorously block such information. For families like the Trunsois family that have produced true gods, the apotheosis ritual is only known to a very few direct descendants, and they basically don't actively leave relevant written records. Not everyone can have the experience of a tarot club member, knowing the secrets of apotheosis during the mid-sequence or even the low sequence. So Rex didn't know what the lone royal family was doing, but that didn't stop him from complaining in his notes that the royal family was a bunch of locusts. They cleaned up the ruins they had excavated very thoroughly, without leaving even an ordinary antique. And there was a special note saying that the information of these 4 ruins was useless, and telling his children not to go to these places, lest they be caught by the royal family. Judging from the ink, this warning should have been written later. Rex probably never imagined that this information would be very important to Hobert. It was equivalent to marking 4 of George III 9 mausoleums. Moreover, Rex left mystical back doors in these 4 ruins. If these back doors were not discovered by the royal family, Hobert could still enter silently. Hobert seemed to feel the arrangement of fate. This was obviously the key to destroying George III advancement. When the time comes, tell the Castilla family of the Fainapotter Kingdom royal family about these entrances. Klein didn't have a better way at the time and could only forcefully attack one of the mausoleums. Rex's information could allow Hobert to solve the problem with a leisurely attitude. The lone royal family is not without enemies. Sometimes, making good use of the enemy's enemies will find you great help. In addition to the 4 ruins that were excavated in advance by the lone royal family, one of the other 3 have been discovered by other Beyonders, and the extraordinary items inside were swept away and turned upside down. Only 2 are relatively well preserved, one of which is the ruin where the notes are hidden. Rex also described the sealed item in this ruin. In the notes, he said that he and his good friend Arthur groped in the stone room with their eyes closed for several days, and basically determined that it should be the corpse of a certain death. As for the Blackhound spirit beast, these 2 guys chased it and touched it, and determined that it was a Blackhound spirit beast in a rather strange state. As long as you don't look at it, it's not dangerous for Beyonders of Sequence 4 and above. If it is below Sequence 4, even if you don't look at this Blackhound spirit beast, your spirit will be crushed if you stay by its side for a long time, and going crazy is the best ending. Hobert could imagine the Blackhound spirit beast's face full of helplessness. The key is that it can't walk fast, and can only let these 2 rascals who don't know where they came from touch it. These 2 are really brave. Hobert exclaimed. As for the method of entering that stone room, it only requires the blood of Beyonders of Sequence 6 or above of the death pathway or the door pathway to open it. Hobert thought of Azac's way of opening the door. At that time, he thought it had to be the blood of a descendant of death. In that case, even if Mr. Azac is not present, he can find that stone room. Rex explored the entire underground structure at that time and discovered the sealing method of that stone room. As long as you arrange more than 500 rooms around it, that stone room will get lost and will always wander around there. In addition, Rex found many valuable documents in the noble courtyard, including records that this courtyard belonged to Duke Servia of the Trunsoist Empire, who was a direct descendant of a Knight Emperor. As Azac said, the Night Emperor at that time was preparing to use the body of an ancient death to design a trap against the Underworld Emperor. Through the documents found, Rex discovered some potentially useful information. At that time, together with Rex's notes, there was also a very old paper notebook, which was the most important document left by Duke Servia. A large part of Rex's notes is a reading experience of this document. First of all, Rex discovered that this Duke Servia was deeply trusted by the Night Emperor. Servia served as the captain of Trunso's Guard before the joint ruling period, so he knew many secret histories about the Night Emperor. And this guy likes to take notes, so Rex and Hobert also know the secret history of the Night Emperor. Fortunately, Servia didn't reveal any scandals, but just depicted some scenes of the Night Emperor's life before becoming a god, or rather, the human side of the Night Emperor. In the information provided by Duke Servia, Tutor, and Trunsoist, later the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor, often sat together and chatted before becoming Sequence 1. The content of the chat was all-encompassing, which benefited Servia, who was on duty beside them. Rex wrote in his notes, "The relationship between the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor is deeper than imagined." Reading this, Hobert also thought that, after all, these two people had been Solomon's subordinates for a long time. At that time, the two should have established a deep friendship, which was the basis for them to jointly plot to kill their old boss. However, after becoming Sequence 1, due to the law of beyonder characteristics, the two still turned against each other and eventually broke out a war between the two empires. While sighing about the ancients, Hobert continued to read. In Servia's information, a description caught Rex's attention. When Tutor and Trunsoist mentioned Solomon once, they both discovered that after Solomon became the Black Emperor, many changes had taken place in him. It was not just the divine changes that occurred after becoming a true god, but that he seemed to be affected by some force, and often said some incomprehensible ramblings. At first, Tutor thought that Solomon was affected by the true Creator. At that time, the Church of the True Creator was the Orthodox Church of the Solomon Empire, and the two true gods had a close cooperative relationship. Tutor and Trunsoist had complained more than once that this true Creator always said some incomprehensible ramblings, which made them very annoyed. These complaints are recorded in other places. In the conversation, realizing that Solomon seemed to be a little wrong, Tutor and Trunsoist also discovered through the exchange of information that Solomon had issued orders to them to find a genie, and whenever he mentioned that genie, some incomprehensible ramblings would appear in Solomon's mouth. So the two guessed that Solomon might not be affected by the true Creator, but by an unknown force. Hobert's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Genie. For safety's sake, he simply performed a sacrificial ritual, sacrificing two notebooks from different eras to the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert looked at Rex's annotation on this description again. This reminds me of the description in the family documents. After the ancestor Trunsoist became the Night Emperor, he also looked for a special genie, and he finally found this genie. It is said that the genie contains the secret to obtaining powers stronger than true gods. My guess was right. Hobert thought that he had previously guessed that the Night Emperor's sudden fall was likely due to the influence of the outer deities, and his condition had become very wrong. It's just that Hobert guessed at the time that the uncertain mist had affected the Night Emperor. Now it seems that the Night Emperor may have been affected by the Son of Chaos. That's why the six gods took action to kill the Night Emperor. However, Hobert thought of another question at the time. Even the half-mad Blood Emperor was not jointly eliminated by the six gods. Even if the Night Emperor's problem is more serious, could be more harmful than being half-mad, now it seems that it may really be more harmful than being half-mad. Hobert vaguely remembers such a description of the Lamp Genie. The Lamp Genie has never been obtained by the Orthodox Church. Once a true god wanted to destroy it, but failed. The true god who wanted to destroy the Lamp Genie, maybe the Night Emperor. Destroying the Lamp Genie was to release the Son of Chaos inside. The Son of Chaos is from the cosmos. After the fall of the ancient sun god, the six gods certainly did not want an existence with a higher status than themselves on Earth. And the key is that this existence is an outer god. What if he opens the Earth's shield and lets other outer deities waiting in the starry sky come in? This should be the reason for the Night Emperor's fall. He not only threatened the status of the six gods, but also threatened their safety, so the Night Emperor was cleaned up. But a new problem arises. The Son of Chaos was sealed by the celestial worthy. In this state, can he still affect the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways? What about the curse of the Trunsoist family? The celestial worthy's seal should be trustworthy. In theory, it is difficult for the Son of Chaos to have an impact on the outside world. However, the fact is that, starting from the Black Emperor Solomon, it seems that he has been affected by the Son of Chaos, and the Justiciar Night Emperor has also been affected by the Son of Chaos. So Hobbert thought of another outer deity, the Uncertain Mist. Part of the power of the Uncertain Mist comes from the Son of Chaos. Could it be that he used the power of the Son of Chaos to affect Solomon and Trunsoist? But why did the Black Emperor and the Night Emperor go to find the lamp genie? What does the curse of the Trunsoist family have to do with them? Hobbert looked at the notes again. Both Servia and Rex's descriptions ended here. Obviously, they didn't have any further information. I still can't see the whole picture, Hobbert sighed. I really want to borrow the lamp genie from Bernadette now and ask her carefully. Hobbert rubbed his forehead. This question can only be thought of here for the time being. After finding further information, continue to think about it. Continuing to read, Rex's notes also recorded some history of the Trunsoist family. For example, Rex's ancestors and Elliot's ancestors parted ways about 600 years ago. Although there are still many of Elliot's people, they can basically only survive. They had a period of displacement when they first arrived in the southern continent. They only found a suitable place to settle down in the last 100 or 200 years. Rex's family has gradually become thin under the double blow of curses and Orthodox churches, but many strong people have emerged. Almost every 20 or 30 years, a strong person will challenge the family's curse, but they have all failed without exception. The strange thing is that after they died, the Beyonder characteristics disappeared. The last part of the notes is Rex's record of his changes after becoming a frenzied mage. First of all, he probably heard the crazy murmur clearly, as if he was shouting, "I put the entrance to the nation of disorder in the family's bloodline." Hobbert was stunned and looked at the blurry figure in the pool. Is this guy really the Night Emperor? Are you sick? You have been torturing your descendants for more than 1,000 years. Then Hobbert thought that he was not only shouting Nation of Disorder, but was shouting such a complicated sentence. Thinking of the Trunsoist brass book contaminated by the Nation of Disorder, it is obvious that Trunsoist found the Nation of Disorder at that time. But I don't know why. He failed to become a great old one. Could it be that he was killed by the six gods when he was about to become a great old one? At that time, the Night Emperor had already established contact with the Nation of Disorder. In order to make it easier for future generations to become great old ones, he left the entrance in the bloodline of the Trunsoist family, along with the entrance to the Nation of Disorder. There was also the Night Emperor's explanation, but for the contaminated god, the ordinary explanation sounded like crazy murmurs to future generations. Hobbert smiled. This guess seems reasonable, but it also seems unreasonable. If this is the case, then the Trunsoist family is as tragic as the Abraham family. It's slightly better than the Abraham family. After all, the Trunsoist family can still produce saints. Hobbert continued to flip through Rex's notes. The following is Rex's search for information about the Nation of Disorder. When he learned that the Nation of Disorder was the Sefirah, he also made a similar guess to Hobbert's. Rex didn't hear all of those murmurs. He believed that if he heard them all, he could find a way to lift the curse. But if he wanted to hear them all, he had to continue to advance. He might repeat the mistakes of his ancestors, and Hobbert was born not long ago at this time, and he wanted to spend more time with his children. But then he thought that Hobbert would also suffer from crazy murmurs in the future, and he also thought that Hobbert might face the same choices as himself in the future. So he decided to try to advance and challenge the family's curse while he was still in good condition. But before that, he made some preparations for Hobert, including the choices he provided for Hobert before. The notes ended here. Although they were all recording the process of events, Hobert could still feel the strong paternal love. This made Hobert think of the old man in the AD era again. I wonder how they are doing after I left the AD era? Thinking about it, Hobert turned to the last page of the notes. Hobert thought Rex would write a few mushy words, but there was only a line of flamboyant words. Since you have chosen to take this path, walk down it with your head held high. Hobert smiled knowingly and put the 2 notebooks on the stone platform over there. After leaving the Nation of Disorder, Hobert sat by the window looking at the people coming and going outside for a long time. He was both digesting the information he had obtained today and remembering his relatives. It wasn't until the sun was setting in the west that Hobert put away his sentimental emotions and looked at the notebook and map he had searched from the skeleton on the table. After looking at a few pages with his legs crossed, Hobert gradually put away his contempt and seriously started reading with his legs uncrossed. The dead Beyonder had found a skeleton lord before his death. In Hobert's notebook, there was a signature of its previous owner, Valentine Victor. More than a notebook, it was like a collection of clumsy ghost stories. The content of the stories was very interesting to Hobert, such as something that happened in the deep mountains of Civilized County in the Kingdom of Loan. In the deep mountains, there was a hunter who was very good at setting traps. Suddenly, from one day on, the prey he caught in the traps was always gnawed by some kind of beast. But strangely, this experienced hunter couldn't tell from the bite marks what kind of beast had gnawed on his prey. A few days later, when the hunter went to check the traps again, he found that his prey had just been gnawed not long ago, and he quickly locked onto the trail of the culprit along the bloodstains. After chasing for about an hour or two, the hunter chased to the edge of a forest, and at this time the sky was gradually darkening. In the deep mountains, the sun sets very quickly. As soon as the sun sets behind the mountaintop, the surroundings are like being covered with a layer of black gauze. The hunter didn't intend to let the culprit go like this, and chased all the way in. The moment he stepped into the forest, the hunter felt that the mountain wind inside was particularly cold, as if countless eyes were staring at him. Just as the hunter was about to turn back, he found a towering tree with branches growing horizontally, and the canopy covered a large area. The tree was hung with corpses, all of whom had been hanged. As the mountain wind blew, the corpses swayed in the wind. The hunter was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Just then, the corpses on the tree began to move. They raised their hands in unison, took off the nooses that had hanged them, and climbed down the tree nimbly, rushing towards the hunter. Especially a skeleton, which moved very quickly, chasing in the front. The hunter's desire to survive was ignited, and he ran until late at night before he could escape. When Hobert was reading the contents of the notebook, he thought, if Fur saw this story, after a processing and rendering of the atmosphere, it would be a very good ghost story. However, Valentine's wording and description were very bland, as if he was saying that he was having barbecue tonight. So the content was very interesting, but it was portrayed very clumsily by the owner of the notebook. The key is that there was Valentine's exploration later. He didn't say a word about the exploration process, only leaving one sentence. Suspected sacrifice to a demon, multiple corpses reanimated, no skeleton lord found. This immediately reminded Hobert of Doofus. Perhaps the gatekeeper is like that, without any emotional fluctuations about everything around him when preparing for advancement. There were as many as 7 or 8 similar ghost stories, and Valentine's footprints almost covered the entire northern continent. Finally, in Colson County in the southeastern part of the Fainapotter Kingdom, Valentine discovered the real skeleton lord. He tried twice, but failed to kill the skeleton lord. The second time, he almost fell into the skeleton lord's ambush. So Valentine returned to the Kingdom of Loan, wanting to ask his teacher for help. The notebook ended here. Hobert could imagine that Valentine was attracted by the corpse of the ancient death god on his way back to Backlund, and eventually died in the stone chamber. Hobert opened the map again. The map marked the location of the skeleton lord, but it didn't look like a lone map. He put on his trench coat and went to a bookstore on the street to buy a map of the Fainapotter Kingdom, and compared it when he got back. Sure enough, the map left by Valentine was a map of Coulson County in the Fanapotter Kingdom. Coulson County is located between the Fanapotter capital, Fanapotter City, and the port city of Civilaus, bordering the small country of Mason. The entire county is basically a continuous mountainous area. Hobbert nodded. In this kind of deep mountain and old forest, it is indeed easy for extraordinary creatures with territorial awareness or undead creatures, like the Skeleton Lord, to appear. After confirming the location of the Skeleton Lord, Hobbert folded the map, clipped it in the notebook, picked up his cane, and left a note for Furs and Zio, telling them not to leave dinner for him. Then he jumped into a rental carriage and returned to his home in Empress Borough. In the carriage, Hobbert sighed. Today's experience was really wonderful. Just as he was thinking about this, his stomach grumbled twice. He then remembered that he was so busy looking at the spoils at noon, and then attracted by Rex's notebook, that he had forgotten to eat lunch. When he returned home, he arrived just in time for the Christian family to have dinner. After Hobbert sat down, he began to gobble it up. Donna suspected. "Hobbert, are you so poor now that you can't even afford to eat?" Hobbert took a sip of wine, and while using a fork to skewer a chicken wing for himself, he asked, "Why do you think so? I heard that you offended all the gentlemen in Backlund in the last case, so you think no one will come to me for lawsuits anymore?" Donna nodded, and Tyron also stared at Hobbert nervously, but Christian smiled and shook his head. "That's not true. The people who come to me for lawsuits now are lined up until next month." Hobbert smiled and said, "I am now a well-known lawyer. My savings are so much that it would scare you to death if I told you." "TCH, liar, your savings can't possibly reach 1,000 pounds. Hobbert almost got stabbed by the chicken wing bone. "Donna, can you be a little more ambitious? 1,000 pounds can scare you." Donna said seriously, "Of course it can. You must have robbed a bank. Otherwise, how could you have so much money?" Hobbert suddenly realized that mixing in how could he get to know Hobbert? Hobbert pretended to be confused and said, "He told me that he is only a sequence 4. Christian shook his head. Knowing such a saint was Hobbert's opportunity, and he didn't intend to interfere too much. Finally, Hobbert revealed the clues about the Skeleton Lord, but he found that when he mentioned that the Skeleton Lord was in the Fanapotter Kingdom, Christian and Doofus's faces changed. Beyonder Circle is more profitable than robbing a bank. No wonder the official Beyonders have to catch the wild Beyonders when they see them. Of course, the premise is that you have a helper like the Nation of Disorder. Otherwise, it is easy to become someone else's wealth. While arguing with his sister, Hobbert finished dinner and then followed Christian into the study. Hobbert asked Doofus to come in together. After closing the door of the study, he began to recount the process of exploring the ruins today. Of course, Hobbert didn't explain some of Mr. Azac's words and deeds. After hearing that there was the corpse of the ancient death god inside, Doofus's eyes lit up, making it difficult to maintain the state of a dead person. Christian said, "In that case, the person who explored the ruins with you should be at least a sequence 3. To be able to suppress the Black Hound spirit beast so easily, he must be at least a sequence 3. In fact, Hobbert still made some processing. If Christian knew that Azac treated the Black Hound spirit beast like a servant, Christian would definitely think that the angel had some ulterior motives. Otherwise, if the other party was an angel, he might not even look at a sequence 7. So, after Hobbert obtained the clue about the Skeleton Lord from Valentine's notes, he immediately decided to inform Doofus of this clue. Firstly, because of the previous agreement when assassinating Bakerland, and secondly, after Doofus became a demigod, Hobbert estimated that he could also benefit from it. However, Hobbert found that when he said the location of the Skeleton Lord, Christian and Doofus's expressions were a little strange. Hobbert asked, "Is there any problem with the content of the notes?" Christian asked instead, "Are you sure that the saint who went to explore the ruins with you didn't tamper with this notebook?" Hobbert was stunned. "I'm sure." Christian was silent for a full 3 seconds before smiling. "Doofus, this is your chance to advance. But now is not the time to deal with the Skeleton Lord." Doofus nodded. "I know." Seeing that Hobbert still had a puzzled look, Christian smiled and said, "Your clue is somewhat coincidental with something we are planning." Hobbert said, "Oh, so they suspected that Azac knew their plan." He didn't have anything to worry about, because he knew that even if Azac knew their plan, as long as it wasn't heinous, Azac wouldn't bother to care. This topic ended here. Christian talked about the geography and culture of Coulson County in the Fainapotter Kingdom. Don't look at this county, which is all mountainous. There used to be a very prosperous waterway there, but more than 50 years ago, that waterway was suddenly interrupted. There are various opinions on the reason for the interruption. Some say that an earthquake occurred and the river changed its course. Some say that the worship of evil gods appeared, causing the Fainapotter Kingdom and the Earth Mother Church to abandon it. I heard a reliable piece of news, which should be closest to the truth. There was indeed an earthquake and the river changed its course, but many strange things also happened. In order to reopen the waterway, a demigod of the Fainapotter Kingdom died in Coulson County. The royal family and the church both believed that reopening the waterway would cost a huge price, which was not worthwhile, so this area was basically abandoned. Now Coulson County is a place where the Fainapotter Kingdom exiles prisoners and gives fiefs to some nominal viscounts and barons. For example, if someone has made a contribution and the royal family wants to make him a baron, but they don't want to give him a fief, they will enfeoff him in Coulson County. The baron who is enfeoffed in Coulson County knows that it is not a good place and will not go to his fief, but hangs a title in Fainapotter City. It is said that in the past few decades, Coulson County has become a lawless place. In this era, there is no internet, and there is no way to obtain information about a place's culture, so Hobert listens very carefully every time he hears this kind of information. After chatting for a few more words, Hobert said goodbye and returned to his bedroom to rest. In the study, Doofus asked Christian, "When are you going to tell Hobert?" "Wait a little longer," Christian said, "whether to participate or not. Let him choose for himself." Perhaps because he saw the corpse of the ancient death god, Hobbert's astral body and spiritual body were greatly shaken, which caused him to have nightmares all night again. Sometimes he dreamed of being chased by blackhound spirit beasts. Sometimes he dreamed of being chased by the corpse of the ancient death god, and the skeleton lord, the coffin he encountered in the spirit world, and some of the people he killed also joined in the fun. Hobert didn't sleep peacefully until dawn, but he needs to get up early today. After a simple breakfast, Hobert yawned and arrived at the law firm early. Jessica had been holding the information and waiting in front of Hobert's office door. When she saw Hobert, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Lawyer Hobert, this is the information you wanted." Hobert didn't come yesterday, and she was afraid that Hobert would be late today. Hobert glanced at it. "Very good. Let's go. Come with me to court. Today is the day of the court hearing for the case of Emma, the street girl." Jessica said with some worry, "Your condition?" This case has also received media attention. After all, many newspapers like this kind of scandalous news. Although Jessica knows that Hobert has no contact with those street girls at all, it does not affect the media's speculation and compilation in this regard. Hobert smiled. "It doesn't matter. Isn't the defendant not hiring a lawyer?" In Jessica's worry, the two came to the magistrate's court together. Originally, the magistrate's court didn't take this case too seriously and arranged a court at random. But on the day of the trial, a large number of gorgeously dressed, charming women and many reporters came to request to attend the hearing. Those women found several clients who worked in the court, so this case was tried in the largest magistrate's court in Backlund. It can accommodate 200 or 300 people to attend the hearing, but the seats for the hearing are still not enough, and many people are standing in the corridor, at the door, and outside the window to attend the hearing. When Hobert and Jessica arrived at the court, the main entrance was already blocked. Fortunately, the two were agile and climbed into the court through the window, almost missing the opening time. The plaintiff Emma and the defendant Wendell had arrived. Emma greeted Hobert with a smile and asked him to sit next to her. On the other side, the defendant Wendell couldn't get enough of looking at the room full of flamboyant girls. Soon, the judge took his seat. After confirming that Wendell did not need a lawyer, the judge announced the opening of the court. Hobert first stated Wendell's charges. Although it was just a simple statement, it aroused public outrage, and everyone began to scold Wendell. The judge knocked on the gavel for a long time before maintaining order, and then it was Wendell's turn to speak. This middle-aged man in his 30s was very arrogant. More than once someone has sued me, but without exception, they have all failed. I'll say it again, prostitution money is not considered legal income and is not protected by law. You can't convict me at all. The previous lawyer's assistant with a very good taste couldn't win the case. You, Hobbert, no matter how famous you are, unless you can amend the laws of the Lone Kingdom, you can't win either. These words aroused a new round of scolding from everyone. As a Loanese, Hobbert couldn't even understand what some of the street girls were scolding. This made him sigh at the diversity of languages. The judge's gavel was almost broken, but he still couldn't silence everyone. Under the loud persuasion of Hobbert and Jessica, everyone calmed down. The magistrate's court rarely has anyone attending the hearing. The judge, who saw this scene for the first time, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Hobbert, "Plaintiff's lawyer, the defendant is right. I really can't convict him." Hobbert smiled and said, "Your Honor, we might as well change our thinking. I will accuse the defendant of fraud." Whether it was the people in the spectator or the plaintiff Emma and the defendant Wendell, they didn't understand what it meant, but the judge's eyes lit up. Jessica's eyes almost glowed. She muttered, learned, there can still be such an operation." On the defendant's seat, Wendell chuckled. "Fraud? You? Ha. You're really joking. What does this have to do with fraud?" Hobbert asked the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, isn't it common sense that guests pay after you provide them with services?" Regardless of whether they understood Hobbert's intention, everyone answered together, "Yes." Hobbert picked up his folder. "I have here a proof of income of the defendant, which is sufficient to show that the defendant has the financial means to pay for the services provided by Ms. Emma. But the other party did not pay, which violates the basic common sense and meets the legal definition of fraud." Wendell laughed and said, "So what? You still can't change the fact that prostitution is a legal income. Don't think you are qualified to play with the law. My team will sue you until you are bankrupt in the next period of time." Hobbert said coldly, "Relevant legal provisions stipulate that there are no requirements for the source of income for economic losses resulting from fraud." Some people already understood Hobbert's meaning. Amidst the applause from the audience, Hobbert continued to shout loudly, "So, Mr. Wendell, I accuse you of defrauding my client, and you must compensate her for all losses, including my attorney's fees." The applause from the audience grew louder and louder, and some people even cheered. Wendell's face was ashen. He now regretted not hiring a lawyer, because he had no way of judging the truth of Hobbert's words. After finally restoring order in the court, the judge almost immediately pronounced the verdict. The defendant is guilty of fraud and shall compensate the plaintiff for all economic losses, lost work expenses, attorney's fees, etc., totaling £12, and shall be fined £5. Sentenced to 6 months in prison. Wendell was stunned. Also sentenced to prison? The judge glanced at him. He previously thought he was proficient in law, but now it seems that he is just a legal ignoramus who has been carefree for so long just by finding a loophole in the law. He regretted a bit. If he had known that the other party was at this level, he would have given a heavier sentence. "I want to appeal," Wendell said quickly. Hobbert immediately said, "Your Honor, I suggest enforcing the other party's economic compensation first." The judge immediately said, "Agreed." Then he said to Wendell, "Defendant, you have the right to appeal, but you must first pay the fine and economic compensation. According to the relevant regulations of the Lone Kingdom, this court has the power to enforce economic penalties against you." "I'll pay now." Wendell no longer had the arrogance he had just now and immediately went to take out his wallet. This result once again caused a burst of cheers from the audience. Hobbert got up and waved to everyone, and everyone immediately stopped cheering. He smiled and said, "Ladies, as long as he consumes at your place within 3 years and doesn't pay, or if there are similar cases, you can come to my team for entrustment." Several people really came over to entrust similar cases, and Hobbert asked Jessica to arrange a time to discuss the cases with them. He planned to have Jessica handle all such cases. The economic compensation and fines were settled in court, and Wendell was temporarily taken into custody. Emma shook hands with Hobert. "Thank you for helping me get justice. Whenever you visit my place, it's all free." Someone shouted from the defendant's seat. "Lawyer Hobert, my place is also free." "Mine too." Hobert smiled and said, "If it's just a dance and sing, I'll go. We have such services there. Even if we don't have it now, we'll have it in the future." On the way out of the courtroom, everyone scrambled to shake hands with Hobert. Hobert shook hands with everyone as he walked out. Suddenly, he saw the reporters who were writing furiously. Hobert, who had always been very media-conscious, realized that he had to say something at this time to sublimate the case. So he stopped and said to everyone, "Ladies don't care about the secular views. Your current choices and circumstances are the tragedy of this era. Who doesn't want to support themselves by labor that is not discriminated against? But this era does not give you such opportunities. Don't look down on yourselves because of the tragedy of this era. Ladies, raise your noble heads. Your choices are already many times better than those of robbers, thieves, and villains." The atmosphere in the courtroom reached a climax. Some people cheered loudly, and some covered their mouths and cried. Before this, no one had ever cared about their interests. No one had ever understood their difficulties, never. But today is different. They felt respected for the first time, respected like a person. Although Hobert had left, the ladies on the scene were still immersed in the emotions just now and could not extricate themselves for a long time. The reporters squeezed out, and Hobert's words were enough to be the headline of tomorrow. In the carriage back, Jessica's eyes were shining. "Lawyer Hobert, we will definitely become the brightest color of this era." She was also deeply infected by Hobert's words. Hobert smiled and said, "Our journey is still very long." He originally wanted to talk to Jessica about asking her friend to help him build weapons, but the current atmosphere is really not suitable for talking about this. Saturday morning, 15 Minsk Street. Klein went out to buy a pie as his breakfast. He ate breakfast and read the newspaper as usual. After the meal, he planned to go to the Dockers Union to confirm the information provided by Miss Zio. Klein saw that the headline of the newspaper was about Hobbert's news. This was the second time he had seen Hobbert's news in the newspaper. He read it carefully word by word. When he saw the description of Emma's case, Klein sighed. He really dares to take this kind of case. Having been in this world for so long, Klein certainly knew the demands of public opinion on gentlemen in this era. Hobbert's approach was like a fighter. He had just offended the nobles of Backlund, and now he was speaking out for the street girls. Especially when he saw Hobbert's last speech, Klein put down the newspaper and stared at the pie in front of him in a daze. He had been in this world for so long, and this was the first time he had seen a speech that fit his values so well. Recalling his previous conversations with those gentlemen, there were almost no thoughts about understanding and respecting the people at the bottom. They either simply didn't understand the poverty of the people at the bottom, or they were glad that they had not fallen to that point. Then Klein thought that he also wanted to bring some changes to this world before, but every time he thought of this, he would make excuses for himself. This is an extraordinary world, and ordinary people have no chance to turn over. But Hobert, as a lone person, is fighting for the interests of ordinary people in this world. Isn't this changing the world? A copy of the Backlund Daily lay open on a soft stool. Next to the stool, a golden retriever was lying on the carpet, reading a book, turning the pages with its paw from time to time. A beautiful young woman stood in front of the French window, staring at the flowers, as if lost in thought. The girl, the flowers, and the French window formed a perfect composition. After a while, Audrey suddenly said, "Susie," he lied. Susie, the golden retriever, folded a corner of the page and closed the book. "Who are you talking about?" "Audrey." Audrey pointed to the newspaper. "Mr. Hobbert, he deceived your feelings?" Audrey smiled helplessly. "Susie, watch less romance novels. Well, you can read some poetry or the psychology textbooks I've collected." Susie put a paw on the romance novel in front of her. "Okay. I remember when I first met Mr. Hobbert. He said he didn't represent justice." Audrey said, "But he has been doing justice." Susie picked up the newspaper from the soft stool and spread out on the carpet to read. Oh my God, he's in the newspaper again. Another very challenging case. Yes, his reputation will definitely suffer because of this. Audrey said, I plan to start a Justice League gathering next week to see if I can help this justice-minded gentleman. That's a good idea, Audrey, Susie asked. Can I participate too? Not for now, Susie. Seeing Susie's disappointment, Audrey quickly added, if there's a chance in the future, I will introduce you to the association. 192 Blanca Street. Hobert. Zio waved a newspaper in his hand at the dining table. We actually had to read the newspaper to find out you did something big again. Hobert smiled and said, I didn't expect this case to have such a big impact. That was the truth. Furs, however, worried. Hobert, although your speech in court was very inspiring, the gentlemen and ladies of Backlund should be more concerned that you are defending a street girl. Zio also said, yes, some people will definitely criticize your motives behind your back. Hobert poured the heated milk into 3 cups. Ladies, sometimes we care about the opinions of some unimportant people, which is completely flattering them. Zio and Furs thought Hobert's idea was very novel, so they got up and came over to take the milk, listening carefully. Hobert smiled and said, I've recently figured it out. There's no need to care so much about the opinions of people who are not important in our lives. But Miss Emma, the party concerned on the other side, regards me as her last hope. If I don't take action, the defendant's bad behavior will not be stopped. Honestly, it feels good to be a hero. The 3 people ate toasted bread and drank hot milk. Zio sighed. Justice never goes out of style. Hobert smiled. I just did what I thought was right. It has nothing to do with justice. Well, I'm not a person who advocates justice. As he said, he got up and put on his windbreaker. I'm going to be late again. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to clean up the dishes. No problem. Furs waved the toasted bread in her hand. After all, we enjoyed your toasted bread and hot milk. Picking up his cane, Hobert quickly came to the law firm. When he arrived at the entrance of the firm, he slowed down and entered his office in a leisurely manner. Around 10 o'clock in the office, Jessica came to his office to report. Lawyer Hobert, so far, I have received 4 cases similar to Ms. Emma's. Hobert nodded. I'll let you handle them all. If there is any problem that cannot be solved, come to me to discuss it. Jessica agreed and was about to turn around when Hobert stopped her again. I have a private matter to ask you for help. Jessica closed the office door and sat opposite Hobert. Please speak. For what I've observed, your friend Carrie should be an artisan, right? Jessica was stunned for a moment, and then thought of the key ring she had sent to Lawyer Hobert before. And then she nodded. That's right. I want to entrust her to build a weapon for me, Hobert said straightforwardly. I hope you can help me facilitate this transaction. It just so happens that she may also want to entrust you with something, Jessica said. How about we find a restaurant tonight? We can talk while eating. Not tonight. I have an appointment, Hobert said, and the restaurant is not a good place to talk. Let's come to the office to talk tomorrow. If you are not at ease, you can find a quiet place where you can talk with confidence, and I will go to you. Then come to the office. Hobert smiled and nodded, and Jessica said goodbye and left. In the busyness, time flies quickly. In the afternoon, Hobert was about to take a break when Jessica handed over replies from Elizabeth and Selena. Opening Elizabeth's letter, after a few greetings, she said that she had been having the same nightmare from time to time, dreaming of a bull-headed monster with golden antlers. She had similar experiences before, and with the help of a friend, she escaped from that continuous nightmare, but now that friend is gone. Elizabeth went to the divination club to find other diviners for help, but the suggestions they gave were not effective. Then Elizabeth discussed the topic of diviners in the letter, saying that she had known a gentleman who really understood mysticism before, which gave her a new understanding of mysticism. After contacting the diviners during this period, she found that there seemed to be 2 types of diviners. One type divined very accurately and rarely made symbolic interpretations. One type was always making symbolic interpretations, which became more and more confusing. She asked Hobert how to distinguish between these 2 types of diviners, and asked Hobert if there was a way to solve this problem. Finally, she talked about Melissa. She invited Melissa to Backlund for relaxation, but Melissa did not agree. Hobbert thought in his heart while holding the letter. Elizabeth's spirituality seems to be slightly higher than normal people's. By observing, she can vaguely perceive the difference between a real seer and an ordinary seer. It may be because her spirituality is a little higher that she unconsciously recalls some memories hidden by this psychological spoon during her sleep. Then Hobbert thought again. The gentleman who she said really understands mysticism should be Klein. He remembered that Mr. Klein had helped Elizabeth solve a case of evil spirits haunting her. After thinking about it for a while, Hobbert wrote back to Elizabeth, telling her that he could solve the nightmare problem she encountered, but it must be solved in person. He suggested that Elizabeth should not go to diviners for interpretation casually, because it is difficult to meet real experts in daily life. Finally, he talked about Melissa, and he invited Melissa's brother to come to Backlund as a guest to see the Bell of Order and the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Hobbert opened Selina's letter again. This little girl was quite clever. Seeing that Hobbert hadn't refused her request to be her occultism mentor, she began to ask Hobbert about occult knowledge. However, all her questions were about how brown stars operate and what they represent, how red stars operate, and how to interpret them. Hobbert smiled helplessly. This mentor doesn't know these things either. In fact, occultism is divided into two types: ordinary occultism and beyonder occultism. Ordinary occultism is basically occultism in the eyes of ordinary people. Ordinary people's spirituality can actually feel the existence of the mystical world, but their feelings are very vague, and they can only observe the superficial phenomena of occult phenomena. Take rituals as an example. Ordinary people who burn the correct herbs and recite the correct spells also have a certain probability of receiving a response from the gods. They would think that the response was entirely due to the herbs and spells, and would think that those herbs had the function of pleasing the gods. Beyonder occultism, on the other hand, can explain the principles behind rituals. Herbs can only help establish a channel to the gate of the kingdom of God. The main thing is the spirituality of the petitioner and the spell, which establish the correct channel. When there is a mystical connection with the gate of the kingdom of God, the gods will hear the prayer and respond using the established channel. What Selina had learned before was obviously just some ordinary occult knowledge, and Hobbert didn't know much about it. He was better at extraordinary occultism. After thinking for a while, Hobbert replied to Selina, telling her that these were all superficial aspects of occultism, and inviting her to visit Backlund. After replying to the letter, Hobbert rested for a while, went home for dinner, and then picked up his cane again and took a carriage to 16 Wamboy Avenue. After nightfall, there were few people on this street, but fierce dogs were kept in the courtyards. The carriage passed by, startling a series of dog barks. Hobbert put on his mask in the carriage. After getting off the car, he found that Upton had already arrived. Upton's hair, which had been burned off in the previous battle, had grown back. His whole temperament had also changed a bit. He no longer looked like a playboy, but looked much more mature. Hobbert stepped forward and asked, "Why didn't you go in first?" Upton smiled. "I inquired about it in the afternoon. This is a haunted house." Sure enough, he has made a lot of progress. He even knows to inquire about the meeting place in advance. "Let's go. There is only one messenger here." Hobbert opened the door and entered as if he were back in his own yard. "Messenger?" Upton pondered Hobbert's words and quickly followed. Arriving at the dilapidated hall of the house, neither of them used electric lights or lit candles. In the darkness, they could see each other's outlines and approximate expressions. Hobbert asked Upton about his recent experiences. He didn't expect that Upton would play the barbarian by becoming a gang leader. However, according to Upton's feelings, he also received feedback on the digestion of the potion, but compared to Hobbert's approach of antagonizing a class, the digestion speed was slower. The knowledge to help you stay away from losing control is a benefit only available to the favored ones of the Creator. Hobbert said, "Don't publicize it everywhere." "I understand." Upton breathed a sigh of relief. He was considered a favored one of the Creator, so there should be no danger. After talking about this topic, Hobbert said, "I need you to set up a company and use that company's name to buy 2 steam pumps. As for the reward, I mentioned it before, part of the beyonder characteristics of the briber. He paused and then said, there are two forms of reward. One is that you pay for the 2 pumps, which is about 1,000 pounds. The reward you can get is 2/3 of the beyonder characteristics of the briber. Generally speaking, the beyonder characteristics of Sequence 7 are worth 1,200 pounds, but most of the time, they will be priced up to 1,500 to 1,800 pounds during transactions. As a favored one of the creator, you can also enjoy the benefit of the beyonder characteristics at the lowest price, provided that I have the beyonder characteristics you need here. Upton nodded. Praise the creator. This kid finally has a bit of consciousness as a believer. Hobert continued. 2/3 of the beyonder characteristics of the briber is equivalent to 800 pounds, but you can also get the qualification of general distributor of key mechanical firm, which is a channel that cannot be bought for 200 pounds. The second form is that I will pay the cost of 1,000 pounds. Just use your name to register a company, and after buying the 2 pumps I need, the commission will end. However, you can only get 1/8 of the beyonder characteristics of the briber, and your company will not get the qualification of general distributor. Well, as far as I know, there are only 5 general distributors of this company in the world. You can think about how to choose the reward. Upton asked, the key mechanical firm you mentioned, is it the large steam engine company on Nicola Street? Yes. You actually have such a channel? Hobert smiled, deliberately not making his words too clear. It's not necessarily that I have such a channel. Upton nodded. I understand. It may also be the channel of other favored ones. Hobert thought to himself, it's good that you understand. These days, it's not only tiring to play the role of an evil god, but also to play the role of a favored one of an evil god. I choose the first commission mode. When Upton had the idea of doing business before, he had done some research. He had heard of key mechanical firm and also knew the weight of this general distribution. Hobert smiled. A wise choice. If I hadn't heard that you wanted to do business, I wouldn't have given you this commission. He said, after the commission is over, I will accumulate your rewards and distribute them to you after you accept my commission again in the future and earn another 1/3 of the beyonder characteristics. Or, if you're in a hurry to advance, you can also use 400 pounds to make up the difference, and you can also get the beyonder characteristics of the briber from me. Upton nodded. Although my condition is much better now, I still need to be a barbarian for a while before I have the confidence to advance. Hobert Ed, and then said, after the company is established, contact me by praying to the creator and pick up the goods according to my instructions. Then find a secluded warehouse and sacrifice the water pump to the creator. Upton was stunned. The creator sacrifice to the creator? Does the god still need a water pump? The loan customs checks this kind of machinery very strictly. I can only ask the creator to give it to other favored ones tens of thousands of miles away in the form of a gift. Hobert mentioned this matter now to make an explanation and maintain the image of the creator. Then he reminded, the sacrifice is paid by the buyer. You just need to sacrifice it. Upton nodded, and his vigilance against the creator was greatly reduced. Even if sacrifices were needed, the creator was willing to help the favored ones with such small favors. He was a kind evil god. Hobert then said to Upton, after completing this commission, you can go back to being your boss and also sell key mechanical firm products. I think you only need to put an advertisement in the newspaper and customers will come to you. After all, the products of key mechanical firm are high-tech products of this era and also hot commodities. Hobert added, if there is a new commission, I will ask the creator to contact you again. Future commissions will be in this form, so I won't explain further. Except for individual commissions that you must complete, you have the right to refuse most commissions, and I won't let you suffer losses on any single commission. The last stone in Upton's heart also fell. I like this kind of commission method. This not only gave him enough freedom, but also gave him a powerful beyonder organization to rely on. He was very satisfied with this loose organizational method. After Hobert finished explaining the task and made corresponding explanations, in order to maintain the atmosphere of the mysterious organization, there was no other excessive communication. He and Upton left the abandoned villa one after another. In the carriage on the way back, Hobert took off his mask and suddenly realized that he hadn't spent a penny on this transaction, and he could actually benefit both ways. The cost was paid by Upton, and the beyonder characteristic of briber as a reward was the one Upton gave Hobert before. On the other side, Elliot's payment would not be a penny less. Hobbert's only input was favor and channels, but everyone benefited each other and got corresponding interests or benefits. Thinking of this, he smiled, sighing that he had already established his network in this world. Of course, this was thanks to the original owner's biological father and adoptive father, who provided a lot of help for the network Hobert established. The next morning, Hobert didn't get up until after 9 o'clock. Like all gentlemen in Backlund, he read the newspaper while eating breakfast. A piece of information caught Hobert's attention. A plague suddenly broke out in the dockworkers' union. It is said to be extremely contagious. Relevant departments have sealed off the office building and dormitory building of the dockworkers' union and urgently summoned other employees for unified treatment. According to insiders, this plague should be overcome soon, allowing the dock area to restore order. Hobert then realized that Klein had killed Lenivus, and this was the official Beyonder cleanup. He had been so busy lately that he had almost forgotten about Klein and didn't have time to participate in this action. However, this action didn't have any risks. Letting Klein avenge himself would make him feel better. Putting down the newspaper, he finished breakfast. Hobert used the method he bestowed upon himself to bring a piece of black iron that the ancient death frequently stepped on from the nation of disorder to the real world. T/N feet. He packed it in a prepared cloth bag, and Hobert carried the bag to the law firm. It was Sunday, and only a few lawyers were working overtime or on duty. The entire office building was very deserted. Jessica and Carrie had arrived early. Hobert greeted them and thanked Carrie for the return gift. He opened the door to his office and invited Jessica and Carrie in. After Jessica, who was at the back, closed the door, Hobert put the cloth bag on the desk, revealing the black iron inside. Carrie was immediately attracted by the black iron. This is my first time seeing such a high-level material. Jessica also felt the unusualness of the material in front of her, staring at it intently. After the two of them watched for 2 or 3 minutes, Carrie asked, "What kind of weapon do you want to forge?" Such good materials can definitely create a weapon with very good extraordinary effects. I have drawn the blueprints. Hobert took out the blueprints he had drawn in advance. It was a straight-backed knife of equal width, which looked a bit like a sword, but with a blade on one side and a blade structure at the tip of the knife, which was obviously different from the tip of a sword. Today was the first time Carrie doubted her knowledge. I have never seen this kind of knife before. What is it called?" "Tang Dao, Tang sword." Hobert replied. "What a strange pronunciation. This is a word in Elvish." Hobert casually explained. "It is an ancient weapon." Hobert had carefully considered the weapon he wanted to forge. According to the characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway, using a knife or two-handed sword that could charge straight ahead was the most suitable. He also consulted relevant information and found that the weapons of various countries in the northern continent did not have styles suitable for him. Either they were too big and inconvenient to carry, or they lacked momentum. So he decided to simply forge a Tang Dao that he had seen in the Common Era. A two-handed sword was also possible, with great power and a ferocious look. However, it was too long and inconvenient to carry. Hobert remembered that in the novels he had read in the modern era, transmigrators generally forged katanas for themselves. Hobert, who had knowledge in this area, knew that the prototype of the Japanese sword was the Tang Dao. Later, the Little Devils improved the blade into a curved one. They said it was more in line with the mechanical structure or something, but in fact it was because they were too short and it was easy to not be able to pull out a straight knife. In ancient Japan, if two warriors competed without using Japanese swords, they might have to leave time for each other to draw their swords, and maybe even ask their opponents or the audience to help hold the scabbard and draw the sword. The picture is very beautiful to think about. For Hobert, in terms of the momentum and beauty of weapons, the Tang Dao was the first choice, and it could be disguised as a longer cane for easy carrying. Carrie had a feeling of gaining knowledge when she heard Hobert's explanation. This material should be able to make 3 Tang Dao. Should we use them all? Hobert was stunned, able to make so many. He immediately said, "No, make me another long sword, but I want to make some modifications to the sword body and hilt." Carrie was familiar with long swords. She drew a sketch of a long sword and asked Hobert where he needed to make changes. After discussing the design issues of the Tang Dao and two-handed sword, Hobert asked, "What kind of reward do you hope to get?" Carrie said, "Jessica often tells me about your deeds, especially the case the day before yesterday, which is enough to prove that you are a reliable gentleman. And the materials on the table can also prove that you are an Beyonder with good strength." Hobert smiled and said, "Don't compliment me so much. If it is within my ability, I will definitely help." "It's like this," Carrie said. "As you know, while the artisans are rare, so a mysterious Beyonder organization approached me, hoping we would join them. Although the conditions offered by the other party are very generous, I don't like the atmosphere of Beyonder organizations. I prefer to maintain the status quo. But my pathway doesn't have many Beyonder abilities that can be used in battle so far, and Jessica's strength is a bit weak, so I've always been afraid to directly refuse the other party. I want to ask you to protect me so that I have the confidence to refuse." Because Hobert had a brigadier general father, he had the confidence to cooperate with official Beyonders. Most wild Beyonders do not have such opportunities because the official Beyonders' attitude towards wild Beyonders is to catch them whenever they see one. So, if you want to cooperate with them, you must first prove your usefulness to the official Beyonders while hiding your identity as a wild Beyonder. Only in this way can you become their informant or external staff. There are also some Beyonders like Carrie whose purpose in becoming Beyonders may be to escape this secular society, so they don't even plan to cooperate with official Beyonders. Such a life is indeed free. But as Carrie encountered, they don't even have the confidence and power to refuse the recruitment of some unofficial Beyonder organizations. Because besides being Beyonders, they're also walking Beyonder characteristics. If they refuse too simply and are resented by those Beyonder organizations, they're likely to become Beyonder characteristics. It can be said that the law of Beyonder characteristics makes the entire Beyonder world so cruel. Hobert asked, "What is the strength of the other party?" Carrie said they are a team. "According to my observation, there's 1 sequence 6, 1 sequence 7, and 2 sequence 8s. What pathway are the Beyonders from?" "The sequence 7 looks like a death pathway Beyonder. One of the 2 sequence 8s is a provoker, and the others remain to be confirmed." Hobert was stunned. It sounded like a ragtag team. For him, as long as they weren't Beyonders from the Black Emperor or Justiciar pathways, because that was likely someone from the Tamara family. Hobert asked again, "What organization is the other party from?" Carrie shook her head. "I don't know. I only heard that they have developed many members in Desi County and Southville County in recent years, but I haven't found out the name of their organization. I had a transaction with their members before, so they targeted me. Does the opponent have any sealed artifacts?" "No." Carrie's answer was firm. Hobert pondered for a moment. "If they only have these for members, I probably don't even need to find helpers." This wasn't Hobert being arrogant. With so many magical items in his hand, a sequence 6 might not be his opponent, let alone a sequence 7. Once equipped with a knife, his weakness in close combat would be gone, and he even had the confidence to withstand a sequence 6 and a sequence 7 at the same time. Hobert didn't believe that Carrie and Jessica couldn't deal with the remaining 2 sequence 8s. But the premise was that they didn't have any powerful sealed artifacts. Like the Tamara family's team, equipped with black gloves that could completely change the battle, Hobert was still not an opponent. However, Hobert believed Carrie's judgment because the sequence 7 of the Savant pathway was called a Praiser. As long as the opponent had a sealed artifact, she could discover it immediately. And as long as she wore it once, she could basically know the approximate ability and negative effects of the sealed artifact. Of course, appraisers also make mistakes, such as when the opponent has a grade 1 or grade 0 sealed artifact. But Hobert had been a fake god for so long and hadn't even obtained a grade 1 sealed artifact. It was impossible for a sequence 6 in a Beyonder organization to carry a grade 1 sealed artifact around. Hearing Hobert's answer, Carrie and Jessica looked at each other. They had realized before that Hobert was a pretty good Beyonder, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Generally speaking, among wild Beyonders, Sequence 6 was already a master. And a Sequence 5, if he was willing, had the appeal to organize his own Beyonder organization. Hobert added, "No matter what the outcome of the negotiation is, you have to prepare to move." Carrie said, "We have been prepared for this." Moving was an old skill for all wild Beyonders. Hobert ed and said, "Then make weapons for me as soon as possible. After I get the weapons, I will accompany you to negotiate with them." The transaction was thus reached. The three chatted for a few more words and then left the law firm separately. After returning to his residence, Hobert took a good nap and then went to Gar's herbal shop. As he expected, by Sequence 6, auxiliary materials were already rare. The Baron of Corruption potion required the blood of a dark-blooded behemoth, the sap of the Chianali elf tree, dragon tooth grass powder, and aged white wine. Gar didn't have the blood of a dark-blooded behemoth in stock, and he wouldn't be able to give it to Hobert until tomorrow. And the total cost of the blood and sap auxiliary materials alone would require about 400 pounds. Hobert immediately paid a 200-pound deposit and agreed to pick up the goods tomorrow. Dragon toothgrass was relatively common. As for the aged white wine, Hobert returned to his home in Queens and took a bottle of Christian's vintage from the cellar. Berserk C by him. Alger had been in this small room for 3 days. Of course, he didn't stand on ceremony with Byron, and he demanded good wine and food for every meal. Finally, on Sunday afternoon, Byron appeared at the door. Alger knew that the Admiral Hell's operation was over. He clenched the crystal cane in his pocket to prevent Byron from double-crossing him. In fact, on the first day Alger came to this house, if the other party hadn't prepared to kill him, the probability of double-crossing would have been relatively small, but of course Alger wouldn't relax his vigilance. "The operation is over," Byron said. "It seems you know what's good for you." The information was accurate, so the general decided to pay you according to the originally agreed price. With that, he threw a small package to Alger, which contained bundles of 10-pound banknotes. Alger glanced at it roughly. It should be enough for 3,000 pounds. Was the operation process smooth? Byron asked with a sneer. "How much money are you planning to spend to buy this information?" Alger simply asked, "Can I leave?" Byron made a gesture of invitation at the door. Alger remained vigilant until he returned to his ship, when he realized that the transaction was finally over. Then he sent crew members to inquire about the news and quickly learned about the Hell Admiral's operation process. The next day was Monday. Hobert worked all morning and, after having lunch at the office, first went to the bank to withdraw 300 pounds in cash, and then went to Gar's herbal shop to pick up the auxiliary materials he had ordered yesterday. On the way back, Hobert also bought a set of beakers. Around 2:30, Hobert returned to 192 Blanca Street, took the death card from the Nation of Disorder, and with everything ready, waited for the tarot gathering to begin. Having participated in so many tarot gatherings, this was the first time Hobert was so excited. But time was like that. The more urgent things were, the slower it passed. Finally, at 3 o'clock, Hobert's eyes were covered by gray fog. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the urgency just now quietly dissipated. The tarot club begins. This time, Justice Audrey didn't greet everyone as usual, but looked directly at the head of the table. "Mr. Fool, the simple task you entrusted has been completed." She deliberately emphasized the word simple. The Fool Klein smiled blandly. "I already know." Then he sighed. "In such an era, in such a backland, in such an East Borough, dock area, and factory district, it is truly a breeding ground for the descent of evil gods." Hangman was stunned, wondering if he had heard correctly. Why would a simple task be linked to a breeding ground for the descent of evil gods? At this moment, the gloomy and reserved Mr. World chuckled softly. "Yes, whenever I see and hear about large numbers of child laborers in their teens dying young, most workers rarely living past 30 due to extreme fatigue and harsh environments, and the elderly barely surviving the previous trials but becoming unemployed due to old age, lacking security, and only able to wander the streets. dying of hunger and cold. I don't doubt the existence of evil gods at all. They are on Earth, in the East Borough, dock area, and factory district. The world spoke eloquently about the current situation of the people at the bottom of the East Borough. After seeing Hobbert's actions, Klein also hoped to use his power to bring some change to this world. But he sadly realized that he was still an unregistered person and had to be careful not to expose his whereabouts. So he couldn't do anything at all. After thinking for a while, he realized that the only thing he could do might be to tell Miss Justice about these things and let her use the power of the nobility to support some laws to protect the lives of the people at the bottom. Especially when he talked about how the people in the East Borough would not have a third generation, Audrey was greatly shocked and could hardly imagine that this was happening in Backland. After the world finished speaking, Audrey fell into deep shock and remained silent for a long time. The Emperor Hobert was about to echo, "This is a world that eats people." Indeed, this is more tragic and desperate than the world in Lu Sun's writings. It was because this world was so tragic and desperate that Hobert was shocked when he went to the East Borough for the first time. But when the words came to his lips, he felt that this sentence might expose himself. So he smiled and said, "What's even more ironic is that every time the superiors pay attention to the misery of these bottom-level people, it is because of evil gods. If you ask me, the number of times evil gods try to descend is too small, not enough to make the superiors determined to improve the living environment of the people in the East Borough." Audrey looked at the Emperor with surprise. "Mr. Emperor, are you serious? That is an evil god." Hobert smiled. "Believe me, Miss Justice, if you go and take a look, you will find that sometimes becoming a sacrifice to an evil god is not the most tragic thing in this world." Audrey was silent for a few more seconds before saying, I will go and take a look." She paused and then sincerely thanked. "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you for saving Backland. Your sigh also made me understand the root of the problem. And thank you, Mr. Emperor and Mr. World. You have let me know many things I didn't understand before." Hobert smiled meaningfully. "I hope justice will not become your burden." Audrey nodded thoughtfully. The son, Derrick, seemed to be in an offline state all the time. His motionless appearance was not a still picture, but he was listening carefully. Save Backland? Alger was surprised again. How big of a deal was this? At this time, Alger felt the fool's gaze. He immediately understood and quickly materialized the last page of the Roselle diary he owed. Next was Mr. Fool's reading time. He turned his attention to the diary in his hand. January 16th, the taste of a witch is really good. Klein's mouth twitched. He simply didn't know what expression to use to face it. "Emperor, I underestimated you too much before." Taking advantage of Mr. Fool's reading time, Audrey calmed her mood and returned to the state of a spectator. Then she found that whether it was Mr. Emperor, Mr. Hangman, or Mr. Sun, they all seemed to have something to say. Obviously, some stories had happened to them in the past week. "I really look forward to the extraordinary life of freedom like them," Audrey thought divergently. "You can start communicating." Mr. Fool's reading time ended. Hobert said first, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have collected an item that I think you will definitely be interested in." Klein asked in a flat tone, "What have you collected?" "Please allow me to materialize some information about it." Hobert smiled and deliberately said misleadingly, "I think one of the purposes of collecting Emperor Roselle's diary is for it." Audrey was surprised again and almost couldn't maintain the state of the spectator. What amazing thing did Mr. Emperor collect? Alger also showed enough surprise. The Emperor can actually collect something that Mr. Fool is interested in? What would a god be interested in? Derrick finally got out of the offline state. He was very curious about what Mr. Emperor had collected, and didn't know if there was such a thing in the forsaken land of the gods. If there was, he would have a way to please the fool. After obtaining Klein's consent, Hobert materialized the death card. When Klein took the death card in his hand, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Not because he was frightened by the lifeless Roselle image on the blasphemy card, but because one of the diaries he read today was Roselle saying that he was going to make a set of blasphemy cards containing the mysteries of the gods. Unexpectedly, just after reading the diary, he saw the death card among them. Under his gaze, the death card became three-dimensional, showing some content. Sequence 9, Corpse Collector. He turned the pages one by one and stopped abruptly when he saw Sequence 6. Although Audrey couldn't see Mr. Fool's surprised expression under the cover of the gray fog, she still felt the solemnity shown by Mr. Fool from his body movements. Audrey was a little shocked. Mr. Fool is really interested in that small card. Alger didn't dare to look at Mr. Fool, not even with the corner of his eye, but the fact that Mr. Fool was silent for a few seconds after getting the card already explained everything. The Emperor really spent a lot of money to digest the potion. He was willing to sacrifice something that even the gods would be silent about. Derrick was a little disappointed. Although he couldn't see what Mr. Emperor had found, he knew that there was no such thing in the forsaken land of the gods. Klein was silent for about 6 or 7 seconds before speaking to Hobert. You can make the second bribe. Although they had already guessed the result, Alger and Audrey couldn't help but be a little surprised. Mr. Fool is very satisfied with the offering collected by the Emperor. Hobert smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Fool, I will bribe immediately after the gathering." "What do you want from me?" Klein asked. Hobert said, "Still some beyonder knowledge." He knew that Klein could not come up with anything but knowledge now. Hobert smiled and said, "But this time, only I can hear those knowledge." Audrey quickly raised her hand. "Honorable Mr. Fool, is it possible? Let's take a break in the middle and continue the Tarot Club meeting after Mr. Emperor completes the sacrifice." In that case, she could also listen to the extraordinary knowledge that Mr. Fool told in response to Mr. Emperor's bribe. Alger said nothing, but judging from his appearance, he also agreed with Audrey's idea. Derrick looked at Mr. Fool eagerly. His thoughts were self-evident. Hobert smiled. "Can we have a break in the middle?" "Of course," Audrey said seriously. "Important meetings usually have a break in the middle." "Okay," Hobert said. "Mr. Fool, please make the final decision. I don't mind other members listening in." In order to maintain the identity of the Fool, Klein was going to refuse, but seeing the eyes of Justice, Hangman, and Sun, Klein decided to sing a duet. He controlled the world and said, "Your thoughts are extremely disrespectful to Mr. Fool." Justice and others, who had been a little uneasy, were about to get up and apologize immediately, but Klein took the lead and said in the identity of the Fool, "It doesn't matter. Since this is everyone's expectation, let's take a break in the middle." The world said, "Your generosity is far beyond my imagination." Audrey and Alger also praised Mr. Fool's generosity one after another, and promised that there would be no next time. Hobert almost covered his face. Why is he flattering himself? Then he sighed. If Klein knew in the future that some members of the Tarot Club knew that the world was the Fool's old account, would he be embarrassed to dig out another giant palace? After agreeing to continue the meeting in 2 minutes, the Tarot Club entered its first midterm break in history. Hobert returned to his bedroom, lit the prepared candles, drew the symbol representing the Fool, and quickly arranged the altar. Then he began to recite the sacrificial words. "The Fool who does not belong to this era, I offer you a death card and pray that you will tell us some extraordinary knowledge." A majestic palace appeared in front of Hobert's eyes. In the depths of the palace, a stalwart figure said, "Yes." The flame of the candle representing the Fool suddenly became bigger and taller until a phantom door appeared. A strong wind suddenly blew in the room, and the death card was swept into the phantom door. The strong wind disappeared, the flame returned to normal, and the sacrificial ceremony ended. Hobert waited quietly to be pulled back above the gray fog. At this moment, he actually felt the digestion of the potion. Crash! There seemed to be a broken sound in the void, and the briber potion had actually been digested. Hobert suddenly realized that as long as the object of the sacrifice agreed to his prayer, the process of bribing was completed. At this time, his vision was covered by the gray fog, and he returned to the Sefirah castle. Audrey, Alger, and Derrick also returned together. They all saw the card emitting a cold light on the corner of the table in front of Mr. Fool. They couldn't see the face of the card clearly, but they just felt the extraordinariness of the card. At this time, Klein said, Since Emperor sacrificed a blasphemy card, then let me talk about the blasphemy slate and the blasphemy cards. Audrey said, that's really what I think is the knowledge that Mr. Emperor wants to hear. She looked at the Emperor a little unconfidently. Yes, Hobert said again, deliberately confusingly. I also know today that it was originally called blasphemy card. I only called it Roselle's card before. Everyone quieted down, waiting for the fool's next speech. I only heard the fool say, you all know the blasphemy slate, but you don't know that there are 2 pieces in total, and you don't know the content on it. Alger felt that all the pores on his body were opened. Mr. Fool is going to explain the content of the blasphemy slate. Could it be that he has seen the blasphemy slate? Then he answered himself. He must have seen it. This is an ancient god, and in the long years, he must have seen many things that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Derrick listened very carefully. Their textbooks mentioned the blasphemy slate. He knew what the blasphemy slate meant, but he was not surprised. In his opinion, it was normal for the fool to know this knowledge. Audrey also knew that the blasphemy slate represented the extraordinary beginning, but she didn't know the meaning of the blasphemy slate, so she was just curious, but not as excited as the hanged man. As for the reactions of Hobert and the world, they can be ignored. Klein said in a flat tone, the content on the blasphemy slate is the complete sequence, potion, formulas, and rituals of each pathway. He said with a smile. It can also be called the path to becoming a god. It was as if a loud thunder sounded in the Sefirah castle, and all the members were in a state of shock. Of course, Hobert and the world can also be ignored, because if you look closely, there are problems with their shock states. Alger integrated many previous insights. No wonder it is called blasphemy slate. It turns out that it blasphemes God. Then he was even more excited than before. The path to becoming a god. How yearning. It's a pity that my pathway already has the Lord of Storms, but it doesn't matter. It would be great if I could reach the level of an angel. It is said that it is a god from God, and it is also a god. What? Audrey's brain is now full of this word. The path to becoming a god? Haven't gods always existed? Why? Why is there a path to becoming a god? After calming down a little, Audrey quickly accepted this fact. In fact, she had thought about it for a long time. Where is the end of extraordinary people who continue to be promoted? Before, she had many ideas, but because it was too blasphemous to the gods, she didn't dare to think in that direction. Now, with the explanation of the fool, she knows the end of the Beyonder path is the level of the gods. This is even more blasphemous than the most blasphemous idea before. Derrick was sitting on the seat, trembling all over. Impossible. How could the omniscient and omnipotent God, how could it be possible? If someone else had said these words, he would have rushed up to fight the other party desperately. But these words came from Mr. Fool, another great god, which caused a violent shock in Derrick's heart. He seemed to realize something and wanted to cry. God was once an ordinary being, so would he also have the possibility of falling? Klein gave everyone time to recover from their shock. Before they could catch their breath, he added, Roselle saw the second blasphemy slate, so he created a set of blasphemy cards. The sudden appearance of a well-known figure made Audrey and the others feel like they were back in the real world. The previous information had been too shocking, filled with a sense of unreality. Alger wasn't as excited as before, only thinking. Emperor Roselle hides many unimaginable secrets. He actually saw the blasphemy slate. For the first time, I feel that things like the blasphemy slate from myths and legends are so close to me, almost within reach. This made him once again marvel at the high level of the Tarot Club. No Beyonder gathering could possess such knowledge, unless it was a divine meeting within the church. Divine meeting? That's right. Isn't the Tarot Club a divine meeting? And I am a member of the divine meeting. Derrick recovered from the shock and grief just now. I don't know who Roselle is, but if there really is a path to becoming a god, I want to become the sun in the sky. Let the sunlight shine again on the forsaken land of the gods. He also thought, the omniscient and omnipotent God will definitely bless and help me. That's right, he cannot have fallen. Even if he was once an ordinary being, he is different after becoming a god. Gods cannot fall. This time it was Audrey's turn to be surprised. So that card is, Klein slowly said, a complete pathway. Only then did Alger understand. This is indeed something that gods would be interested in. Even if a god possesses a complete pathway, they would definitely be interested in another complete pathway. But I wonder which path it is? Derrick also thought. If it were the sun pathway, that would be great. Audrey simply asked. Mr. Fool, is it the complete sequence of the spectator? Klein said no. He said, it's not your pathway. Several people thought in unison. What a pity. Hobbert stood up and bowed slightly to Klein. The knowledge you have revealed exceeds my expectations and is more valuable than the offering I presented. He only said this as a form of mutual flattery. If this knowledge were taken out separately and compared to the death card, it would be difficult to say which was more valuable. But for Klein, the death card would definitely be more valuable, because he could use it as a medium to leverage more power from the Sefirah castle in advance, completing many operations that only gods could do. Klein smiled slightly, as if it were a trivial matter. Audrey smiled at the Emperor. Congratulations, Mr. Emperor. After this bribe, your potion will be completely digested. My potion was already digested before the Tarot Club restarted, Hobert said with a smile. When Mr. Fool accepted my offering and agreed to my request, the digestion process had already begun. Audrey sincerely said, that's really great. I didn't expect this method to have such a magical effect. Then she couldn't help but think, I wonder if there's a way to quickly digest a potion from a certain sequence of the spectator pathway? Alger's expression was a little unnatural. He was sequence 7 when Hobert joined the Tarot Club, and now he is still sequence 7. Then he sighed in his heart. It's different to have the support of an extraordinary family. Derrick didn't think so much, just sincerely congratulating the Emperor. At this time, the world, sitting at the lower seat, suddenly asked, Mr. Emperor, how do you know about the existence of the blasphemy cards? Could it be that you can understand Emperor Roselle's diary? This was the thing that Klein was most interested in, or rather, most worried about. Theoretically speaking, no one but him, the transmigrator, could understand the mysterious symbols invented by Roselle, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone in this world had really deciphered the writing. Regarding this, Hobbert had already prepared his explanation. A friend of one of my elders knew Emperor Roselle. He mentioned the blasphemy cards. Of course, he didn't know they were blasphemy cards. He only knew there was something similar. I happened to find one by chance. Even if this statement of Hobbert's were used for divination, there wouldn't be any loopholes. Rex's charlatan friend should be a high-sequence Zeridal, and the Zeridal family had deep cooperation with Roselle at the time, so he must have known Roselle. As for Hobbert's later words, they might cause some fluctuations in the divination. But it doesn't matter. It can be understood that his elder's friend was only guessing, so it was full of uncertainty belonging to the lack of divination conditions. The reactions of the other members varied. Audrey's surprise was at the point. Knew Emperor Roselle? Hobbert nodded. Yes, I remember Mr. Fool saying at the last few gatherings that the lives of high-sequence Beyonders are very long. In addition to being surprised, Audrey also marveled at the wonder of the Beyonder world. Alger sighed. It's so good to be born into a Beyonder family. There's so many resources to use, and the key is that your knowledge and channels for obtaining information are unmatched by others. Klein also felt the same way. Hobbert smiled and said, Everyone, have you forgotten the curse on me? As far as I know, it is difficult for members of my family to live past 30 if they want to stay sane. If you want to live a little longer, you can only accept the fate of being a madman for the rest of your life. Yes, you may envy my resources, but you easily overlook the unavoidable harm that this family brings me. Behind the gray fog, Klein sighed. This is what is called blessings bring misfortune. Alger also felt the Emperor's sorrow. 30 years old will definitely be like a mountain pressing down on people, and the Emperor looks to be in his 20s already. Emperor Roselle was right. Fate always has two sides. Happiness and disaster always depend on each other. Derrick felt a sense of sympathy. Their city seemed to be cursed, and the Emperor's family was also cursed. Audrey said, Sorry, Mr. Emperor, for reminding you of unpleasant things. Hobbert shook his head. No need to apologize. This curse instead spurs me on to move forward. Otherwise, I would most likely stay at Sequence 7 or Sequence 6, this stage that has many methods and not too high a risk of losing control. Alger, who had started this topic just now, changed the subject. He said to the Emperor, "The information from the last gathering was sold by me for a total of 3,000 pounds. The person who bought it was Admiral Hell Ludwell. He said, according to the agreement, you will receive a 900-pound share." This sum of money greatly alleviated Alger's financial pressure, allowing him to still have the ability to purchase the Sequence 6 Wind-Blessed Potion formula. "Pleasure to work with you," Hobbert asked with a smile. "Were the valuables on the ship all robbed by Admiral Hell?" "No," Alger said. "I inquired, and it seems that he did not have too intense a conflict with the target ship." Alger continued to explain, "I heard that Admiral Hell led the fleet to intercept them. Some say they only had a minor skirmish, while others claim they fought fiercely. But regardless, no pirates have seen a ship from the Intis Republic on that route since." Audrey frowned and asked, "Mr. Hangman, why are there so many conflicting reports in the information you've received?" "This is normal," Alger explained. "Generally, the information obtained is this chaotic. I need to use my knowledge to make reasonable guesses and deductions. Take this news, for example. The reason it seems so chaotic is because none of it comes from the crew of Admiral Hell. Many people are just repeating hearsay or saw the scene from afar. So, this kind of information obtained from different sources needs to be sorted out by myself." Alger paused and continued, "In my opinion, two pieces of information are useful. Admiral Hell led the fleet to intercept, and no one has seen a ship from the Intis Republic since. Then, it's about making reasonable guesses to fill in the gaps. It is said that Admiral Hell is a powerful Sequence 5. It's impossible for him to silently eliminate the Intis ship, because there was also a Sequence 5 on that ship. After a series of deductions, I ultimately believe that the two sides should have negotiated. The Intis ship left behind some gold, and Admiral Hell helped them escape that sea area or helped them hide their tracks to avoid being attacked by other pirate ships. That's why Byron said, 'The general decided to pay you the price we originally agreed upon.' When Alger sold this information, he was selling the intelligence about the treasure on the entire Intis ship. Obviously, Luther didn't get the treasure from the entire ship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have emphasized the price we originally agreed upon." Alger's analysis opened Audrey's eyes. Very reasonable guess. "I didn't expect collecting intelligence to be such a test of wisdom." Then she expressed her doubts. "Another thing I didn't expect is that pirates actually negotiate." "This is a very normal thing," Alger said. "The higher the level of pirates, the more they rely on negotiation when solving problems. Just like the annual pirate conference. For most pirates, it is a grand event for exchanging information and conducting transactions. But for a few high-level pirates, it is a bargaining meeting to delineate looting areas or prepare to deal with a certain enemy together." Audrey tried hard to imagine the scene of the pirate conference, but for some reason, she suddenly thought of the Noble's Ball. Whether it was the purpose or the process, the two seemed very similar. At this time, Hobert echoed, "I also think Mr. Hangman's guess basically restores the truth. After reaching Sequence 5, it is difficult to kill an opponent one-on-one without help. Obviously, this is our common understanding," Alger added. "It is estimated that in a few days, Admiral Hell will participate, or his first mate and second mate will participate in the pirate conference, and then there should be accurate news about this matter." Hobert smiled and said, "But those news are not important to us anymore." "That's right. We've got the money we should get," Alger echoed. "After the tarot meeting ends, I will use the method of offering sacrifices to the fool to pay you that 900 pounds of bonus. In addition, because I was trading this intelligence last week, I couldn't help you inquire about the sealed artifact with travel ability. I'm also going to participate in the pirate conference, and I will help you inquire about the seller then." "Okay. I look forward to your good news." Hobert immediately roughly calculated his assets, which might not be enough. Then Alger asked, Has anyone helped me find clues to the wind-blessed potion? No one spoke. Alger sighed. Now he has enough money, but the potion formula is difficult to buy for the time being. After Alger finished speaking, Derrick said to the world, Mr. World, I will be able to get the real roots and juice of the miscreant in the next few days. Please prepare the weapon for me. Everyone was stunned. Hobbert asked, Didn't you just pass the first round of assessment? You could go out to hunt monsters so soon. Derrick smiled shyly. I'm going to help at the workshop. While chatting with other people, someone happened to have the real roots and juice of the miscreant. I'll go help for a few more days, and he promised to give me these materials first, and then I will continue to help in the next month. The people in the workshop like the sunlight he provides very much. It can be said that no one in City of Silver doesn't like sunlight, even the weak sunlight that Derrick prays for through chanting. Derrick doesn't need to do physical labor in the workshop. He only needs to pray for sunlight from time to time, and the efficiency of the workshop can be greatly improved. The atmosphere in the workshop is usually very dull. Unless there is a need for work, no one wants to speak, but after having sunlight, laughter can often be heard in the workshop. In fact, not only the workshop, but the entire City of Silver has this atmosphere. Derrick likes this job very much. His original intention of being the sun was to hope that City of Silver could get out of misfortune, and he wanted to find new hope for City of Silver. Whenever he heard everyone's laughter, he seemed to have seen the hope of City of Silver. The world said, I will try to find a suitable weapon for you this week. Derrick nodded. Hobert smiled and said, Your work income is very high. You can exchange for a Sequence 7 level main material in just over a month. Derrick was stunned. This is normal, because those materials are of no use to us. This time it was everyone's turn to be stunned. City of Silver only has a few pathways, and there are indeed many Beyonder materials that they cannot use, especially materials of Sequence 7 and below. The main materials of Sequence 6 level or above potions can barely be used as a sealed artifact, but the materials of Sequence 7 and below have no practical effects and can only be thrown in the warehouse to collect dust. Many materials that are worth 600 or 700 pounds in Backlund may only be worth a dozen or even a few pounds in their eyes. Hobert said, It's a pity that gold pounds cannot be used in your place. Otherwise, I would definitely use all my savings to buy all the materials in your place, and then I would be a rich man. Alger and others had the same idea. Hobert thought for a while and asked, What are the things that you generally need or can often use in your place? I know that daily necessities are very needed in your place, but they cannot be used for trading because it will immediately expose your identity. Is there anything else? Something that can be used in the Beyonder world and will not expose your identity. Derrick thought for a while before saying, Weapons. We lack weapons. There are two sources for the weapons used in City of Silver. One is from the workshop and the other is from monster hunts. The weapons in the workshop are just simple weapons and have no mystical effects. There's a very small probability that the weapons seized will have mystical effects. It is precisely because such weapons are rare that Derrick decided to find a suitable weapon for himself at the tarot meeting. Hobbert's first thought was to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Catlia on this side, and with Little Sun on the City of Silver side, using weapons with extraordinary effects to exchange for the low sequence materials gathering dust in their warehouse. With such a turnaround, he could earn at least several times the price difference. Now he only lacked a stable channel for selling Beyonder materials, and Hobert immediately thought of two options. Gar's herbal shop, entrusting Upton to establish relevant channels in Conant City. Hobert said to the Sun, I will occasionally provide you with a weapon and regularly exchange some materials that you don't need from you. As long as you don't need it there and the cost is low, otherwise this deal won't be worthwhile because even on our side, weapons with mystical effects are relatively sought after. I understand, Derrick said. I also hope that City of Silver can obtain more Beyonder weapons. Hobert smiled and said, Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation in advance. At this time, Alger also said, And me, I also hope to join this cooperation. Audrey joked, Mr. Sun will be the largest transit merchant of the Tarot Club in the future. Everyone laughed together, but Little Sun didn't quite understand what a transit merchant meant. But the atmosphere reached this point, and he laughed along. After reaching these transactions, Alger promised the world, if you want the marrow crystal of the elf spring and all the spinal fluid of the evil-patterned Black Panther, they should be available at the pirate gathering. Prepare gold pounds, and I will pray to Mr. Fool after I have news. Klein sighed. After killing Lenivus, things seemed to suddenly become smoother, and the Sequence 7 materials might be collected within a week. But a new problem arose. He only had enough money to buy one main material, but he still manipulated the world to say in a hoarse voice, "Okay, after the Tarot Club is over, I will focus on making money." Finally, it came to the information exchange session. Audrey talked about the recent serial murders in Backlund. Little son Derrick said that was very similar to the promotion ritual from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5 of the Demon Pathway. This information benefited Klein and Audrey, who were in Backlund. Hobert, who was also in Backlund, was a little dazed. He was a little busy after he had his own legal team. He only heard Zio and Furs talk about it, and he didn't have time to pay attention to this case at all. Everyone chatted for a few more words, and Klein ended the gathering. On the Berserk Sea, the sea was rarely sunny and breezy. Alger sat on the captain's seat, staring at the white clouds outside in a daze. His mind was full of blasphemy slate and blasphemy cards. As he thought about it, his thoughts turned to another direction. He will soon be Sequence 6. Hobbert's promotion put a lot of pressure on Alger. Originally, he was the highest sequence member of the Tarot Club besides the Fool, but now he was about to become the second. And the World, who just joined, was also about to become Sequence 7. Alger took a deep breath. He had to work harder too. In addition to asking the members of the Tarot Club to find the wind-blessed potion formula, he planned to prepare to explore the second location he discovered in the ruins after attending the pirate gathering. However, this exploration must be more cautious and more fully prepared. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. Derrick looked at the dark ceiling, recalling the explosive information of the path to becoming a god. He shook his head and didn't want to continue thinking about it, and instead began to think about the transaction proposed by Mr. Emperor. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Mr. Emperor really had a talent for business, because City of Silver really needed Beyonder weapons, and the Beyonder materials of many people had been left there for decades without much use. There were even more such materials in the public warehouse of City of Silver. Derrick's family used to have some of these materials, but he sold them on the black market to exchange for the main material of Bard. If these useless materials could be exchanged for some Beyonder weapons, every resident of City of Silver would think it was a worthwhile deal. Then Derrick began to convert the difference in materials between the forsaken land of the gods and the outside. He still didn't have much concept of gold pounds. When he traded with the Emperor before, he also felt that a Sequence 8 and a Sequence 9 main material were worth 400 pounds, and it seemed that gold pounds couldn't buy much. But later, his transaction with the World, a Sequence 7 main material, could be exchanged for a Beyonder weapon. At that time, he also felt that the World was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, with the reminder of Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman, he did not promise to exchange two main materials for one weapon. Through the comparison of these two transactions, Derrick realized that the value of Beyonder materials outside was much higher than in City of Silver. He unconsciously converted it into merits. The Warrior Pathway requires 110 merits, and the main material of the Bard he needs only requires about 50 merits. The Sequence 8 main materials other than the Warrior Pathway require 10 to 90 merits. The reason why the price difference is so large is because the Sequence 8 main materials of the continuous sequence potion formula in City of Silver will generally be worth 80 or 90 merits. And everyone doesn't know what to do with the Sequence 8 main materials, and no one wants even 10 merits. Mr. Emperor said that the Sequence 8 main materials outside can be sold for 300 pounds, which means that the comparison between the two sides is between 130 and 1:3. What Mr. Emperor wanted were those 130 materials. Derrick can earn 5 merits for patrolling around City of Silver once, and 10 merits for patrolling farther. His merits are now enough to repay Mr. Emperor's debt. Before, he also felt that he should give the Emperor materials worth at least 40 or 50 merits, so that the Emperor would not suffer. Now, Derrick realized that the reason why many materials in City of Silver were useless and worthless was just because they couldn't use them. And these materials are as valuable as the main materials of the warrior pathway in the outside world. After figuring this out, Derrick had a basic understanding of the transactions that might be reached in the future. He didn't think about how to trade specifically. Mr. Emperor said that he would not let him suffer, and he would definitely not let him suffer. Derrick got up from the bed, tidied up his clothes, and went out. He had to go to the workshop to help this afternoon. Backlund, 15, Minsk Street. Klein looked at the slightly foggy street outside and fell in a deep thought. Where should he go to buy weapons for little son? Where should he go to make money? He thought of a lady at the Eye of Wisdom old gentleman's gathering who seemed to have a cooperation with an artisan. He could consult her at the next gathering to see if she had any weapons suitable for use in City of Silver. However, the weapons sold by that lady seemed to prioritize exchanging for the barbarian potion formula. Klein sighed. If the Emperor had sacrificed the blasphemy card of the lawyer pathway to me, that would be great. As for making money, he had to sell the potion formula. He originally had the continuous potion formula of the sun pathway in his hand, and now he had the entire potion formula of the death pathway in his hand. He could pick one of sequence 9 and sequence 8 of the sequence to sell, and he could basically collect enough money for a main material. Thinking of this, he immediately went downstairs to look for newspapers. Unfortunately, there was no Eye of Wisdom gathering tonight. However, Klein saw news about the Roselle Memorial Exhibition in the newspaper. After reading his diaries for so many days, he still didn't know what Emperor Roselle looked like. He decided to wait for the Eye of Wisdom gathering while taking the time to see the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, just to relax. Backlund, the Earl Hall's villa in the Empress Borough. Susie felt that the time was almost up, stood up, and opened the door with her paws. And sure enough, Audrey was already sitting next to the easel. "Audrey, you look a little sad." Audrey was holding a pencil, but didn't make a single stroke. "Susie, I only realized today that I don't know the overall picture of this world. I don't even know the overall picture of Backlund." "No one knows, Audrey." Susie comforted. "I've seen some descriptions in books. This world is too big. So big that it's beyond our imagination." Audrey smiled. "That's not what I meant, Susie. I just suddenly realized that some of the information I've learned seems to have been filtered." A surprised expression appeared on Susie's dog face. "Do you mean someone has been observing us in secret, manipulating the information we know, and even controlling what books we read and what delicacies we eat through recommendations?" "It's not that serious, Susie," Audrey said helplessly. "Don't read those sensational magazines anymore. Many articles are deliberately written so exaggerated in order to attract attention." Susie stretched out her dog paw and scratched her head. "Okay, Audrey, but those poetry collections are really boring to read." Audrey smiled helplessly. Raising a dog who likes to read is really a headache. But soon, her eyes became firm. "Susie, I'm going to the East Borough recently. It can be arranged after the Justice League gathering. At the gathering, I can ask Mr. Hobbert what to pay attention to when going to the East Borough." Backlund, 192 Blanca Street. Hobbert waited for a few minutes and received Alger's £900 bonus, which brought his savings close to £7,500. In a few days, he may get a quote for the sealed artifact with the travel ability. £7,500 is still a bit insufficient. Hobbert plans to sell the Beyonder characteristics of lunatic and werewolf in his hands. At the same time, if Klein doesn't come to him, Hobbert plans to go to Klein this week to do the task of finding Haman. Even if the reward for the task is split equally between the two, he can still earn hundreds of pounds. Hobbert waited for a while to avoid Klein from making a surprise attack and to calm down his mood. Then, in the way he bestowed upon himself, he took out the main material of Baron of Corruption stored in the Nation of Disorder. He placed the set of beakers he had bought back on the desk, took out all the auxiliary materials, took a deep breath, and began to prepare the potion. First is the blood of the dark-blooded behemoth. The thick blood is a bit like strawberry jam, but its fishy smell will make people lose all appetite. Then add the juice of the elf tree. These juices look a bit like milk. After adding them to the blood of the dark-blooded behemoth, the two immediately reacted. Without stirring, they merged together by themselves, turning into a drink like milk tea. After that, add dragon toothgrass powder and aged white wine. After adding the auxiliary materials, thin black mist emerged from the beaker. Without heating, the liquid in the beaker bubbled gurglingly. Hobbert sighed. As expected of a Sequence 6 potion, just adding the auxiliary materials makes it feel like a Sequence 9 potion. Finally, it was the Beyonder characteristic of the Baron of Corruption, or rather, the thing formed by the fusion of the two main materials. It was like a piece of decayed black jade, surrounded by a layer of black mist, looking a bit magical and a bit unreal. When put into the beaker, a violent change immediately occurred. While more black mist spewed out, the Beyonder characteristic quickly melted, and the materials in the beaker seemed to boil, with larger bubbles popping up gurglingly. Soon, the boiling state disappeared, and the bubbles disappeared as well. The potion gradually solidified, turning into a jelly-like substance. Pour the jelly-like potion into a cup. There was no residue inside the beaker, and it was softer than real jelly. After pouring it into the cup, it immediately changed its shape and landed on the bottom of the cup. Taking a deep breath, Hobert drank the potion in one gulp. The potion seemed to have life, and it burrowed into his stomach as soon as it entered his mouth. Boom! Hobert's thoughts suddenly exploded, and all the dirty deals he knew from his 2 lives emerged from the depths of his mind. Hobert tried to restrain his mind and finally controlled the rolling thoughts. At this time, he found that his consciousness had left his body. At this time, his body was covered with a thin layer of black mist, his skin was turning gray-black inch by inch, and an insidious and greedy expression was gradually appearing on his face, becoming so twisted that Hobert didn't even recognize himself. Hobert quickly made his consciousness sink, trying to control the changes in his body. At the same time, vicious thoughts appeared in his mind. Reveal her father's rebellion in a public place in front of Zio and ridicule her height. Take advantage of Furza's weakness after the Red Moon. Strip her clothes off and ravage her from night to dawn. Hobert quickly shook his head, trying to drive away these thoughts, but more thoughts appeared. Kidnap Tyrin and force Christian to hand over all the inheritance left by Rex. Marry Donna, kill Tyrin, and seize all of Christian's property. Hobert gasped for breath. For a moment, he was intoxicated in this idea of doing whatever he wanted, but in the end, he regained his sanity, but some thoughts continued to appear in his mind. Kidnap Audrey while she is traveling alone and imprison her in a dungeon to make her slave. Subdue Klein, find a way to steal Sefirah Castle, and become a combination of fool and creator. Kill Upton and seize his property. Let Elliot offer more sacrifices. As Hobert gradually regained control of his body, these thoughts gradually became less vicious and less greedy. Finally, the black mist around him was all absorbed by his pores, and Hobert also regained control of his expression. Gradually, Hobert seemed to be reacquainting himself with his body, and the side effects of the potion gradually disappeared. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Now he is a Baron of Corruption. Recalling the feeling just now, he was a little scared. No wonder the assistance of a ritual is required when advancing to Sequence 5. Now I am only advancing to Sequence 6, and even if the potion is completely digested, there's still such a high risk. If you directly advance to Sequence 5 without a ritual, failure to advance is the best result. Then he sighed. The first element of a Baron of Corruption is not to be corrupted himself, and to always be vigilant not to become vicious and insidious. Finally, he radiated his spirituality and began to feel his new abilities. Hobert unleashed his spirituality, sensing the changes brought about by the Baron of Corruption potion. First, the 4 applications of bribery have been greatly improved, roughly by about 30%. It is estimated that after completely digesting the Baron of Corruption potion, it will increase by 50%. Then there's a new skill, corrosion. This is the core skill of the Baron of Corruption. It can make the minds of people within a 10-meter radius gradually become dark and greedy, making them prone to irrational choices. It can also launch Beyonder attacks against individual enemies or multiple enemies within a range. Hobbert's side, another group attack skill. The previous group attack skill was the Disorder Stone, but there had been no place to use its group attack attribute because he had been avoiding fighting multiple enemies at the same time. In addition, Distortion has also been greatly improved and can now be used as a Beyonder power. It can now distort the target's language, actions, intentions, and meanings, while constructing an order more favorable to oneself. It can also distort the target's direction and goal, which is equivalent to achieving the effect brought by the Wood of Order without using it. Hobbert suddenly thought, the distortion authority of the Baron of Corruption, or rather the Black Emperor, is a bit like the grafting ability of the Fool. However, the Black Emperor directly distorts from the front, and the opponent can wake up after the battle. Grafting may happen unconsciously, and even after the battle, the opponent is very likely not to notice the changes in themselves. Therefore, the Fool is mysterious, but the image of the Black Emperor is armored, obviously more inclined to fight the opponent head-on. And this path of finding loopholes and using them is also a bit like the fighting style of the error path. The difference is that the Black Emperor will distort or amplify loopholes so that the rules become more favorable to oneself. Error, on the other hand, directly steals a certain order and uses its advantage of rarely being restricted by order to make the opponent lose its advantage or be at a disadvantage at all times. Hobert wrote down these insights. He must not go in the wrong direction, and he must not gradually move closer to the Fool and Error because he knows their authorities. Continuing to examine his abilities, Hobert found that his ability to find loopholes in enemies or the environment had been strengthened. At the same time, his physique has also been greatly improved. Although is not as strong in defense and attack as the warrior path, in terms of physical strength alone, it should be similar to an ordinary Dawn Paladin. But it's just an ordinary Dawn Paladin, and can't be compared with Utravski, a warrior with talent. Then Hobert was very proud of his foresight. With this physique, the Tang Blade and the two-handed sword are very good weapons. The only thing to pay attention to may be that he doesn't have the defensive means of a Dawn Paladin. He has to be careful when charging. Although there are no defensive means, he can distort the enemy's attack target to avoid injury. After knowing all his current abilities, Hobbert's side, reaching Sequence 6 has improved his strength in all aspects by a whole level compared to Sequence 7. Take the Baron of Corruption as an example. To sneak attack, there is corrosion. To fight Beyonder abilities with the opponent, there are bribery and distortion. To fight in close combat, there is a strong physique. And the lawyer path has always been known for its mental defense, and the previous shortcomings have been basically covered up by the advantages. Hobert recalled the ambush war against the Azac Empire's extraordinary people that he had seen through Elliot. No wonder the Sequence 5s who participated in the battle were at the forefront, because their power was the strongest in the team, enough to disrupt the formation of the carriage. After a short rest, Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder to see the changes in the Nation of Disorder. After sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first saw the blurry figure in the pool, struggling to climb out of the pool. Hobert has become stronger, and the blurry figure has also become clearer. In addition to being able to see the face clearly, it is a handsome young man, and it can be seen that he is about 20 years old. This time, Hobert discovered that his goal was the Iron Throne under his butt. The pool was too close to the Iron Throne. Hobert felt the range he could control, and there was a small lake in the range. Hobert simply threw the blurry figure into the lake at the foot of the mountain and used that lake to seal the blurry figure separately. Next time he takes the potion, he must enter the Nation of Disorder as soon as possible, Hobert thought. Otherwise, he may never be able to enter. Hobert did not think further about the identity of this blurry figure. He basically identified it as Trunsoist. Sitting back on the Iron Throne, Hobert felt that the range he could control had become much larger, and the power of the Nation of Disorder that he could mobilize had also increased several times. By holding the Black Emperor card, there is no problem in grabbing a water pump into the Nation of Disorder. Hobbert's consciousness turned around in his controllable territory. Suddenly, a crystal on the mountainside of another mountain attracted his attention. Hobert got up from the Iron Throne and took a step to come to the crystal. This crystal is the size of a desktop, and it is warm and moist in the dark, as beautiful as black jade, but its edges and corners are distinct, and it is indeed a black crystal. Hobert put his hand on the crystal and immediately knew its ability. It can make Beyonders less prone to losing control and less prone to being bewitched. Without seeing the mythical creature form of the other party, they can directly face the whispers of angels. It can build a wall of order to block some attacks from the spiritual or mental aspects. It has a strong anti-divination effect. It can build a closed cage to seal all the Beyonder things in the cage. Hobert glanced at the black crystal again. This is a good thing. It already has the quality of Sequence 5, or even a demigod, especially the ability of not easy to lose control, is simply something that the Beyonder world dreams of. And its ability to not be easily bewitched is like it was designed for the Baron of Corruption. Hobert estimated that after becoming the Baron of Corruption, some vicious thoughts would often appear in his heart, and he was ready to fight those thoughts for a long time. But with this black crystal, fighting these thoughts will no longer be a problem. It is because the ability of the black crystal is very powerful, so it also has negative effects. If it is held for more than 12 hours in total, the holder will inevitably become ordered. The holder will lose all emotions, and even Beyonder powers will be blocked. The holder will become like a newborn baby. After resting for 6 hours, it can be held again. Hobert smiled. Restore factory settings? However, these negative effects will not have any effect on Hobert, the owner of the Nation of Disorder, and Hobert can also use the black crystal as a medium to borrow the power of the Nation of Disorder in the real world in small amounts. Although it can only be borrowed in small amounts, the high position of the power of the Nation of Disorder is completely Hobert's life-saving trump card. Hobert immediately decided that he must carry some of these black crystals with him. Before deciding how to use them, the first step was to name them. After a moment's thought, Hobert named them order crystals. Then Hobert tried to deform and separate it, as he couldn't possibly carry an order crystal the size of a table around the world. As Hobert expected, he could control the size, volume, and shape of this crystal. So Hobert decided to use order crystals to make the hilts of the 2 weapons he was about to obtain. Hobert separated 2 palm-sized order crystals, preparing to take them out later. In addition, Hobert also planned to make it into a small personal item. Soon Hobert had an idea. Gentlemen in Backlund generally regarded top hats, formal attire, canes, and pocket watches as the gentleman's quartet. Besides this quartet, there were 2 other small items that were symbols of a gentleman: a sealing wax stamp and a pocket watch key. When sealing a letter or signing an agreement, sealing wax was usually dripped and a stamp was placed on it while the wax was still hot. This stamp was called a sealing wax stamp. Some people designed sealing wax stamps as rings or necklaces, but most gentlemen used the shape of a stamp and wore it with them. The function of a pocket watch key was not to open the pocket watch, but to wind it. It was shaped like a ring about the thickness of a pencil, with a metal strip about the thickness of a wire, 3 or 4 centimeters long, below the ring. The metal strip could be extended into the pocket watch, and then turning the ring would complete the winding process. This was also one of the symbols of a gentleman. The key ring with the mystical effect of the sun pathway that Carrie gave Hobert as a gift was not for hanging house keys, but for hanging pocket watch keys. Generally, gentlemen would string the sealing wax stamp and pocket watch key together on a key ring and hang it on their waist. Only classic pocket watches had pocket watch keys. Hobert's pocket watch belonged to a lower-end category, with a winding key on the side of the watch, without a dedicated pocket watch key, which is why he had never used that key ring. But this did not prevent him from using order crystals to create a key for himself and hang it on his waist. So Hobert deducted 2 more small pieces of order crystal and transformed them into the shape of a sealing wax stamp and a pocket watch key. Next, Hobert thought of a new use for order crystals. They could be used to hold sealed artifacts or magical items with negative effects. As long as the sealed artifacts and magical items were sealed in order crystals, it would not be considered a state of wearing them. They could be taken out for use when needed. Even long-term wearing would not matter, because Hobert did not need to worry about the negative effects of order crystals. So Hobert deducted 2 more order crystals, turning them into 2 small black boxes, and placed the teleportation statue and the error pathway pocket watch in the small boxes respectively. By the way, Hobert named the pocket watch Dream-Stealing Pocket Watch. After doing all this, less than 1/10 of the order crystal had been used. Hobert casually made a few masks, carving the symbol representing the creator on the forehead of the masks. He decided that the next time he saw Upton, he would wear a mask made of order crystal, which would greatly enhance his image. After playing with the order crystal, Hobert turned his attention to the order tree, not far away. He immediately felt that the ability of the order tree had been strengthened again. As long as he was under the canopy of the order tree, the power of Hobert's distortion ability would be doubled, and there would be a high probability of distorting the actions and goals of a Sequence 5. The uncontrollable stone had also been strengthened accordingly, with the attack range varying from 3 meters to 8 meters. Hobert could adjust the attack range himself. Because Hobert could now use order crystals as a medium to borrow the power of the Nation of Disorder, he could freely change the shape of the order tree and the uncontrollable stone, even in the outside world. Hobert reached out and broke off another branch of the order tree for later use. Even without using the teleportation statue and other magical items, relying solely on the order tree, stone of insanity, and order crystal, Hobert felt that he could walk sideways among Sequence a success. After understanding his new abilities after promotion, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder and brought everything he could use to the real world in the way he bestowed upon himself. Returning to his room, Hobert first found the key ring Carrie gave him, then strung the sealing wax stamp and pocket watch key made of order crystal on the key ring and hung it on his waist. Hobert opened his pocket watch and looked at it. The tarot gathering and promotion had kept him busy all afternoon. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. He went to the first floor and saw that Furs had indeed returned. The two chatted while making dinner. Suddenly, Hobert thought of the idea he had during the promotion. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Could that be the thought suppressed deep in my heart? Hobert inconspicuously sized up Furs. Her figure was indeed quite something, but then Hobert restrained the thought of continuing to think about it, because he knew that this was the idea that the corrosion ability brought by the potion made him have. He recalled his true thoughts. The family's curse put so much pressure on him that he really didn't have much mind and energy to fall in love. But he didn't rule out contact with beautiful women. After all, beautiful things always please the mind and body. Hobert sighed again. When corrupting other people's minds, one must first avoid one's own mind being corrupted. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zio, who had been out early and returned late, also came back. The 3 of them sat around the dining table, and Hobert took out 3 VIP tickets for the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. A friend gave me these. Let's go to the memorial exhibition together tomorrow. He had been a little busy last week, and Hobert hadn't had time to show his magnanimity to the machinery hive mind. His team was now on track, so starting this week, Hobert had some time of his own. Furs took the ticket. Oh my God, they are VIP tickets. Thank you, Hobert. I have long wanted to see that man, full of poetry. Hobert didn't know what expression to use for a moment. Okay, copied poetry is also poetry. Zio also said that there were no urgent tasks recently, and that she could go out for a walk. After dinner, Hobert took the order tree and order crystal he had prepared earlier and took a carriage to Jessica and Carrie's residence. According to the previous agreement, the Tang sword and the two-handed sword would be finished today. Carrie and Jessica lived in the factory district. They rented a small workshop with the two of them living on the second floor and Carrie's studio on the first floor. The first floor was divided into 2 rooms, a smaller one in the front for reception, and Carrie worked in the larger room in the back. The reception room was relatively tidy. Obviously, Jessica often tidied it up. As for the studio in the back, Hobbert only glanced at it before pulling his head back. Messy. Too messy. Hobbert estimated that even if a careless thief patronized this place, they would give up the idea of stealing because there was really no place to stand. Carrie was still working away, and Jessica received Hobbert. She smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry." Carrie tends to ignore everything around her when she's working. Hobbert nodded. No one of the two of them teamed up. Jessica is currently only Sequence 9, too weak, and has no way to make a living in the Beyonder world. And Carrie is obviously a person who is devoted to her inner world. Such people easily become artists or have extremely high achievements in a certain aspect, but at the same time, such people are often terrible in terms of life. So the two of them complemented each other's strengths and became friends who depended on each other. As Jessica spoke, she took out 2 boxes, one long and one short, from under the long table and placed them on the table and opened them. The Black Tang sword and 2-handed sword lay quietly in the boxes. Even without holding them, Hobbert could feel the chilling aura of the 2 weapons and the trembling fear that they constantly exuded. Jessica introduced, "Carrie has praised more than once that this is the best material she has ever encountered. She also said that these 2 weapons are her most satisfying works so far." She picked up the knife and handed it to Hobbert. Since the 2 weapons are made of the same material, their effects are similar. First of all, this Tang sword, it will constantly make the enemy involuntarily fear. The spirit body of the person who is cut by it will also be damaged. If spiritual treatment is not done, even if it is just a small cut, the spiritual body will gradually weaken, be damaged, and die within 3 days of the injury. The more severe the opponent's injury, the faster the spirit body weakens. It can also block weapons manifested by Beyonder abilities, and it can easily cause damage to armor or other defensive means composed of Beyonder abilities. This seems to be more restrained against the Beyonders of the warrior pathway. Most importantly, these abilities are permanent. Hobbert took the Tang sword in his hand. It was about 1.2 meters long, black, and exuded a cold light, seemingly indestructible. He suddenly waved the Tang sword. The blade cut through the air, producing a sword sound, which sounded very pleasant. Hobbert smiled and nodded, putting down the Tang sword. "Feels good." Jessica picked up the 2-handed sword with both hands. The 2-handed sword has a very terrifying ability on the basis of the Tang sword. Death. Hobbert was stunned. Death. Yes, specifically, it has a very small probability of directly sending the opponent's spirit body into the underworld, which is equivalent to letting the opponent die directly. Even if a relatively powerful Beyonder encounters the attack of the death ability, the spirit body will also be greatly damaged. Hobbert took the 2-handed sword, which was more than twice as heavy as the Tang sword, and had to be held with both hands. Although there is only a very small probability, this Beyonder power is extreme. He recalled the 2-handed sword usage videos he had watched in the Common Era, holding the sword with both hands and stabbing and slashing forward, also making a dull sword sound. With the blessing of the fighting ring, he easily mastered the use of the 2-handed sword. Jessica on the side said, "This is the first time I've seen you use this kind of long sword, but it looks very mighty." Hobbert smiled. He was quite satisfied with both weapons. "Can you help me remove the hilt and the handle?" Jessica was slightly stunned before saying, "Yes." As she spoke, she closed the wooden box and took it to the studio inside. The ping-pong sound stopped, and Hobbert heard the voices of 2 people communicating. Before long, the hilt and handle were removed. Carrie, wearing a leather apron, also came out. Her cheeks were flushed, she was covered in sweat, and her hair was casually styled. She looked even more rough than a young man. "Are you not satisfied with my hilt?" "No," Hobbert said with a smile. "I just found a better hilt." He didn't avoid Carrie and Jessica, took out the 2 order crystals, and with a casual pinch, The tang sword and the two-handed sword successively changed to new hilts and handles. Then Hobert picked up the tang sword, put the cane on the tang sword, and Hobert used the fire lacquer seal made of order crystal as a medium to use the power of Nation of Disorder to deform the cane. The wooden cane was like having life, wrapping the blade, and then the crystal-like handle also changed shape. The overall appearance became a long cane with a black crystal head. A normal cane is about 1 meter long, and the cane in Hobbert's hand has reached about 1 meter and 3, which looks a bit long, but not very abrupt. Then he repeated his old trick, turning the order wood just taken out of the Nation of Disorder into a scabbard for the two-handed sword. Carrie and Jessica's eyes had long been straight, and Carrie sighed, "The materials in your hand are so advanced that they are completely beyond my imagination." Hobbert smiled and said, "I can introduce Jessica to a Beyonder gathering, where it is possible to trade for very good materials, but that gathering needs to be kept secret, and the participants and some content cannot be revealed." The reason why he showed the Order Wood and Order Crystal so generously was to win over Carrie. As Carrie herself said, wild artisans are rare. Everyone treats them like treasures, and Hobert is naturally no exception. Jessica immediately agreed. "I can also sell Carrie's weapons at that gathering." By the way, she asked for the potion formula of the barbarian she needed. Hobert asked casually, "Do you have any other weapons in your hands?" "Yes." Jessica took out another wooden box from under the long table. Hurricane axe. She opened the box. "Because we are moving, we only have 2 weapons left in our hands." Hobert saw a double-sided axe. It was iron black, thick and strong, with sharp blades. Hobert could feel the spirituality emanating from the axe all the time. "Isn't this the weapon of Little Sun?" "Oh, it seems that it hasn't been bought by Klein yet," Jessica introduced. "It can increase the user's movement frequency and running speed, and has a 15% chance of causing a certain degree of paralysis to the enemy and a 5% chance of creating a lightning bolt. If used in a thunderstorm, the frequency of lightning appearance can be increased to 50%. Hobert sighed in his heart. This is completely a weapon made for Little Sun. Then Jessica introduced another weapon called Slow Whip. Hobert shook his head and had no desire to buy it. As for the Hurricane Axe, let's leave it to Klein and let him complete the transaction with Little Sun. Hobert asked, "When will you negotiate with those people?" "Tomorrow," Carrie said. "Tomorrow night in an abandoned workshop in the suburbs." Hobert nodded. "I see." Then he asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. "Beyonder weapons, what is the difference between them and the magical items that are made?" Hobert knew that, generally speaking, mystical items were divided into 2 types, those formed naturally and those crafted by artisans. The so-called natural formation is basically the product of Beyonders losing control. This process is very likely to create sealed items with significant negative effects, and only a small probability of obtaining mystical items with less negative effects. Currently, most mystical items in the Beyonder world come from the hands of artisans, which is why wild artisans are so sought after. However, Hobert had always been somewhat unclear about the positioning of Beyonder weapons. The 3 of them sat on the sofa, drinking tea and discussing this topic. Mainly, it was Carrie who was speaking. The simplest distinction between Beyonder weapons and mystical items is that Beyonder weapons are made by adding spiritual materials or Beyonder materials, while mystical items are made using Beyonder characteristics. Another significant difference is that Beyonder weapons generally have a limited lifespan because, over time, the spirituality attached to the materials will gradually dissipate, whereas mystical items do not have such limitations. She organized her thoughts and continued. Additionally, the crafting methods differ. Beyonder weapons involve adding materials sequentially during the forging process. The crafting method for mystical items is called embedding. It involves using spiritual materials to fuse the abilities of Beyonder characteristics with items like rings or necklaces, allowing users to use the abilities of Beyonder characteristics by simply channeling spirituality into them. Hobert nodded and asked, Then, is there a fixed order when adding spiritual materials during the creation of these weapons? You can think of a Beyonder weapon as a continuously usable talisman, Carrie further explained. The process of adding materials certainly has a certain order, but there is no fixed formula. It is directly related to the artisan's knowledge, experience, the characteristics of spirituality, and so on. It can be said to vary from person to person. Without Hobbert asking further, Carrie herself lamented. Generally, only the Church of Steam and Machinery has the strength to cultivate artisans skilled in making mystical items. Even if artisans without crafting experience listen to a lot of theory, the negative effects of their first few works will definitely be terrifyingly high. For while Beyonders, the cost is too high. Even a sequence 9 Beyonder characteristic costs £300 to £400. If the negative effects are too high, it's better to sell the Beyonder characteristic. However, artisans like us without a church background also have our own way of survival. The price of spiritual materials is much lower than the price of Beyonder materials or Beyonder characteristics. It just requires some experimentation to give the weapon extraordinary effects, and this trial and error process is also a cost. Hobert curiously asked, since it's a continuously usable talisman, do you need to pray to relevant deities for power during the crafting process? No need, Carrie said. You only need to use materials from the relevant domain. I am a follower of the god of steam and machinery, so even if I pray to other deities for power, I won't receive a response. She paused and added, my personal understanding is that although deities have corresponding authority, corresponding spirituality and power also remain relatively free in the natural world. As long as you use the right spiritual materials and the timing of using the materials is just right, you can obtain the corresponding power from the natural world. This answer made Hobert realize that although deities have corresponding authority over a certain domain, they can only control the corresponding power within a certain area and cannot constantly hold the corresponding power of the entire universe or even the entire Earth in their hands. Hobert finally asked, can Beyonder materials also be used to make Beyonder weapons? Spiritual materials include summer leaf grass and sleepless flower, moonflower, and deep sleep grass. All four are spiritual materials of the darkness pathway. The difference is that the former two have extremely high spirituality and are generally only used in important rituals, making them difficult to buy in ordinary herbal shops. The latter two are ordinary spiritual herbs. Gar's Herbal Shop mainly deals in these types of materials, and ordinary people can easily buy them. Beyonder materials refer to the main materials for preparing potions, as well as most auxiliary materials. Sequences below, sequence 6, and many auxiliary materials are spiritual materials, such as various colors of mandrake flowers and juices, dragon bloodgrass powder, and so on. Yes, Carrie replied. Beyonder materials make it more likely for weapons to gain mystical effects, and the general extraordinary effects are also stronger, but the cost is also higher, and it's not something I can afford. There's also a material like the black iron you gave me. This is the material most loved by artisans because it inherently possesses extraordinary effects. No matter what weapon is forged into, it will possess corresponding extraordinary power. Hobert considered for a few seconds before saying, if I provide you with some Beyonder materials, can you help me forge a few Beyonder weapons? It's possible, but I can't guarantee the probability of success. It doesn't matter. The cost is on me. If it succeeds, I will also pay you a labor fee. Carrie was slightly stunned. For me, this is a good opportunity to accumulate experience. Of course, I will agree. But I still have to remind you that I can't guarantee the probability of success. Perhaps it will take 2 identical sequence 8 materials to test and make mistakes before a weapon worth about £1,000 can be produced on the third forging. The cost of 3 materials will require £1,000 or even more, and corresponding spiritual materials and so on are also needed. Even if you don't pay me a labor fee, you will lose money. Hobert smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this. Since you are willing, we will establish a long-term cooperative relationship in the future. Having established the cooperative relationship between the two parties, Hobert drank all the tea in front of him, picked up the wooden box containing the two-handed sword, and got up to say goodbye. When he reached the door, Hobert remembered to inform Jessica that he would take half a day off tomorrow. Hobert did not immediately return to Blanca Street, but instead asked the carriage to go to the freight train station on the edge of the city. In the carriage, Hobert was in a good mood. In addition to establishing a cooperative relationship with Carrie, he also learned about the process of artisans making Beyonder weapons and mystical items. Theoretically speaking, every Beyonder can use their own spirituality and related materials to create mystical items or extraordinary weapons. It's just that the probability of success for Beyonders who are not on the artisan pathway is very low, and the negative effects of the mystical items they create may be equivalent to sealed items, making it better to directly use Beyonder characteristics. In Hobbert's random thoughts, he came to the freight train station again. Grov, the night watchman at the train station, became a laughing stock in the eyes of his colleagues. His colleagues believed that he must have seen it wrong. How could a locomotive weighing about 10 tons fly up for no reason? Fortunately, however, Grov's report attracted the attention of the train station manager, who believed that someone was using some unknown method to steal the locomotive, so he assigned Grov a partner to patrol the night together. That night, when they patrolled to the location of the small locomotive again, Grov immediately stood there motionless when he saw the scene in front of him because he saw the familiar firelight again. Whoa! It was that familiar gale again. The two-night watchmen saw the small locomotive slowly rising. Having had a similar experience before, Grov wasn't as scared as last time. He glanced at his companion, as if to say, "Now, do you believe me?" Grov's companion, however, was completely dumbfounded, watching the little train engine float into the air and finally disappear. A dozen seconds later, his companion finally reacted. "Quick, quick, go get someone." The train engine was really stolen. Grov didn't expect this time. How did the train engine disappear? Last time, it just floated in the air for a while before falling back down. The two hurriedly went back to get people, and soon brought 7 or 8 guards. But everyone found that the little train engine was right there, perfectly fine. Where did it float into the air? Where did it disappear to? Just as the other guards were about to accuse Grov and his companion, one of the guards discovered, "Why is the train engine outside the tracks?" Everyone took a closer look, and indeed, the train engine, which was originally parked on the tracks, had its wheels shifted slightly to the side, causing the little train engine to derail. If it had been moved back and forth, it might have been pushed by Grov and his companion, but moving it left and right was a different story. Even if the two of them were strong, they couldn't have moved the train engine horizontally off the tracks. The guards looked at each other. One of them said, "I'll report to the manager." The others also reacted, quickly left the little train engine. They felt a chill down their spines and walked faster and faster, finally breaking into a run. So the next day, the haunting of the freight train station was confirmed, and the machinery hive mind even sent 2 members to investigate. Tuesday morning, Hobbert, Furs, and Zio were chatting and laughing while eating breakfast. Going to work after breakfast is a completely different mood than going out for a walk after breakfast. The 3 had changed their clothes and were about to go out when Audrey's personal maid came to deliver a letter. They got into the carriage and opened their letters. The content was similar. Audrey hoped to organize a Justice League gathering on Friday, and she mentioned in the letter that she would introduce a new member to the group. Hobert thought, could it be that she's going to introduce Susie? Just imagining Susie sitting behind Audrey and speaking, there's a strange sense of comedy. The 3 of them arrived at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition Hall together, and Hobert even greeted a member of the machinery hive mind he knew. This member quickly reported the matter to Captain of Cancer. The Steam and Machinery Church's investigation into Emperor Roselle's creative manuscript is still ongoing. Hobert, who had been there that morning, was of course also a suspect of the machinery hive mind, but he was far behind in the list of suspects. Holomic and a Cancer didn't focus their attention on him, just checked as a matter of routine. A Cancer heard that Hobert had visited the exhibition hall again and didn't take it too seriously. After all, Hobert had said before that he was very interested in the set of mysterious symbols invented by Emperor Roselle. However, subconsciously, a cancer had basically ruled out Hobbert's suspicion. Hobbert in the exhibition hall didn't know that his purpose had been achieved. He was still considering when to come again next time. He had to use up all the free tickets. While absent-mindedly listening to the commentator's explanation, Hobbert was making plans in his mind when suddenly he saw a familiar figure in the study area. Although he deliberately grew a beard and wore glasses, Hobbert recognized him at a glance. It was Klein, who was carefully studying the exhibits in the study area. He had just thought, could Roselle have placed a blasphemy card openly in his study? Just looking for it, Klein's spirituality sensed something, turned his head, and saw Hobbert smiling at him. Hobbert hadn't changed. He still liked to wear windbreakers. Although it didn't look gentlemanly enough, it suited Hobbert's temperament. Another change was that Hobbert's cane seemed to be longer. Klein remembered very clearly that Hobbert's cane could turn into an order tree. Since they met here, Hobbert said to Furs and Zio, "I met an acquaintance. I'll go say hello." The two ladies who were concentrating on listening to the commentator's explanation, one said, "Oh," and the other waved her hand to indicate that she knew. Hobbert and Klein came to a corner of the exhibition hall with tacit understanding. Today is a working day, and the memorial exhibition has been open for a while, so there are not many tourists. There were also a few other gentlemen or ladies who met acquaintances, chatting aside like Hobbert and Klein. Their actions were not conspicuous. Hobbert asked with a smile, "Are you used to life in Backlund?" "It's okay," Klein smiled, "except for seeing the sun for only 5 minutes every day and the feeling of dampness and cold. There's nothing else I'm not used to." This sarcastic tone is very much like a Backlund gentleman. Hobbert smiled. "I was just trying to find a way to find you. I didn't expect to meet you here." That's the truth. He planned to complete the commission this week, earn the bounty, and buy a sealed artifact with travel abilities, hoping that Heyman hadn't left alone. Hobbert whispered, "I have a commission here to capture a member of an extremist organization. The bounty is 800 pounds, the strength is 8, but I think it might be 7 now. Of course, I think he will definitely resist arrest, so I will simply kill him, so I can earn more income. How about it? Are you interested in completing this commission with me?" Although he made a small disguise in his words, Klein could completely understand. Klein, who was also worried about money, agreed after a little thought. First of all, he knew that Hobbert was already Sequence 7. A Sequence 7 plus a Sequence 8. If it was a sneak attack, it was not dangerous to deal with a Sequence 7 at all, unless the target of the capture had helpers. Secondly, in Klein's view, Hobbert was a relatively trustworthy person. After all, they had fought together, and he had also seen his deeds in the newspaper. Seeing Klein agree, Hobbert nodded and said, "Okay, then how about we meet here again tomorrow morning? I have an item he often uses, and you'll be responsible for finding him then. After finding him, I'll charge and you'll cover. I'll take 50 pounds of the mission's income as an information fee, and we'll split the rest." Klein nodded and said, "No problem." Then he asked, "Do you have a channel to get mystical weapons?" "Weapons for men." Hobbert was stunned, then smiled and said, "I just saw a weapon last night called Hurricane Axe." He thought to himself, "This can't be blamed on me." You asked yourself. Then Hobbert briefly described the effect of the Hurricane Axe. Klein's thoughts were similar to Hobbert's. The Forsaken Land was the best destination for the Hurricane Axe. He asked again, "How much is it?" Hobbert recalled, "Within 600 pounds, I should be able to get a 10% discount with my name." After finishing the serious business, Hobbert and Klein bid farewell to each other like other gentlemen. Continuing the tour, Hobbert passed by the living area when leaving, and a woman with long chestnut hair and a perfect figure attracted Hobbert's attention. Her eyebrows were very distinctive, always stretched to the end, adding some majesty to her temperament, making her look very capable, like a leader of a large department. In addition to her beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament, it was also because her clothes were out of tune with the surroundings. She was wearing beige trousers that were easy to move around in, and a pair of long black leather boots, with a light brown knee-length skirt on her upper body, which was very different from the conservative dressing style of the Kingdom of Loan. Even Zio sighed that such a combination of trousers and boots should be very convenient to move around in. In Backlund, women with middle and upper incomes basically wear various skirts, and the only relatively lightweight clothing is the knight's uniform that Zio wears. Hobbert remembered that Zio had many similar knight's uniforms, not because she liked them so much, but because only this kind of clothing was convenient to move around in Backlund. Ladies think that trousers are not ladylike enough, so there is no market for ladies' trousers in the entire loan. The woman with outstanding temperament and dress seemed to feel the gazes of Hobbert and others. She only glanced at Hobbert and others with her peripheral vision, and then continued to look at the building blocks in the living area. After leaving the exhibition hall, Hobbert belatedly realized that it wouldn't be Huang Bei Bei, would it? It's not that Hobbert was slow to react, but in his concept, Bernadette was the daughter of Huang Tao, and her uncle Zhou looked only 24 or 5 years old, even with a beard. So in Hobbert's subconscious, Bernadette should be about the same age as Donna, or even younger than Donna. After all, Hobbert is also an uncle. He is only 23 years old this year. When he thinks of Bernadette, he always feels that she's only about 20 years old. When he saw the 27 or 8-year-old lady in the living area with a mature temperament, he didn't think of Bernadette at all. But thinking back, chestnut hair, a perfect figure, and avant-garde and unique dress. Who else could it be but Bernadette? Hobbert, we're leaving first. Zio, who stepped onto the public carriage, said to Hobbert, who was obviously a little dazed. Hobbert came back to his senses. See you tonight? Oh no, I have a social engagement tonight. No need to prepare my dinner. See you tomorrow. Watching the public carriage leave, Hobbert shook his head with a smile. Even if he recognizes Bernadette, going up to strike up a conversation now is likely to be beaten up as a rogue. Bernadette definitely has such strength. Hobbert thought, even if he racked his brains to successfully strike up a conversation with Bernadette, it is impossible to borrow the genie immediately. T/N. Genie recognizes his own Sefirah. Bad idea. Let's wait for a chance in the future to have a more natural interaction with her, Hobbert thought. Lest Bernadette have a bad impression of him, which will affect the process of borrowing the genie later. After watching a commemorative exhibition at noon, Hobbert returned to the law firm to continue working in the afternoon. At 3 or 4 o'clock, Hobbert received a reply from Elizabeth saying that she and Selena, as well as Melissa and Benson, would come to Backlund together this weekend. The letter did not mention other content, so Hobbert unfolded the letter paper and wrote a short reply. It roughly said that he knew and asked Elizabeth to send him a telegram after purchasing the tickets so that he could go to the station to pick them up. After get off work, Hobbert took a carriage with Jessica to her and Carrie's residence. Carrie was packing her things in the studio. Jessica went to the restaurant to buy 3 simple meals. After the 3 finished eating, they found a taxi carriage to go to the suburbs. While still on the road, it was already dark. When they arrived at the agreed abandoned workshop, a layer of thin mist had already appeared in the cold air of early winter. The other party had already arrived first. As Carrie described, there were 4 of them, and they were all Beyonders. The 4 people's eyes almost all looked at Hobbert at the same time. Obviously, they did not expect Carrie to bring other people. The workshop was very empty, with some waste piled in the corners. There was only a table in the middle and an oil lamp. The 4 of them were already sitting on the inner side. Jessica, who was walking at the end, closed the door smoothly. Hobbert and the other 2 sat on the side near the door. Hobbert deliberately sat on the left, giving the middle position to Carrie. I didn't expect you to bring other people. This is against the rules, the other party's leader, John, said. On the carriage, Carrie introduced Hobbert. The other party's leader was called John, Sequence 7 was called Alex, and Carrie didn't know what the 2 Sequence 8s were called. As for names like John and Alex, they sound like fake names. You have 4 people, and we only have 2, Jessica explained for Carrie. With 1 more person, we can feel more at ease. Okay. John, who was in his 40s and tall and strong, said with a fake smile. I hope this friend can keep it a secret. Only dead people can truly keep secrets. No, in the mystical world, dead people may not be able to keep secrets. You have to remember to dispose of the corpse. John had already made up his mind that no matter whether Carrie was willing or not, he would turn her into a member of the organization today. And Carrie came to refuse to join their organization, so the conversation stalled from the beginning. John quickly lost his patience. He sneered at Carrie and said, "You don't think that you have the confidence to refuse us just because you found a gigolo, do you?" Hobbert finally opened his mouth and said, "Theoretically speaking, yes." John shook his head with a smile. Okay, say whatever you want." He no longer concealed it. "Today, Carrie must join us. As for you two, you can also join us. If you don't join, John had already done his research. Although Carrie has sequence 6, she is not good at fighting, and Jessica only has sequence 9. As for the helpers they found, they are likely to be sequence 7, at most sequence 6. Among the wild beyonders, sequence 6 helpers are hard to find. Of course, artisans are an exception. After all, when they encounter difficulties, everyone wants to help, and with friendship, it will be easier to entrust artisan to build weapons for themselves in the future. But even if this helper is sequence 6, John is not afraid. They have 4 people and are experienced in combat. Even if they are not sure of killing this helper, they are fully confident of defeating or driving the opponent away. By the time this helper finds more helpers, they will have already taken Carrie away from Backlund. Hobert asked, "Is there no room for negotiation?" "No," John said decisively. Hobert smiled and said, "That's easy. It just so happens that I'm short of money recently. You come to my door. I want to thank you." Before John had time to say anything, he heard the provoker among the 2 sequence 8s say to the other sequence 8, "Mary was blind to fall in love with a fool like you. I'm going to rescue her from your hands." The other sequence 8 also refused to be outdone and said, "I've wanted to dig out your eyes for a long time. Did you think I didn't notice your disgusting eyes when you faced Mary?" For half a second, John wanted to reprimand his 2 subordinates, not to see what time it was. Wouldn't you be afraid of being ashamed of your little things? But then he reacted, quickly jumped away from the table. This gigolo's offensive had already begun. Hobert used corrosion for the first time, lacking experience, so he used it on 2 sequence 8s. It took effect in about 4 or 5 seconds. He successfully made the 2 people gradually become gloomy and greedy, and they couldn't bear it anymore, erupting on the spot. As John reacted, Hobert ejected the disorder stone he had been holding in his hand. Distortion, an invisible force of distortion, exploded within a 3-meter radius in front of him. Even though John jumped away in time, he was still within the attack range of the disorder stone. One of the 2 sequence 8s began to lose control on the spot, while the muscles of the other swelled, already on the verge of losing control. Sequence 7, Alex, rolled and crawled, trying to keep himself away from the disorder stone, while John's face was also ashen, and a dawn-like light immediately appeared on his body, which made his complexion much better. This was a sequence 6 Dawn Paladin of the warrior pathway. Throwing out the disorder stone was also equivalent to completing the bribery process. Weaken. The dawn light on John's body dimmed, and the sword of dawn that was about to condense disappeared like a firework that suddenly fizzled out. However, his armor of dawn had already condensed, and the light of dawn greatly offset the weakened state. After shouting "weaken," Hobert kicked the table, originally wanting to chase Alex, but although this guy's posture of running away was ugly, he ran very fast and was about to crawl to John's feet. So Hobert quickly made a choice, rushed forward a few steps, and first solved the sequence 8 who had begun to lose control with 1 strike. He made this choice because although John's current state was very bad, it would be difficult to deal with him for a while. And these sequence 8s who had begun to lose control, if they completely lost control and turned into monsters, would indiscriminately attack everyone in the room. Judging from Carrie's posture, it was obvious that she hadn't fought much. By then, she and Jessica might not be able to kill the out-of-control monster. So Hobert chose to solve the sequence 8 who had just begun to lose control, leaving the other sequence 8, whose condition was already very bad, for Carrie and Jessica to deal with. "Good blade," Hobert exclaimed. With this strike, Hobert chopped off half of the opponent's head along with a shoulder, and he didn't feel much resistance. Hobbert aimed accurately and threw another disorder stone at John and Alex. Distortion. John finally condensed a seemingly thin Sword of Dawn. Although the negative state on his body was still very serious, he still reacted quickly, stepped forward, and used the Sword of Dawn to swat the disorder stone back. Hobbert's eyes narrowed, and he quickly used the fire-lacquered seal on his waist as a medium to mobilize the power of the Nation of Disorder to retrieve the power contained in this disorder stone. Even so, Hobbert was still not at ease and used the tang blade to knock the disorder stone into a corner of the abandoned factory. Hobbert's tactical error allowed John to regain some initiative. He stepped forward again and slashed at Hobbert with the Sword of Dawn. Although the opponent's Sword of Dawn was relatively thin, a body of flesh and blood could not withstand such a slash. Distortion. This time it was Hobbert's beyond power distortion. Because John's condition was not very good, Hobbert successfully distorted the opponent's attack target, and then stabbed forward, preparing to pierce John's armor of dawn. But what Hobbert didn't expect was that the opponent's reaction speed was extremely fast, and he dodged Hobbert's offensive very easily. Hobbert attacked continuously, but the opponent's reaction was very agile, completely unlike a 1.9-meter tall strongman. This made Hobbert sigh in his heart. I said before that I could fight head-on with a Dawn Knight, but now that I think about it, it was really boastful. Fighting a warrior in close combat is simply courting death. Hobbert believed that if John was in his prime, he might have been forced into a corner by him. So Hobbert immediately changed his tactics. Madness. John opened his mouth wide, his face full of surprise, and the madness in his heart surged out like a spring, causing him to temporarily lose his mind. Good opportunity. Hobbert swept his blade horizontally, preparing to break through the opponent's armor of dawn. At this moment, his spirituality suddenly sensed danger coming from his side. At the same time, Hobbert felt that his legs could not move. He opened his spiritual vision and saw a pale-faced undead tightly hugging his legs. Whoosh! The ground on one side suddenly became illusory, and 3 skeletons with golden skeletons drilled out from inside. These 3 skeletons, one wielding a war hammer, one wielding a battle axe, and one wielding a 2-handed greatsword, charged toward Hobbert. Looking at Alex again, he didn't know when, but the whites of his eyes had all turned black, and there was no life in his pupils, like a dead person standing there blankly. Alex was the only one who had a chance to catch his breath just now. He had now recovered some of his strength, so he quickly summoned some undead to fight for him. Usually, when Alex fights, the limit is summoning 4 ordinary undead or 2 ordinary natural spirits, but he wouldn't dare to move like this. Today, it was because his condition was very poor, so he didn't dare to move, fearing that if he moved, he would interrupt the connection with the underworld, causing the skeletons and undead to lose their source of power. The skeleton wielding the battle axe stood in front of Carrie, fighting back and forth with Carrie. Jessica behind Carrie took out a soft whip from the pocket on her waist. Every time she waved it, she wrapped a thin thread around the skeleton's body. After waving it more than a dozen times, the skeleton's movements had slowed down a lot. On the other side, Hobbert had broken free. The tang blade in his hand was made of top-quality materials from the death pathway. With a casual slash, under the suppression of the position, the bones of the 2 golden skeletons trembled all over, and their attacks also turned into slow motion. Hobbert raised the blade and stabbed downwards, and the undead hugging his legs immediately fled back to the underworld. Although Sequence 7 Spirit Medium can summon undead to fight for them, the undead, when they feel fatal, oh no, they're already dead. But the undead, when they feel danger, will not hesitate to disobey the spirit medium's orders. Hobbert swung his blade at the 2 golden skeletons again. Because the skeletons had no intelligence, they had been executing the spirit medium's orders. As a result, one skeleton directly fell apart in trembling, and the skeleton wielding the 2-handed greatsword tried hard to withstand Hobbert's tang blade, but the sword in its hand quickly turned black and turned directly into dust. Hobbert kicked over and kicked the skeleton apart as well. Alex fell to the ground with a pale face and covered in sweat. He felt the suppression of the blade in the pretty boy's hand on him. Fortunately, his desperate struggle just now allowed John to recover from the madness state. The expression on John's face was still a bit distorted, but after the recovery just now, the Sword of Dawn in his hand was more solid, and he raised the Sword of Dawn and rushed towards Hobbert. Hobbert simply stuck the blade in the ground, quickly opened the black small box in his coat pocket, and a classic pocket watch fell into his hand. His other hand grabbed forward. The Sword of Dawn in John's hand suddenly disappeared and appeared in Hobbert's hand. John hadn't fully regained his senses. He suddenly swung forward, as if slamming a ball of air in front of Hobbert. Hobbert's Sword of Dawn disappeared quickly because it lacked a power source, but John couldn't resummon it for the next 10 minutes. At the same time, Hobbert also sensed the limitation of the dream-stealing pocket watch. In combat, its success rate for stealing an enemy's beyonder power the first time was very high, but the probability of stealing the same enemy's ability a second time dropped sharply. This wasn't exactly a negative effect, but more of a limitation. Hobbert estimated that a true Sequence 5 Dream Stealer should have a similar restriction, except perhaps with a high probability of stealing from the same target 2 or 3 times, after which the probability would decrease significantly. Otherwise, if there were no restrictions, they would definitely steal all of their enemies' abilities from the start, and they would have become invincible long ago. If he couldn't steal beyonder abilities, it didn't matter. He could still steal John's thoughts. When John realized his hands were empty, Hobbert seized the opportunity to steal his thoughts. John, who hadn't completely recovered his senses, stood there stunned, his mind suddenly blank. Hobbert seized the opportunity, drew his blade, and finally broke through John's armor of dawn. At the same time, John reacted and quickly jumped back, trying to resummon the Sword of Dawn, but he couldn't manage it. Similarly, stealing thoughts had a similar limitation to stealing abilities, so Hobbert injected his spirituality into the psychological spoon again, madness. In fact, madness couldn't be used continuously. It had to be spaced 2 or 3 seconds apart to use it a second time. Hobbert's own abilities, bribery, and distortion were the same. There had to be a few seconds between uses, and after using weakening on a target, he couldn't use weakening on them again until the effect disappeared. However, 2 Barons of Corruption could weaken the same enemy simultaneously. After reaching Sequence 6, as Hobbert's own beyonder power types increased, he could completely avoid the cooldown time by adjusting the order in which he used his abilities. When John heard the word madness again, the light of dawn on his body became very bright. This ability blocked any beyonder abilities. So this time, madness was far less effective than last time. John still retained some sanity. He retreated while resummoning his armor of dawn. Hobbert pursued him closely, successfully cutting John's chest. At the same time, John resummoned his armor of dawn, and he had basically escaped the state of madness. At this point, the effects of weakening and the Disorder Stone were almost over, and John's condition was getting better and better. His armor of dawn was as solid as it had been in its prime, but he still couldn't use this Sword of Dawn. So he gave Alex a look, run. Alex summoned a undead, lunged at Hobbert, and then the 2 of them smashed through windows in different directions and fled. Whoosh! They jumped onto the open ground outside, almost simultaneously. Just as they were about to run, their vision blurred, and they were back inside the abandoned workshop and back in front of Pretty Boy. Both of them noticed that Pretty Boy was holding a black stone in his hand. John said with a mournful face, "How many miraculous items does this damn kid have?" The black stone in Hobbert's hand was, of course, the teleportation statue. He was also glad that after becoming stronger, he hadn't been too careless and had brought the teleportation statue with him in advance. After scaring away Alex's undead with his knife, he quickly took out the teleportation statue from the box on his waist. After teleporting the opponent back, Hobbert stabbed Alex with his knife, while Carrie, who had just sent the golden skeleton back to the underworld with a hammer, came to help and raised her warhammer at John. Alex dodged again, rolling and crawling. He took Hobbert's knife on his back, preparing to escape with his injury, but after taking only 2 steps, he felt cold all over, and his spiritual body seemed to shrink together. The knife in Hobbert's hand was like his nemesis. Alex was suppressed in all aspects. Hobbert stepped forward and stabbed again, killing this spirit medium who called himself Alex. On the other side, John also took a hammer from Carrie. Using the force of this hammer, he jumped out of the window again. Carrie's hammer only made John's armor of dawn shake a little. Hobbert immediately used the teleportation statue to teleport the opponent back again. At this time, John was still able to deal with it calmly. The moment he returned to the abandoned workshop for the second time, he rushed toward Hobbert. Although he couldn't use the Sword of Dawn anymore, his strength and agility were still there, and he could beat Hobbert to death with his bare hands. Even if Hobbert had a knife in his hand, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for the Dawn Knight. Fortunately, Hobbert had been guarding against the opponent's counterattack and didn't fight him head-on. He just circled around John. If he couldn't dodge John's attack, he would use the teleportation statue to move the opponent back, causing the opponent's attack to miss. Or he would use the Beyonder Power distortion to cause John's movements to deviate. Theoretically, the teleportation statue could allow Hobbert to avoid any physical attacks. But because John was wearing the Light of Dawn, his fists were also considered Beyonder attacks and were not within the teleportation statue's avoidance range. Carrie wanted to come over to help several times, but Hobbert stopped her. John no longer ran away, and his fists smashed at Hobbert like a storm. If he kept fighting like this, he wouldn't feel tired even after fighting for another 20 minutes, and his spirituality told him that he would be able to re-summon the Sword of Dawn in a while. As long as the Sword of Dawn was in hand, it wasn't impossible to counterattack. At the same time, he felt that the pretty boy in front of him had been using the ability of corrosion on him, but he didn't take it to heart because the Light of Dawn could help him block most of these extraordinary attacks. After fighting for more than half a minute, the negative effects on John's body had basically completely disappeared. John, who had completely regained his senses, suddenly thought, "This pretty boy isn't stupid either. Why doesn't he think of other ways and just wait for me to re-summon the Sword of Dawn?" Not good, John suddenly thought. He's also stalling for time. When he thought of this, John felt cold all over. The wound that had just been cut open by the Tang sword was getting more and more painful. John looked down and saw that the area around the wound was purplish, as if poisoned, and thick blood was flowing out. This was the opportunity that Hobbert had been waiting for. Corrosion. For the past minute or so, he had been laying the groundwork. Taking advantage of the fact that John, who had been cut by the Tang sword, had obviously suffered damage to his spirit body, the Beyonder Power corrosion rushed through John's Dawn defense like a surging tide, directly hitting John's heart. The sanity in John's eyes was gradually disappearing, and his eyes were full of greed. "As long as I kill you, all the miraculous items on your body will be mine." Then he tried to re-summon the Sword of Dawn again, but of course he still couldn't summon it. This was completely a tactical error, allowing Hobbert to seize the opportunity and cut through his armor of dawn again. John's remaining sanity made him try to suppress the greed in his heart and choose to escape again. But it was too late. While the opponent's armor of dawn had not recovered, Hobbert pierced John's chest with his knife. John immediately felt his spiritual body shrink into a ball. He felt cold all over, and his heart was filled with greed and fear, but he still managed to pull out the Tang sword and turn to flee. Hobbert struck again, cutting off half of John's head. His body ran out a few steps before finally falling to the ground, gradually losing its vitality. Hobbert shook the blood off his knife and sighed. A sequence 6 is really hard to kill. Being able to kill all 4 enemies was completely beyond Carrie's expectations. This way, she and Jessica could completely relax. Backlund was so big, and with the cover of more than 5 million people, it would be difficult for the two of them to be found by John's organization again. As for completely making enemies with their organization, There was no other way. The conflict between them had already reached a point where there was no room for negotiation. The Beyonder characteristics of the two Sequence 8s had already been extracted, and Alex's Beyonder characteristic was being extracted. Hobbert first retrieved the 2 Disorder Stone he had thrown out and then used the teleportation statue to sense if there were any other enemies around. Since the other party came from an organization, it was likely that there were 4 people on the surface and 1 hidden in the dark. However, John and the others seemed to be so confident that they didn't hide anything. There were no other enemies around, so they could calmly communicate with the spirit world. So Hobert said to Carrie and Jessica, "Search their bodies, and I'll see what organization they're from." After saying that, he came to John's side, and his eyes suddenly became like Alex's just now, without any whites. Hobert used the spirit necklace to grab John's dissipating spirituality to communicate with the spirit world, and once again came to the world covered by gray fog. He looked at John, who was staring blankly in front of him. "The name of your organization. The name of your organization." After silently reciting it 7 times, the gray fog began to roll, outlining a scene. It was a narrow room without windows, seemingly underground. In front of him was a wooden table with a lamp on it. Sitting opposite him was a middle-aged man in a robe. He took off his hood, revealing his face. In the center of this face was a horizontal scar from his left ear across his nose all the way to his right ear. The scar man smiled and said, "Welcome to the Judgment Group. We will judge humanity and the tyranny of the Kingdom of Lone." The scene ended there, and Hobert, whose eyes were once again filled with gray fog, thought to himself, "What big words, judging humanity, and judging the tyranny of the Kingdom of Lone. In the Kingdom of Lone, is this because you think you've lived too long?" Then Hobert silently recited in his heart, "The core members of the Judgment Group. The core members of the Judgment Group." After silently reciting it 7 times, a new scene appeared in the gray fog. It seemed to be in a carriage, and the scarred man was still sitting opposite him. He said, "Our Judgment Group has 1 leader and 5 deputy leaders. I am your superior, one of the deputy leaders." Then the scene changed, and they were in the wilderness. The scarred man was walking with a graceful and beautiful young woman. The two seemed to be talking about something, but John was too far away to hear their words. The scene changed again, and an old man with gloomy eyes appeared in front of him. He asked coldly, "You are the helper sent by Gale?" Having had plenty of experience communicating with the spirit world, Hobert quickly skipped to the next scene in order to save time. This scene was very blurry, and he could only roughly see that it was in a spacious and gorgeous room, decorated in a style that was obviously not from Lone. John stood behind the scar man, Gale, and saw an old man in luxurious clothes sitting behind a luxurious desk. This old man exuded an oppressive aura that made it difficult to breathe, but his face and physical characteristics could not be seen clearly. Gale immediately bowed and ordered John to quickly kneel on one knee. At the same time, he explained with a smile, "It's his first time seeing the leader, so he's inevitably a little nervous." Then the scene churned like boiling water and quickly turned into rolling gray fog. Hobert sorted out the information he had just obtained. The majestic old man who appeared last was the leader, but he didn't get any valuable information from it. He couldn't even see what style of clothes the old man was wearing. There were 2 possibilities for this situation. The first was that the old man's level was very high, and the spirit necklace could not show his appearance. The second possibility was that the old man had a high-level sealed artifact that hindered Hobbert's communication with the spirit world. Hobbert was inclined to the latter. At least a Sequence 3 level was required to have the strength to obscure some key information about himself during the communication process. And if that old man was Sequence 3, the Judgment Group would not be unknown. In addition, John's superior Gale, as well as that beautiful young woman and gloomy old man, were 3 of the Judgment Group's deputy leaders. There were also 2 deputy leaders that John should not have met, so there were no related memories. John was a Sequence 6 and seemed to be deeply trusted by Gale. That's right, among wild beyonders, Sequence 6 was already a master. Gale only had 2 or 3 sequence SIXS under his command. Who else would Gale trust if not them? According to the levels, John was sequence 6, the deputy leaders should be sequence 5, and the leader was most likely sequence 4. This was already a considerable Beyonder organization, but for official Beyonders, such strength could only be used to cause trouble in secret. At this time, John's spirit body had faded a lot. Hobert thought for a while, and then silently recited, "Potion formula. Potion formula." In fact, the greatest use of communication with the spirit world was that it could harvest potion formulas, whether they were useful now or not. This was the accumulation of an Beyonder and also an important asset. The gray fog rolled again, presenting a scene of a pile of sundries. These were all John's father's relics. Among some mystical materials, John noticed his first potion formula in his life. Sequence 9, Warrior. Main materials, a complete ape grass, the horn of a berserk rhino. Auxiliary materials, 80 milliliters of pure water, 9 milliliters of juice from the golden cloak grass, a golden dandelion flower, 5 black nightshade fruits. Then the scene changed, and John was in a spacious living room, with 20 or 30 people wearing hoods. This was in Beyond a gathering. John was lucky enough to buy the Sequence 8 potion formula from this gathering. Sequence 8, Pugilist. Main materials, crystal of the berserk shy grass, the complete brain of a Dutz cave lion. Auxiliary materials. After Hobert saw the potion formula clearly, the scene changed again. John's process of obtaining the potion was almost a brief introduction to his Beyonder life. In a fierce battle, John defeated his opponent and seized the Sequence 7 Weapon Master potion formula from him. After that, John met a Dawn Paladin and wanted to use all his property, about 1,500 pounds, to buy the Dawn Paladin potion formula. But he was rejected by the Dawn Paladin, who also set his sights on John's property. So John used the 1,500 pounds of property to hire Sequence 6 to help him, and used the Dawn Paladin's family as a threat to force the other party to hand over the Dawn Paladin potion formula. After becoming a Sequence 6, John joined the Judgment Group and made many contributions to this Beyonder organization, so the leader rewarded him with the Sequence 5 potion formula. Sequence 5, Guardian. Main materials, a mutated fire rose spider, crystal of the Wisteria Lord. Auxiliary materials, all the venom of the mutated fire rose spider, 16 milliliters of juice from the Wisteria Lord, 15 milliliters of blood from the Emperor White Rhino, 3 flowers of the common springgrass. Ritual, in a balanced team battle, play a decisive role and drink the potion after winning the victory. Hobert suddenly thought, I wonder if Bishop Utravski already has the Sequence 5 potion formula. Truth be told, this Dawn Paladin, who called himself John, had a life that could already be considered legendary among Wild Beyonders. Most Wild Beyonders are only able to stay at Sequence 8 for their entire lives. The potion formulas and main ingredients for Sequence 7 are rare, and without knowing the acting method, the risk of advancing to Sequence 7 is also relatively high. If John became a Sequence 6 before the age of 40, then he would have a small chance of becoming a demigod. The Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 potions would make many modifications to the Beyonder's body. After becoming Sequence 5, most Beyonders of that pathway could live to be around 100 years old without any accidents. This gave Wild Beyonders time to find demigod potion formulas and corresponding main ingredients, but the hope was still slim. For example, John's warrior pathway, the potion formulas below the demigod level might be encountered in the Beyonder world with luck. As for the demigod level potion formulas, they must be firmly controlled by the god of combat church. Even if there are corresponding clues, they are very likely to be traps set by the god of combat church. So, generally speaking, the demigods among Wild Beyonders will have some background with the church or ancient Beyonder organizations, where their ancestors were prominent. Almost instantly, a jumble of thoughts popped into Hobert's mind. At this time, John's spirit body was already very faint, and he could only ask 2 or 3 not-so-complicated questions at most. Hobert thought of the Skeleton Lord clue he found next to the ancient death's corpse. With a try-and-see attitude, he silently recited in his heart, "The Guardian Potion's main ingredient clue. The Guardian Potion's main ingredient clue." After reciting it 7 times, a clear scene appeared in the gray mist. In a room that looked like a bomb had exploded, John pierced an old man's chest with the Sword of Dawn and found a key on the old man's body. John easily found a small secret room among the furniture and walls that had been almost destroyed by the battle, and found a safe in the secret room. Using the key he had just found, he opened the safe. There was some gold and beyonder materials in the safe. After looting everything, John's spirituality seemed to sense something and discovered a hidden compartment in the safe and found a delicate wooden box from the hidden compartment. Opening the wooden box, inside was a crystal-clear spider emitting a faint twilight-like light. This made Hobert, who was watching, couldn't help but be stunned. This John's luck was really good. He had done so many murders and robberies and hardly ever failed, and he could always drop potion formulas or main ingredients of the same pathway from his enemies. The spider in the box, which looked like a crystal lamp in the shape of a spider to Hobert, should be one of the main ingredients of the Guardian, the mutated fire rose spider. Then the scene changed, and Hobert saw a street sign in front of him, Bostan Cemetery, Conant City. John killed a tramp, pretended that a friend had passed away, bought a plot in Bostan Cemetery, and even asked a priest to help the tramp's soul rest in peace. But when the priest left, John pulled the corpse out of the coffin, put the wooden box containing the mutated fire rose spider in the coffin, and then covered the coffin, filled it with soil, pretending to be an ordinary grave. Hobert saw that the name on the tombstone was John. Maybe it was the tramp's name, or maybe it was a name that the Dawn Paladin made up casually. This shows that the Dawn Paladin's real name is not John. Explaining it with mysticism, the Dawn Paladin should not have used the name John in this operation. It may be that this name, which has an inexplicable connection with the Dawn Paladin, made his luck very bad and he ran into Hobert. The gray mist covered Hobert's eyes again. He seized the time and asked, "Does anyone know that you hid the mutated fire rose spider? Does anyone know that you hid the mutated fire rose spider?" The gray mist materialized a scene again. In front of him was a full-length mirror, and the Dawn Paladin was tidying up his clothes in front of the mirror. Then the scene in front of him disappeared and turned into gray mist again. Hobert understood. That is to say, this secret was only known to the Dawn Paladin himself. Seeing that there was still a chance, he quickly asked, "The way to contact your superior, Gale. The way to contact your superior, Gale." The gray mist rolled a bit, outlining a blurry figure that looked like Gale who had appeared before. Because the Dawn Paladin's spirit body had become very weak, he could no longer see Gale's expression and clothes clearly. He only heard Gale say, "I will come to you when there is a need. Don't take the initiative to find me." This scene ended here, and the Dawn Paladin's spirit body completely dissipated. Hobert automatically exited the psychic state. He smiled. "Others only ask a few key questions when they use psychic powers, but I usually ask the enemy until their soul flies away and scatters." However, the harvest of the psychic session was not small. Just that mutated fire rose spider is worth at least 3,000 pounds. The beyonder characteristics of the Dawn Paladin had also been extracted. Over there, Carrie and Jessica had also completed the body search. As expected, they didn't have any magical items on them, only some gold pounds and spiritual materials. This made Hobert couldn't help but sigh. Poverty is the norm for wild beyonders. Carrie piled the 4 corpses together, took out a metal bottle, and poured the liquid in the bottle on the corpses. In the sizzling sound, the 4 corpses were quickly melted by the liquid. Jessica, who had already fetched a bucket of water, washed it away, and the 4 corpses were cleaned up just like that. Then, under Hobert's instructions, Carrie and Jessica carefully looked for any hair that they had accidentally dropped, and then the 3 of them left the abandoned workshop in single file. The sealing wax made of order crystal on Hobert's body has the use of anti-divination, and he didn't leave any clues at all, so he wasn't afraid of the tribunal people coming to find the murderer. In the carriage back, Carrie suddenly said, Alex once commissioned me to build a Beyonder weapon for him, but I didn't find it on him. It seems that he built it for someone else, or it was a task for their organization. Hobbert nodded. Their organization is called the Judgment Group, and it has some of the characteristics of a terrorist organization. They don't dare to act openly. As long as you hide yourself well, you won't be discovered by them. Back at Carrie and Jessica's place, they put all the spoils on the table. The most valuable were the 4 Beyonder characteristics, as well as 62 pounds in cash and some spiritual materials. Hobbert took away the Beyonder characteristics of the Dawn Paladin and the Spirit Medium. The rest is yours. Carrie handed the Provoker's Beyonder characteristic to Hobbert. We didn't play too much of a role in the battle just now, so give this Beyonder characteristic to you too. Hobbert hesitated for a moment, but didn't stand on ceremony with them and took away the Provoker's Beyonder characteristic. Carrie and Jessica were moving tonight, so after the spoils were divided and he got a discount, Hobbert immediately left after spending 480 pounds to buy the Hurricane Axe. Hobbert brought this up after the battle, not before, to avoid Carrie and Jessica misunderstanding that he was asking for benefits in advance. He certainly knew that sometimes, even if he didn't mean it that way, when others thought he did, no amount of explanation would help. In the carriage back to Blanca Street, Hobbert re-examined his actions tonight, making sure there were no omissions and that no one was following him, before he finally relaxed. Then he began to reflect on the battle. During the fight, Hobbert realized that he had made many mistakes in his first Sequence 6 battle. Now that the battle was over, Hobbert began his habitual post-battle review. First, he realized his first mistake was that he shouldn't have used the Disorder Stone a second time. This one-time magical item had unexpected effects when used the first time, and it also conveniently completed the process of bribery. But when used a second time, the opponent was prepared, making it difficult to achieve the desired effect, and it might even cause him to lose the tactical initiative. The second mistake was that Hobbert realized he was somewhat underestimating the enemy tonight. He should have used the Order Wood at the beginning of the battle to create an environment favorable to his abilities. Recently, Hobbert hadn't participated in any intense, extraordinary battles, but his own strength had qualitatively improved, which made him somewhat complacent. If Hobbert didn't have enough magical items, tonight would have certainly had a different ending. Hobbert firmly kept these 2 mistakes in mind, and he planned to re-examine them before every battle in the future. Next was to review the experience gained from this battle. First, Hobbert had the experience of corroding other people's minds. It only took 1 or 2 seconds to complete the corrosion process on ordinary people. It took about 4 or 5 seconds to take effect on low sequence Beyonders. It might take 6 or 7 seconds to affect a Sequence 7 opponent, and there was a high probability of being discovered by the opponent. At the same level of Sequence 6, it might take more than 10 seconds to take effect, and it would almost certainly be discovered by the opponent. However, Hobbert was satisfied that he could use corrosion while fighting, and it didn't matter even if the opponent discovered it. The second lesson was the use of the Beyonder power of distortion. Sequence 6's distortion was more useful than Hobbert imagined. If used well, it could even make enemies attack their own people. He thought it could be used in conjunction with corrosion to cause infighting among the enemies or make them distrust their teammates. Thinking of this, Hobbert found that the abilities of the Baron of Corruption seemed to be used to manipulate people's hearts. In addition, in order to distinguish the incantation of the Disorder Stone from the Beyonder power of distortion, Hobbert decided to change the incantation of the Disorder Stone to Madness. He continued to think. This battle also made him discover the limit of the teleportation statue. When John wore the armor of Dawn, the teleportation statue was not so comfortable for his movement. Hobbert estimated that if he encountered a Sequence 5 Guardian of the Warrior Pathway, it might be difficult to complete the teleport on him, or the teleport distance might not reach his expectations. Recalling the battle with the offspring of the evil god, Hobbert estimated that when facing a Sequence 4 opponent, the teleportation statue could at most slow down the opponent's movements, and the teleport ability might even be used by the opponent. Hobert sighed that he would lose his greatest help and trump card at that time. Of course, it's not excluded that there will be other trump cards at that time. Continuing to think, Hobert summed up a lesson. Don't fight warriors in close combat. Or rather, try to highlight your strengths during the battle, and don't compete with Sequence 6 Beyonders in their strengths. If most Sequence 7s are the real Beyonders, then generally Sequence 6s have the characteristics of their pathway and specific enough advantages of Beyonder abilities, and these advantages can largely cover up the Beyonder's weaknesses. When Hobert was Sequence 7, killing an enemy of the same level didn't seem that difficult. But after reaching Sequence 6, killing another Sequence 6 became very difficult. This is precisely because Sequence 6 already has enough advantages, and Hobert didn't realize this at all in his previous battles. Only after fighting a Sequence 6 did he know that they were really difficult to kill. The post-battle review ended, and Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Overall, he didn't make any major mistakes, and he also gained many valuable experiences and lessons from this battle. Then Hobert thought of the gains from this battle. In addition to the spoils he received, there are also the potion formulas for the warrior pathway from Sequence 9 to Sequence 5 and the mutated Fire Rose Spider. It can be said that the harvest was abundant. Although he learned the whereabouts of the mutated Fire Rose Spider through spirit channeling and knew that no one except the Dawn Paladin knew the hiding place. But Hobert still didn't plan to take the mutated Fire Rose Spider himself. This matter could wait for a while. Anyway, Beyonder materials don't expire. Returning to Blanca Street, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Furs was still awake and lying in an easy chair reading a magazine. Hobert asked, "Still awake? Don't you have to go to work tomorrow?" Furs seemed a little anxious. "I feel like I don't need to be an apprentice anymore, so I just quit." Hobert Ed, knowing that this writer lady wouldn't work a day more. Having experienced a Beyonder battle, Hobert was a little tired. He drank some water and went upstairs to rest. Just about to change into his pajamas, Hobert suddenly thought of something. He quickly came to the window. The crimson moon in the sky became redder than usual. Today was indeed the day when the blood moon would appear. Hobert quickly sacrificed to himself, bringing the psychological spoon and the fork of healing to the nation of disorder, and observed Furs downstairs through the star representing himself, using true sight. As the blood moon gradually descended, Furs's nails and hair grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she became more and more anxious, constantly chanting the names of the 7 gods. Then it seemed like poisonous snakes were drilling around under Furs's skin, and her expression became gloomy and terrifying. Hobert grabbed a handful of Power of Order and prepared to strike at any time. Finally, Furs, with a painful expression, opened a thick book and began to recite the name of the Fool intermittently. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Hobert quickly withdrew his true sight, otherwise he might collide views with Klein soon. Now that Klein, who is gradually becoming following the inner choice and more cautious, may choose to stand by after feeling other views. Hobert left the nation of disorder, dispersed his spirituality, and did not feel any strong fluctuations in spirituality. Obviously, Furs's loss of control did not continue. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Hobert, who had changed into his pajamas, went downstairs. "Sorry, I just remembered that today is the day when the blood moon appears." After speaking, he indiscriminately poured spirituality into the fork of healing and used healing to heal Furs. A healing spell made Furs feel comfortable all over. She hesitated and then seemed to think of something. "Thank you, Hobert. Thank you for the advice you gave me before." Furs just subtly mentioned her recent experience, as she had promised Mr. Fool not to reveal any secrets about him, so she couldn't explain it too clearly. While chatting with Hobert, Furs trimmed her nails and tidied her hair. While tidying her hair, Furs realized that she really considered Hobert a good friend. After growing up, she had never groomed herself in front of anyone except Zio. To celebrate her finally being liberated, Furs prepared to pour a glass of wine. Wait a moment. Hobert seemed to suddenly remember something. After going upstairs, he brought down a bottle of white wine. "This is a good wine my father gave me. I couldn't bear to drink it, but let's finish it today to celebrate for you. This bottle of white wine was the aged wine left over from concocting the Baron of Corruption potion. Furs assumed that Hobert understood her subtle description and took out 2 wine glasses with a smile. While pouring the wine, Hobert said in his heart, "Congratulations, Miss Magician." Just as she was about to take a glass, Zio, dusty from a busy evening, came in from outside. "It's so late. Are you guys still not asleep yet?" She sniffed. "Very good white wine. Why are you drinking so late at night?" Hobert took another glass, poured wine, and said, "Furs said she noticed you've grown a few centimeters recently, and we're celebrating." Furs smiled and didn't explain anything. Zio first glared at her friend, then her shoulders slumped. "Okay, I have to admit, I've been putting insoles in my shoes these past few days." Hobert and Furs were both stunned. Both of them were very strange. Why didn't they notice this? But both of them tried to hide their surprised expressions and try not to stare at Zio, because doing so would be too hurtful. To ease the awkwardness, Hobert raised his glass and said, "To a beautiful new life." Furs echoed, "To a beautiful tomorrow." Zio also raised her glass. "I hope I can find extraordinary medicine that allows adults to grow taller." Hobert thought beyonder medicine that might allow adults to develop again would be more suitable. Amidst the laughter of Hobert and Furs, the 3 of them clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Backlund, 29, Civilhouse Street, Empress Borough. Rafter Pound stood in front of the window, watching the moon outside becoming increasingly red. The blood moon had arrived as scheduled, and that sealed artifact could be used. He opened the safe, which contained, besides a thin stack of cash, 2 exquisite stone boxes. He carefully took out one of them and opened it. Inside was a mirror-like object with a handle. Rafter picked up the mirror, but it had no reflective surface or back, and each side had an eye in the middle. At this time, one eye was open and one eye was closed. Rafter held the mirror and walked into the blood-red moonlight, allowing the crimson moonlight to shine on the mirror. The eye that was open just now slowly closed. This was a sealed artifact that could determine whether one was under surveillance. The normal state of the sealed artifact was one eye open and one eye closed. Placing it in the moonlight of the blood moon, if the open eye did not close, it meant that the holder was under secret surveillance. If both eyes were closed, it meant that the holder was not being monitored. If both eyes were open, then run quickly if there was still time. The result Rafter got was, both eyes were closed. He couldn't help but sneer. The royal family and the Church of Steam and Machinery really have no patience at all. Of course, this was inseparable from his superb acting skills, for which he also paid a certain price, because he was missing a front tooth, and now he leaked air when he spoke. He put the mirror with the eyes back into the stone box, in the absence of light. Rafter then took out another stone box and took out a crystal ball with a bewitching blue color. These were the only 2 sealed artifacts left in the Pound family. The other sealed artifacts have been sold by Rafter, leaving only these 2 sealed artifacts with effects roughly equivalent to level 3. Seemingly, Rafter was extremely prodigal, but in fact, these were the sealed artifacts he had deliberately left behind. For a baronet who was once under constant royal surveillance, these 2 sealed artifacts, although not very offensive, were what he needed most. He placed the crystal ball on the desk, and Rafter began to stroke the crystal ball, trying to recall what he had done at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition before. Because at that time, Hobert only used this psychological spoon to seal part of his memory and did not have time to use the power of the Nation of Disorder to interfere. Rafter also used his spirituality as a medium to recall his experience, so he quickly recalled many details of the memorial exhibition at that time. Most importantly, he recalled that honorific name. Even the Erode's magic mirror failed to hear the honorific name of the creator, but Rafter, relying on his special connection with the Nation of Disorder, actually recalled that honorific name. Rafter's eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed, "The creator of human order!" This reminded him of the description he had seen in the family's notes before. One of the characteristics of the Black Emperor was creating unique order that is widely popularized in the human world. Then Rafter fell into silence. He thought of his wasted first half of his life, and the fact that he was only sequence 8 in middle age. He thought of the last words of his grandfather, the patriarch, and the former glory of his ancestors. Finally, he made up his mind, put the blue crystal ball back into the box, and then sorted out his emotions before chanting, "The creator of human order. You are the master of the nation of disorder. You are the master of the clock of order. Your faithful servant Rafter Pound begs for your attention and help, begs you to point out a path for the lost lamb to restore the glory of the family." Then, Rafter waited for a response with trepidation. Hobbert was about to fall asleep when he heard a prayer, which didn't sound like Eliot's voice. He had no choice but to leave the warm bed and come to the nation of disorder. As soon as he sat on the iron throne, Hobbert saw the star representing Rafter expanding and flickering. Hobbert's eyes narrowed, as if he had received a call from a friend who had died a long time ago. That's right. In his opinion, Rafter was already a discarded piece. Why would he take the initiative to pray to himself? Did George III follow Rafter's line? Or did the Church of Steam and Machinery use some method to obtain the honorific name of the Creator? After hesitating for a full half-minute, Hobbert spread his spirituality to the star representing Rafter. Since the other party had directly pointed to the nation of disorder and the Creator, the most dangerous choice at this time was to ignore it. After hearing Rafter's prayer and using true vision to look around, confirming that Rafter's behavior was personal and not influenced by anything, Hobbert put his heart back in his stomach. Now the only strange thing was, where did Rafter get the honorific name of the Creator? After sitting on the Iron Throne and thinking for a while, Hobbert decided not to reply. As long as Rafter saw that his prayer was not answered, he should not continue to pray. Leaving and returning to the real world, Hobbert was already covered in goosebumps from the cold, and the quilt had become icy cold. The cold winter in Backlund had arrived, and he decided to buy a cloak tomorrow. If he needed to go to the nation of disorder in the middle of the night in the future, he could put on the cloak to avoid being frozen and sleepless. After getting up, Hobbert first wrote a letter to the masked man, Byron. According to their prior agreement, the letter contained only the phrase, "The goods have arrived." After affixing the stamp and sealing it with sealing wax, Hobbert took the letter downstairs. Furs, now that she wasn't an apprentice, didn't get up early either, clearly planning to sleep in. Hobbert didn't disturb them. He toasted 2 slices of bread for himself, spread jam on them, and ate breakfast alone. After finishing breakfast, he began preparing for his mission that morning. First, he broke off another order wood from the nation of disorder, made it very small, and put it in his pocket for later use. Then, Hobbert took the pipe he had picked up from Haman's hiding place, put on his windbreaker, picked up his cane and the wooden box containing the hurricane axe, took a taxi carriage to mail the letter first, and then came to the outside of the Roselle Memorial Exhibition Hall as agreed. Klein had just arrived. Hobbert beckoned him to get into the carriage and told the coachman to wait by the side of the street. Taxi carriages were charged by the hour, and the coachman couldn't wait for them to chat in the carriage for a while longer. Hobbert handed the wooden box to Klein. Hurricane axe. The seller originally asked for £580, but I bargained it down to £510. You can either pay me in cash now, or wait until the mission is over and deduct it from your earnings. Hobbert didn't overcharge. This hurricane axe was indeed worth £580, but Hobbert got a considerable discount. "I'll give you the cash now," Klein said. For him, this transaction was also very cost-effective, equivalent to trading for a sequence 7 main material for £510. One person counted the cash, and the other checked the hurricane axe, and the transaction was completed quickly. It was, of course, very inconvenient to look for someone with the hurricane axe, so Klein temporarily stored the hurricane axe in the Quelli Club. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when the two officially started looking for Haman. Hobbert took out his pipe, briefly explained its origin, and finally asked, "Before looking for someone, you can first divine to see if the owner of the pipe is still in Backlund? If he wasn't, this task would be troublesome." Klein nodded, closed his eyes, and began to divine. After more than 10 seconds, he opened his eyes and looked at the crystal pendant hanging on his wrist. The pendant was rotating clockwise. "The owner of the pipe is still in Backlund," Klein said, and then he began to use the dowsing rod to divine and direct the coachman. Hobbert couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Diviners are really convenient for finding people. If he had to do this commission himself, it would be too troublesome. The carriage crossed most of Backlund and came to the factory district. The coachman was the happiest. He didn't expect to have such a big job at noon, and the entire morning was spent being charged. Close to noon, the carriage circled around an enamel factory, indicating that Heyman was in this enamel factory. Hobbert got out of the car and paid the fare. After the carriage left, he smiled and said, "The fare is considered our joint cost. After the mission is completed, half of the fare will be deducted from your earnings." Klein was obviously stunned. "You didn't I hear that lawyers, especially well-known lawyers, have high incomes?" "The news you heard is correct, but for some reason, after I met you, I always wanted to settle these small accounts clearly." Klein muttered, "I'm not the god of accounting. Why calculate so clearly?" But in the end, he did not refuse to pay the other half of the fare. The two first found a coffee shop, ate a simple meal, and then Hobbert first used the documents issued to him by the police to check the details of the enamel factory with the local police station and the Industry and Commerce Department. But Hobbert was still a little worried, so he went to the bar near the enamel factory to inquire about news. Combining information from all parties, Hobbert and Klein believed that this should be an ordinary factory. Heyman might be hiding among the workers, or there might be a secret room in the factory. After all, the factory building was so large that it would be difficult to notice an extra room. It wasn't until dark that the two people who had been investigating for an afternoon came to the gate of the enamel factory. Hobbert took out 2 masks made of order crystal and gave one to Klein. "It has the effect of anti-divination." Klein glanced at the mask and asked, "How do we get in?" There were still so many workers in the factory. They couldn't just climb in, could they? Besides, after they put on the masks, they would be more easily noticed. Just go in like this. Hobbert, wearing the mask, walked in front. Klein was stunned at first. Then he realized that Hobbert was an extra member of the Nighthawks and had relevant document from the police department. It's really good to have an official identity. Klein couldn't help but sigh, while recalling the time when he also had an official identity. But what he didn't expect was that Hobbert didn't show his documents. He really just went in like that. Several gatekeepers seemed to be very familiar with Hobbert, greeted him with a smile, and even wanted to hand Hobbert a cigarette. Klein wouldn't believe it if you told him that Hobbert knew them, but he suddenly remembered that the information he saw earlier said that lawyers were good at distorting their thoughts, and he didn't expect it to be used like this. In fact, Hobbert used the ability of the psychological spoon to hypnotize everyone he met. "I am the manager of this factory." Whether they knew him or not, everyone had to be polite to him, and they completely ignored the black mask on Hobbert's face. Klein continued to use the dowsing rod to divine and find people. Hobbert followed behind and glanced at the workshop illuminated by the gas lamps. Although it was still the steam age, some processes in the workshop had already been mechanized. For example, in the plastic shaping step, the worker took a piece of metal, which Hobbert didn't know what it was, and put it on a mold slot. The hissing sound of steam was endless, and a huge machine pressed down, and a basin was formed. Of course, the edge of the basin had to be manually repaired. The next step was to apply enamel. The worker used tools to clamp the repaired metal basin and rolled it in a pool full of enamel, and an enamel basin was formed. One corner of the large workshop was already full of enamel basins, and in another workshop, workers were grinding the dried enamel basins on grinding wheels. Dust flew in the grinding workshop like a layer of white mist. Hobbert felt a little uncomfortable in his respiratory tract even from such a distance, and the workers walked in the dust to work without any protective gear. Dang, dang, dang. A dull bell suddenly rang in the factory. This was the signal to get off work. The workers poured out of the workshop like a tide. Hobbert and Klein hid aside, paying close attention to the crowd, lest Heyman slip away before their eyes. More than 10 minutes later, the workers had all left, and the machines were also hissing and venting. The surrounding factories probably got off work at the same time, and the noisy production sound quickly disappeared. Klein continued to divine. Heyman was still in the factory. He led the way in front, turned a corner, and came to the side of the workshop. His cane stood still on the ground. Hobbert and Klein were both stunned, and then the two looked at the ground together. "Manager, what are you doing here?" a voice asked. Looking in the direction of the voice, in a corner of the factory, under the not-so-bright gas lamp, there was a large piece of scrapped equipment, and two people dressed as workers were guarding the equipment with their arms folded. Hobbert had just seen them, so he continued to use this psychological spoon to hypnotize them, making them think that he was their manager. Hobbert smiled. "I heard that the grass at the base of the wall here needs to be pulled, so I came over to take a look." "You don't need to worry about it. Hurry back," said one of the people dressed as workers. Okay, Hobbert said with a smile. Those two workers definitely had a problem. How dare they be so rude to the manager? And Heyman was likely hiding underground, and the entrance should be around the abandoned equipment. Hobbert continued to use this psychological spoon to hypnotize the two workers over there, but the content of the hypnosis changed. Ignore the abnormality in front of you. After the two put on their masks, Hobbert slowly drew out his knife and inserted the scabbard directly above Heyman's head. "Order." Klein was slightly stunned when he saw the tang sword in Hobbert's hand. It always felt familiar, but he didn't know much about cold weapons and didn't know much about tang swords. The towering tree of order immediately rose from the ground. Now, the canopy of the order could cover more than 30 meters, enveloping half the workshop. The two guards by the abandoned machinery stared blankly at everything before them. Watching a towering tree obscure the crimson moon in the mist, they felt something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint what. Although the order grew large, it had no roots, so there was no need to worry about being discovered by those underground. However, the moment it grew, its immense spirituality could easily be detected by Beyonders. Hobbert was prepared. While planting his sword into the ground, he held the teleportation statue in his other hand, planning to teleport the people underground directly to the surface. Klein drew his gun and retreated, ready to support his teammate at any time. The moment he held the teleportation statue, Hobbert immediately sensed an underground structure beneath his feet, and within that structure were two people. Hobbert warned, "The enemy has helpers." 2 against 2, their chances of winning were still good, and they had the element of surprise. When teleporting one of the people, Hobbert immediately realized something was wrong. The person he was teleporting was a Sequence 6. He had developed a certain feel for using the teleportation statue and could immediately distinguish between Sequence 6 and Sequence 7. So Hobbert simply moved the person's head to the surface, only to find that he had only moved up a shadow. This was a Rose Bishop. Hobbert immediately made his judgment. Strange, wasn't Heyman always trying to escape the Aurora Order? How could he have a Rose Bishop by his side? Could it be that he was captured by the Aurora Order? Although he had questions, Hobbert still threw out the Disorder Stone he had prepared long ago. Madness. The shadow flowing on the ground immediately let out a scream, and chunks of flesh emerged from the shadow, teetering on the brink of losing control. His flesh collapsed while he desperately controlled it, turning it into a shadow to evade Hobbert's subsequent attacks and Klein's bullets. The Disorder Stone was not so powerful when dealing with Sequence 6, even for this secret supplicant pathway. Hobbert realized that the other party's condition was not good to begin with. Having completed the bribe process, Hobbert did not continue to use Weaken, but as the holder of the Order he distorted the environment under the canopy, making the spirituality more abundant. The Rose Bishop, who was already very sensitive to spirituality, could more easily hear some maddening whispers in a more spiritually abundant environment. Klein, after discovering that ordinary bullets could not harm the flowing shadows on the ground, retreated 2 more steps to avoid affecting Hobbert's performance. Although Hobbert's Tang Dao could stab the opponent, He tried not to engage in close combat with this enemy who was about to lose control, as there was still an enemy underground. So he poured his spirituality into the psychological spoon. Madness. The shadow screamed in pain again. He could no longer suppress the collapse of his flesh and was rapidly turning into a monster. Only then did Hobbert immediately step forward, preparing to finish him off with a single strike. But the sword he raised seemed to be wrapped in a circle of shadow, as if Hobbert had slashed into a ball of cotton. A mass of viscous flesh was coming towards them from the side of the abandoned machinery. As it passed the two worker dress guards, the mass of flesh devoured one of the guards and immediately sprayed a cloud of flesh towards Hobbert and Klein. Hobbert immediately used distortion to change the direction of the flesh's attack. The moment his Beyonder ability touched the flesh, it triggered a series of explosions. Another Rose Bishop. There was no Haman here at all, so why did the divination point to this place? Soon, Hobbert had the answer in his heart. That pipe was not Haman's item at all. How could someone who didn't even leave his own hair behind leave his used pipe in a hiding place? Haman had been trying to escape the Aurora Order. The pipe was likely an item used by Hillman. He would find a chance to switch pipes with Hillman, then deliberately expose himself and leave the pipe for other Beyonders. When Hobbert was still a Sequence 9, he and Zio had chased Haman and obtained a pipe, which should have been Hillman's pipe. And the mass of flesh that had begun to lose control should be Hillman. He was severely injured by 2 to 365 a few weeks ago and had not recovered and couldn't even use the Beyonder abilities of a Rose Bishop. That's why he completely lost control under Hobbert's series of attacks. Hobbert suddenly exclaimed, "This is the swindler. Clearly only Sequence 8, but through tricks, he killed a Sequence 6. Ignoring the out-of-control Hillman, Hobbert kicked a small stone towards the rapidly moving mass of flesh, completing the bribe process. Weaken. First, give the opponent a negative effect. Seeing that the speed of the mass of flesh had slowed down, Hobbert had time to wink at Klein, signaling him to hide. That was a Rose Bishop in good condition, and the aftermath of the battle could injure Klein, who was only Sequence 8. But when he turned his head, he found that Klein had already hidden far away. Roar! Hillman completely lost control. His face was connected to his chest. One eye drooped to the position of his leg. His mouth had become a grotesque maw filled with bone spurs like fangs, and he seemed to be carrying a huge fleshy tumor on his back, with his arms and internal organs inside the tumor. Hobbert felt a little uncomfortable seeing the other party's appearance. The appearance of a Rose Bishop after losing control was truly disgusting. But this was exactly what he wanted. He simply moved the monster between himself and the Rose Bishop, and used distortion to twist the monster's indiscriminate attacks towards the Rose Bishop. This was equivalent to having a monster helper. The Rose Bishop immediately launched a wave of flesh bombs at the monster, and the monster roared. Its tumor on its back split open, and it also launched some flesh at the Rose Bishop. Just as they were bombarding each other with flesh, Hobbert put away the teleportation statue, replaced it with the Dream Stealing Pocket Watch, and reached out to steal the Beyonder ability of the Rose Bishop to transform into a mass of flesh. The Rose Bishop, in surprise, turned into a human figure with the appearance of a man in his 30s, holding a mass of flesh in his arms, which was the guard he had devoured earlier. Hobbert felt a little regretful that he couldn't steal Flesh Bomb, but the speed of the Rose Bishop, who couldn't turn into a flesh state, was greatly reduced. The monster took the opportunity to open its maw full of bone spurs and sharp teeth and pounced towards the Rose Bishop. The Rose Bishop calmly threw the guard's head into the monster's mouth, and after the monster swallowed it, he immediately detonated it, blasting the monster open from the inside, blowing it to pieces.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.